Morning, everybody. Thursday, October the 27th. It's cold, it's wet, it's miserable, and it's just one of those blooming days. But at least it's Thursday. We like Thursday. Wherever you are in the country, it doesn't matter whether you're in the Highlands or the Lowlands, we welcome you, one and all. What have we got? The driving. Do you know, every time I go down different roads, especially around my area, all of a sudden they're blocked off to traffic, or you can't use them because there's a school in the road or something like that. Yeah, they've got a lot of that going on, apart from the 20 miles an hour speed limit all over the place. Quite ridiculous. Although actually, for the first time ever, my driver this morning, Jazz, I think his name was very good. He opened the boot so I could put my bags in there. Nobody's ever done that for me before. I've never, mind you, in my boot you can't get anything in it. But today I've got to put petrol in, so today is an expensive day. Air travellers should prepare for more chaos this Christmas. Why? Because it's Christmas and it's like it every year. Every year I say the same story. In fact, this programme could be a repeat. Gary Lineker slams the Foreign Secretary. You do wish he'd shut up and just carry on advertising crisps. I don't like it when these sort of people just sort of start butting in all over the place. Countdown celebrates its 40th anniversary. 40th anniversary. Apparently all you can hear in the Countdown studio is people sucking boiled sweets, because they bring in armies of pensioners who sit there trying to work out all the clues and all the rest of it and stuff like that. And so it was good. The Des O'Connor show was the same. When they filmed the Des O'Connor show up at Teddington, I was up there doing another show for another channel, and they would bus them in, people from old people's homes. They'd be there in their dressing gown and slippers. Seriously, queuing up outside the studio. They would put them in the studio. They would be the audience in the background. You know, you always have the warm-up man. I used to love the warm-up men. One of them was the guy who played the jockey in Heidi High. The man who played Fred Quilly. He was the warm-up man. Dale did warm-up as well on the television when he was first sort of trying to start and get gigs and all the rest of it. And I thought it, because they always say the same thing. If you listen, the cameras might be on you. They never are. And, OK, let's have a rehearsal for the applause. You know why they do that? It's because if there isn't much applause when the show's going on, they overdub. Also, the other line which they use all the time is, if you're sitting next to somebody you shouldn't be, move. Because the camera might show you and all this kind of stuff. You're so much better than yesterday's audience. That used to raise a laugh when Bruce Forsyth did it, because, in fact, they were yesterday's audience, because they would do 2 shows in one day. Yeah, so much better than last week's audience, he'd say. I used to love that. I think it was brilliant. So what else? Oh, and also the eco-zealot. Do you remember that prat of a woman who poured disgusting stuff all over Captain Tom's statue? She was also up in court on the same day for another charge, and they didn't bother jailing her. I'd have had her manacled and thrown in the cells immediately. What do you have to do in this country? You know, how much more disgusting does she have to be? You know, I mean, really, what a piece of just disgusting. The drugs baron's clothes to be sold off. He was one of these, you know, boasting about it, him and his bimbo girlfriend. And he's gone to prison for 15 years, which is good. I was quite pleased about that. And they're selling his clothes off. Well, they're only going to fit somebody who looks like him. They're not going to fit anybody else. But they have these auctions. They have these sort of government auctions where you can go and buy all sorts of stuff. They sell cars, watches, proceeds of crime, everything. Yeah, well, they don't necessarily go really cheap, but they sell everything. You'd be surprised what comes up at government auctions. They're very famous. Very, very famous. Happy birthday to John Cleese. How old? He's 86. 86 today, John Cleese. Snowvember is on the way. They've said we're definitely going to get, which will please Darren, because he likes it. Although he wouldn't like it if he was having to drive up to Edinburgh tomorrow in snow, because it's probably fine for the motorways, but once you come off motorway, it's, you know, you're sliding down. I have skidded before in Twickenham. And I was literally turning the car round at a sort of a U-turn, and the back of the car started following me round because of the ice underneath. And that, strangely, the heavier the car, the more it slides. It was really... Anyway, yesterday, this is a pet hate of mine, I'm afraid. I don't want to complain about it, but we were always told in this country, were we not, fast food is the thing to have. So if you have a place at the railway station, the idea is you don't want to stand there waiting for somebody to cook your burger. You want to go in there, order it, walk out with it, and go and get your train. So I go in yesterday. Luckily, there was only about 2 people queuing, and I thought I'll order my potato waffles. And I could see that they had them on there. The same woman was cooking them as had to cook my extra one the other day, because I ordered 6. And anyway, so the bloke said, yes, can I help you? Usual sort of, very happy, very smiley. So I said, oh, yes, can I have 5 portions of potato waffles, please. So he looks at the woman, he goes, 5, like that to her, like she was deaf and dumb. 5, but I could see that it looked like there were 4 or 5 there anyway. So he takes my money and he's holding it and he goes, it'll be about 3 minutes. And I take it back. I take my money back and I go, I don't think so. And I walk out. The whole idea is, if you're not competent enough to make sure that that food is constantly topped up, and as they've only just started launching potato waffles, you would think they would have loads and loads of them, but to have to stand there and wait while they bloody well cook it, I'm afraid is not on. Well, the ones that I don't know about the ones that were there. But he sort of said to her, 5, and she's so old, this woman. I don't know how she's got the job. But she's supposed to look at these things, and if she sees the pile going down, you put more in the fryers. It's not complicated. I don't know what the management are doing there. But so I took my money back and went, I don't think so. And I walked out. Because there's no... I don't want to stand there waiting for 3 minutes while they cook these things. The whole idea is you go in, you buy them, or somebody assembles it, and it's fast food. You walk out again. That's the whole idea of it. I'm not standing there while they... I should have said, would you like me to go and pick the potatoes for you as well? It was just absolutely annoying beyond belief, and it really, really annoys me. It's bad management. Because they're supposed to go round and go, right, everything's working here, this is happening. Where's the potato waffles? You know, there's queues of people, they're going to be... Why is she not cooking them? Is she dumb? Why is she not checking on the back of it? Because there is a little ledge where they put them on there. And especially if it's a new item, everybody wants to eat the new item. It's like going in there to buy crispy chicken, and the bloke's... I haven't bought crispy chicken yet. And the bloke going, it'll be about 5 minutes. You know, what's the point? I'll have something else. You know, if you're not competent enough to do it, really ridiculous. The king, God, I got that off my chest. I was just really annoyed. Especially at a train station, they know people. You're not wandering in there because you're not getting a train. Everybody's getting on a train. The king, Charles, goes to the repair shop and gets work done for free. Did you see the bloke who runs the repair shop? It was over him like a rash. It was really little Jay Blade, still with the hat on, didn't even bother tipping it or anything like that. And he had nothing to do with these repairs. He just goes, oh, well, come in, let's have a look. And it was a clock from Dumfries House, which is very nice. And so Charles managed to get it fixed for free. They basically reassembled it. They covered it all the wood, and it's really clever. It was very good. Charles was very good. But it was Jay Blades who really was over him, a bit like a rash. And I'm thinking, but you haven't built these items. You didn't have anything to do with them. And one of them is the clockmaker. They had the clock in who was be a thatcher. Because you don't find many people who do thatched buildings. You know, because people don't go into the business. There's the clock. It's lovely. It was built in the 1700s. It was Will Kirk and Steve Fletcher and his son, who I think was called Fred, although Fred didn't seem to feature in it at all, which was a shame, apart from they sort of showed him doing bits and pieces. And then Charles goes off wandering, and Jay Blades sort of, you know, just puts his arm around him. And I thought a little bit unnecessary. But he says, I love the TikTok. So they made it TikTok for him. And they put it back together. And it's very clever. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, Charles is rich as Croesus, not as rich as Rishi Sunak. Him and his wife were in the list the other day in the Sunday Times, about 734 million. And they've got about 4 or 5 properties, but they're living in number 10 Downing Street, which is unusual because it's only got 2 bedrooms. So mainly the Prime Ministers stay at 11 Downing Street, which has got 4 bedrooms. It's amazing what you pick up, isn't it? When you watch programmes about things that you think, I would never be interested in anything like this because it doesn't interest me, but just because of the nature of the business, you kind of pick things up, which is very interesting. Very interesting. Bad news, Gemma Collins. Yes, I wonder what had happened to her. She's been very quiet, thank the Lord, because I was watching some old arguments on Towie, and there she was, you know, drawing herself up to her full height, 3'2", and she was sort of shouting obscenities at people and all the rest of it. And I thought to myself, I don't really think you've done yourself any favours at all. So now she's following Jamie Oliver's advice. She's only eating vegetables that she grows, whereas Jamie Oliver is a restaurateur. Unfortunately, Gemma Collins is no such thing at all. So she must be starving at the moment. But the good news is that she lost 3 stone. And God knows she told us about it all the time. Penny Mordaunt looked very upset the other day walking out. Obviously didn't get what she wanted. She could be a thorn in their side. I did grow tomatoes, yeah. But I mean, tomatoes are good for you. I like the little ones on the vine. You buy the vine, little cherry tomatoes, and I just think tomatoes are quite... I feel healthy eating tomatoes. I ran out of water today. Because normally I buy loads and loads of bottles of water because I don't drink out of the tap. I've got a rule, never have done, apart from donkeys years ago. And I've got a machine that you fill up the tank with hot water, with cold water, and then you push the button, it dispenses boiling hot water. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. It's an old Breville machine that I bought ages and ages ago. And I ran out of water. I actually had to fill up from the tap, which I've got to go and buy bottles of water. And I go to Iceland. It's a long trek, I realise, but well worth it. And I buy the little drinking bottles, which are the ones made by Coca-Cola, Smart Water kind of thing, which I like. And they do 2 for £1.10 or something. And then I buy some big bottles, which I fill up the machine with. And because I fill up my water machine with bottled water. I know, it seems ridiculous, but that's what I do. And it makes me feel a lot better. But when I looked at it, I thought, oh, God, it looks empty. And I scrabbled around trying to find water, but I didn't have any. So today morning, out there buying water and staggering back with that, which would be okay. And it's got to be cold. I love my cold water. I always have 2 bottles of Smart Water in the fridge so that I can drink, because as I'm waiting for the hot water to dispense itself, which takes about a minute, I drink a good couple of glugs of ice cold water. Not good for you. You're supposed to drink room temperature water. But yeah, it's the same. Doesn't matter. What was the other thing I remember reading? Oh, is it something that'll probably come to me during the programme? You know, this programme, I have to tell you, wanders. It wanders very well. We do waffle very well. In fact, somebody talked about waffles a moment ago. So we'll wait and see if they can get better. Salted caramel ice cream due in 2 hours. I shall let the producer respond to that one, Ian. Bless his heart, honestly. We haven't discovered, actually, Ian, how many for those people who don't know, Ian dispenses Haagen-Dazs ice cream, the little tubs, to all the theatres in London. There's a whole rota of theatres that he does, and they're quite delicious. And we discovered them a while ago, and then he delivers, and he will sort of drop off 3 to us, which is very nice indeed, and we're very grateful. And it just kind of changed the morning to have a little... They're in little Haagen-Dazs, but quite big enough. And they've got the wooden spoon in there, which is a lot better than the plastic spoons. The plastic spoons I used to break all the time. But he's always done it, and it's always been particularly delicious. Especially when you chat for a living. Oh, there's that horrible man from the SNP. Sorry, I was watching, I think, Prime Minister's Question Time. That Ian Blackford. What a bore he is. What a bore. Steve. Oh, we've got loads of your texts and emails coming in, which is good. So we welcome you, one and all, 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice. Do you know emojis? Now, I didn't know what emojis were. I had them up on my telephone, and Steve said, it's that happy smiling face, and I opened it up and discovered there was a whole new world out there. My favourite one is either the champagne glass or the thumbs up. Thumbs up is used all the time. Somebody will send me something and say, when are we going to go for lunch? When are we going to do this? And I just send, a thing back, and then with a thumbs up and all the rest of it. Apparently, that now causes offence. I'm sick to death of these wimps who get offended by just about everything. You can't say anything to somebody. I was watching the Big Brother, some old ones, and the rows, the arguments, the disgusting language basically put out on the television where people were swearing and effing and blinding, and they've had some vile people on. But then I understand that's how the programme works. I'm not naive enough to think it's just that I think they're all disgusting. Because you watch these people, you think, thank God they don't live next door to me. And then on one of them, there's this girl shouting at somebody, don't you talk about my parents like that. Then they had the Portuguese trans person, whose name I now can't remember, Nadia. The language I've never heard in my life. They obviously show you certain things, and then people come out and go, oh, I didn't know I was being racist or bullying. You think, yes, you did, because that's what you are. That's what you are. But they're put in there. The more vile they are, the more they want to keep them in, because they get the audience watching them. Was it Frankie Boyle who said he wanted to see the end of Big Brother? He said when they evicted somebody, he said they go, so-and-so, so-and-so, you have been evicted. He said then there'd be a pause. He said then a gunshot. He said, and then the body falls into the middle of the compound, because they had, when they were doing the Jade Goody thing, they had helicopters going round. The press were renting helicopters to get pictures inside the compound to see what was going on. And of course, when Jo O'Meara came out and lied through her teeth about, oh, I laughed because I thought that's my nervous reaction. And I'm thinking, you were vile. You know, emojis again. But the amount of arguments that they had on the programme, the screaming, the shouting, people who you'd forgotten about because basically talentless, totally talentless. Yeah, that people are put in there to wind people up. There was somebody called, I was saying to you, Kitten, who used to be this gay woman in there. Whatever happened to her, I've got no idea. The language, seriously, was absolutely unbelievable. And the insecurities from these people who have no talent whatsoever apart from the fact they wanted to be famous but didn't understand how you became famous because they weren't intelligent enough, and yet they would then argue about how intelligent they were. And it was always found quite interesting. Somebody stands there and go, oh, well, I'm more intelligent than you are. And you go, no, you're not. And they go, I'll tell you why thumbs up is offensive a little bit later on. I'm going to save it. It's a tease. It's a tease, which I know, can't wait. Another no hoper for I'm a Celebrity. It's some poor bloke off Hollyoaks. You've never heard of him in your life, but that's what they have to do because they'll have got him cheap. He will be thinking this is going to push my career. Then I discovered the other day some bloke had left Blue Peter, and I'd seen him on it a few times, gay. I had no idea, because it certainly wasn't, as far as I know, it wasn't mentioned on the programme. And I don't know if he left to pursue other things. He was a very good presenter. And in fact, it was the producer who pointed it out to me. He said there was this one here, because Michael Sundin was gay, and Michael Sundin died years ago. And in fact, he fell foul of Blue Peter because he went off to the Hippodrome, I think, on a gay night, and was caught, not in flagrante, but certainly in a compromising position that upset Blue Peter, because they didn't like anything like that. If you remember, they had to apologise for Richard Bacon and his cocaine, because that it upset their wholesome image. And then they've had single mothers on there doing things. They've always had the tortoise. And then the latest bloke who's just left Blue Peter was openly gay. Whether he came out on the programme or not, I don't know. He came out after the programme. You see, it's interesting because I don't know what their stance is on having a gay presenter. I really don't know. But anyway, they've got the new one who might or might not be gay. We have no idea. We don't know. There's a picture of him with a Miss England. But I said to the producer, I think he was the cabaret for this thing, because she looked way older than he is. Way older. And he does magic, which was very good, so perhaps he'll be doing that on the programme, so I'm a big fan of that kind of thing. But to actually have a gay Blue Peter presenter, I always thought it was funny, because it's a case of, you can imagine somebody going, I'm gay and I'm going to come out. What? You can't do that, heavens above. We make Tracy Island. We were a family programme. It's all happy mums and dads. But they don't talk about it, do they? They never do anything like that at all. Steve, I used to book the afternoon studio audiences for Supermarket Sweep up in Nottingham, says Anthony. They were often residents from nursing homes, but Dale liked the studio so cold the often ladies would carry a bag round their necks. Well, in fact, I went up there to watch it on numerous occasions, and there wasn't an audience. The audience were the contestants for the next show. Because he used to do sometimes 3 or 4 in a day, because I got all the suits. And sometimes you'd find money shoved in the pockets. But I went all the way up to Nottingham, because in the next studio, I think it was Lily Savage filming, who was going through a bad moment. Let's just put it like that, actually. Steve, we never got to see Mrs. Ventris of Heartbeat. Mrs. Mannering from Dad's Army, although we saw Elizabeth on the film. Her indoors from Minder. Anybody else you can think of, says Jeannie? No, you get... Well, in fact, at the first... Richard Bryer's show with Margot from next door. Margot wasn't seen for ages. She was just heard. Jerry? But we didn't see her until the audience decided, and Penny Keith was the voice, and people started saying, who is she? What does she look like? Because she was so plummy and so sort of terribly posh and all the rest of it. And so they then decided to put her into it, and that changed the whole dynamics of the programme. It was brilliant. It was like, I remember when the BBC, I've told you this before and you can read it, it's well documented, they got Are You Being Served, and they didn't like the John Inman character. They said he's too much of a sort of like a Nancy boy kind of thing, and the writer said no, he's a mummy's boy. They never actually said what his sexuality was, but I think most people realise that Mr. Humphreys was gay as a goose. But nobody thought anything about it because you could go into most department stores and find gay men working in department stores. They were just camp figures on television back then. There were quite a lot of them. Even straight people were playing gay. Dick Emery used to have lots of gay characters in his impressions. Duncan Norvell was the classic example. Chase me. And yet you are awful, but I like you. And that kind of stuff. It was all people playing camp. Camp was in. But the BBC hated the idea of having a gay character, which they thought, and that's why they said, no, he's just a mummy's boy. He's a mummy's boy. And in fact, I think he fell out with his mother on one of the programmes. It was all very stereotypical because the funny thing was, because John Inman did drag, he actually played his own mother on one of the programmes. He dressed up, and even though they didn't say it was him, we knew it was John Inman, but he played his own mother on the show, which I thought was quite funny, really. But his sort of pantomime dames were legendary. You know, it's like Biggins. Biggins is like one of the last original dames. There used to be a guy years ago called Jack Tripp. And Jack Tripp was a pantomime dame. He'd been doing it for donkey's years in this country. Danny LaRue did panto dame, but he was very glamorous. There was no two ways about it. Dan's characters were very glamorous. Biggins' costumes, he has certain characters that he puts into the pantomimes. And I can't remember why we started this conversation, actually. There must have been some reason for it. That's right, Penelope Keith. And people who sort of appeared, but only in voice. And then the public said, oh, can we see them? So they started seeing them. So you're quite right, actually. We never saw Mrs. Ventris in Heartbeat. Mrs. Mannering from Dad's Army. She was talked about all the time. Captain Mannering's wife. And he said, oh, Mrs. so-and-so. We saw Mrs. Columbo afterwards because they made 2 Mrs. Columbo series. Well, not even series, I think, just programmes, which didn't take off. And he would talk about his wife, but we'd never seen her. Never seen her at all. Bob Preedy says, friends who wake up much earlier than me, Steve, tipped me off about your recent recollections of Battersea Fun Fair. I wrote the history of the Fun Fair from 1951 to 74, and the book has sold very well, joylandbooks.com. And he said, I have, for numerous decades, tried to unravel the lead up to the 72 Big Dipper disaster. I have no more information, Bob, than you do. I have nothing at all. It's just that the book is still available. Battersea Fun Fair, Joyland Books. It's £10.99. And to be honest with you, I'm going, can you buy it on Amazon? The only reason I ask about Amazon is because I know how to buy off Amazon. I just sort of click on it. And if it's on there, I shall buy it today. You know, it doesn't look like it's on there. But I'm definitely going to buy the book, Bob. Not that you'll be hearing this, but somebody will have to tell you he's going to buy the book. But I don't know anything else about it. But I love all these books. You know, they've got one here, Battersea and Clapham, images of the area, and people send in all their photos and they put them together, the black and white and then the colour photos. I've got one for Richmond and Twickenham, which is great. They're really interesting. There's a whole series of them. Postcards, you can get loads of postcards and stuff like that. But I'm definitely going to buy the book, but I cannot assist you anymore in sort of what happened about the Big Dipper disaster. I just remember reading about it because we used to go to Battersea Fun Fair and you would do the treetop walk and you went up stairs into the treetops in Battersea Fun Fair, and there'd be figures illuminated soaring or doing bits and pieces like little dwarves and stuff like that. And we used to think they were tree folk. We didn't believe they were real. It's just that they were up there and they were illuminated. We didn't believe they were real. Well, you know, I did, but that doesn't matter. That was just me. And we were taken there by our grandparents, and that's why you liked your grandparents, because they took you to nice places when you were kids.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26.5 minutes to 5.
Granny and Grandpa had their hearts set on getting Jess a drum kit for her birthday. And because they bought it on their Barclay card, they were rewarded too. It was music to their ears. Same can't be said for Mum and Dad. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Search Barclaycard to find out more about our range of rewards cards. Barclaycard. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR representative variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Welcome to Thursday morning. Welcome to October the 27th. Welcome to Country Life Day. There's 2 days in the month that I like. One is Country Life Day and the other is The Lady. Mainly because it's a glossy magazine and I just enjoy reading the articles. I really did. When the Queen died, they had a nice front cover picture of the Queen, and it was all sort of very lovely and all the rest of it. And Country Life, because I fantasise over, if I win the lottery, perhaps I'll buy one of these houses. And then you look at them, and then you think, if they're so nice, why are they selling them? Why are they selling them? People are downsizing. And I told you, I have found a nice house in Regent's Park that I would very much like to buy. Unfortunately, I do not have £22.5 million. But it is particularly lovely. And I had a little bit of a dream the other night. I have dreams most nights, which is odd, actually. I never used to dream at all. I think you get to an age and then you start dreaming more. And, well, I just have dreams sometimes about people at work, which is slightly disturbing. And I have dreams about all sorts of things. I can't tell you because when you wake up, you remember the dream for about 5 seconds and then it's gone. You need to sort of write down exactly what your dream was, because to me, they always seem real. I used to have a recurring dream. I was in a castle and the stone staircase used to go up, and I remember going up there and then going through a door on the left-hand side, which for some inexplicable reason took me to the roof. And I'm walking around the outside of the roof, looking down, and there's a long drop down. And but that could be to do with my fear of heights and stuff like that. I don't like anything like that. I absolutely hate heights, but it doesn't matter. Steve says, Paul from Sutton Coldfield, he's now got addicted to the programme, but there you go, it's Sutton Coldfield. He says, I know there are many other things you could have done in 3 minutes, but that seems a small sacrifice to make for some fresh, moist on the inside, crispy on the outside waffles. But the trouble is they're not crispy on the outside because they go soft, like they're chips after a while. They go soft, these things, so they're not. He said, what did you have for brunch instead? I had a sausage roll, £4.90. Hot sausage roll from the Pasty Company, which was okay. Claire says, my daughter works at Mackey's and they no longer cook in advance. Everything's cooked in advance. They don't have anything that isn't cooked in advance. It's all cooked in advance. It's all of it. Absolutely everything is cooked in advance. It's in the drawers. I've watched them assembling it. I watched them in Richmond and I watched them at the station. It's all cooked in advance. You don't stand there and wait while they cook the burgers. They pull the drawer out. They look up. She's making the double sausage and egg. She opens the drawer, takes out the bread, puts it on there and puts the burgers out. All the hash browns, all cooked in advance. All sitting there lined up. I watched them doing it. Except the potato waffles, which they, where they sort of go, oh, well, even though they had 4 or 5 there, they then have to make you wait for 3 minutes. So in other words, now the place is full up with people just standing around waiting for the food, which I don't like, actually. But it says, due to timings, food can be left for ages. So no, it isn't. That's the trouble. You've obviously quite clearly never been to McDonald's at Waterloo Station. There are queues 24 hours a day. It goes out of the door every day. I think on a very, very rare occasion, if I manage to time it perfectly, there are no queues at all. But they have a thing. All their food is cooked, and then they put a little metal plate in front of it so they know how long it's been sitting there. But no, everything. I watch them in Richmond. I go in there and order a double sausage and egg McMuffin, and I watch the bloke take it out. If I've ordered the pita bread with the cheese and the bacon, I watch him take the pita bread out, put the bacon and the cheese in, put it into the machine, and out it comes. But it's already in their drawers. They've got all these series of plastic drawers, and one's got burgers in, one's got the eggs in, one's got something else. I've never seen them actually on a grill cooking anything. Mind you, I've never seen anything in Burger King either being cooked, apart from the chips. They're still closed at Waterloo, yeah. Oh, one in Twickenham. It's got very odd opening hours. But the only thing that they actually cook is the chips. The rest of it goes in the microwave. So they've obviously taken it out and then they put the salad in and everything else, because otherwise you can't have the salad in there. That'd be ridiculous. But they don't have time. It's not like going to get a kebab where they do slice the kebab meat off, but most of it comes out of a saucepan, which they've got at the side. So, and then they'll slice more off as it slowly cooks. Oh, God, yeah. But, I mean, fast food, if he'd said to me, oh, we haven't got any ready, but I'd have walked out anyway. Because I have a train to catch. I don't have enough time to stand there going, I've got 3 minutes. Because if they say 3 minutes, you can bet your bottom dollar it's going to be 4. And then they might go, oh, we haven't got enough. Because by that time, there'd be a queue of people all waiting for the potato waffles. But if you're going to put something on that's new, everybody wants to try it. So, change the old woman who's cooking the things. Find somebody who's a bit bright and moves it. Because she literally looks as though she's working inside a snail shell There's no rush about anything. It's supposed to be fast. That's the whole idea. They're very keen to go, can I help you? Can I help you? Over here. Can I help you? You know, and then they go 3 minutes and you go, not worth it. Not worth it. So it's a case of, I know you can order in advance, but then I've still got to queue up to get it. That's the thing. And also, the people who are delivering from Deliveroo and all the other ones, they kind of take precedence. Imagine me standing in the queue and them going, yeah, what are you waiting for? I'm going, I'm on the app. And they go and get it just the same as if I've been standing at the counter and ordering it. Doesn't make any difference, really. Steve, you have got the taste for potato waffles since you were told about them the other day, says Cal. Yeah, absolutely. I like potato. I've always liked potato waffles. I haven't just discovered them. I'm of that age where we've had them for years. They used to make them, and you either fried them or, I think some of them, you put in the toaster. Or that was other sort of bits and pieces. We used to have potato smiley faces years ago, but potato waffles were lovely. Very nice. But, of course, when McDonald's do them, they're deep frying them. We used to shallow fry them because I didn't want that much oil wandering around anywhere where there was heat, especially not with my track record. By God in heaven, that could be a disaster, couldn't it? There is a bloke, his name's Don Hoare, and all his neighbours call him Arkwright because he's open all hours and he wears a brown coat like Open All Hours with Ronnie Barker. Because shops like that existed. You could go in, people listening will remember this, and you could buy a rasher of bacon. You could buy 2 eggs. Everything was done. The Lipton's branch, which was everywhere, and they would sell you whatever you wanted. They would put the bacon on the slicer, turn the big handle, and out it would put the slices. You could determine how thick or thin you wanted them because people couldn't afford to buy. I mean, now it's all pre-packed. I don't even know where it comes from. Are these homegrown pigs? I feel sorry for pigs. I feel very sorry for pigs. I've seen them, getting off the lorry. 1 minute they're all chatting to each other, and then, they get off the lorry and then they go down this sort of concrete corridor into the abattoir. And I remember sort of thinking, oh, do you think they know? Do you think they've sort of... Yeah, you have to wait more than 3 minutes for that. It normally says where it's from on the packet, but I never look at that. I just look at 3 packets of bacon, a £5. But I don't buy bacon very often. I really don't. I mean, I used to buy it all the time because I would do variations of it with sweet corn, if it was Chinese, and with sort of mushrooms and anything else like that. Anything you just shove in a saucepan, I'm quite happy with. The one-pot cook. That's what I am. Jake, our favourite Methodist minister, all the way over there in I Like to Be in America. He says, hope all is well. Long and difficult day. Been on the go all day, got to work at 8 a.m, just got home a little bit ago. At 9:45, was with a congregation member who was dying, and she did 30 seconds after I said the final prayer. Was there supporting the family after that. It's always a sad and draining experience. Then I had to kick off for my new Why Wednesday ministry. Glad to be back home, totally exhausted. It is very difficult. I always feel when my own mother died, it's the people in the hospital and things like that, and they have to deal with that all the time. And as a minister, you were there with her assisting, but mainly assisting the family for people to deal with, because a lot of families, as you know, Jake, they've never experienced anything like that. To actually watch somebody, and you do read about it, people, put in their biographies and stuff like that, they were with somebody when they were breathing their last, and you think, it's so final. It's so funny. You just have to convince somebody that A, to let go, and B, they're going to a much nicer place. I think Danny LaRue's costume maker, when he was dying, she said to him, you're so lucky. She said, you're now going to be seeing, she said, all these people, Dan, that you've known throughout your life, all the people in showbiz. I thought, yeah, they'll have some bones to pick with him. After he'd had a few drinks, it was terrible. But and she said, you're going to be seeing all these people, all these nice people you worked with over the years. And that's what it is. That's what you have. I mean, I like to believe that there is something the other side of it, that we're going to something I'm haunting this studio. That's a fact. I'm not messing around with it. I mean, it was nice to think that the Queen and Philip were reunited, because I think the moment he died, and, it's when you get to a certain age, it's on your mind a lot. And when he came out of hospital, we all said the same thing. Gosh, he looks awful. He really looked dreadful. And he went back to Windsor Castle because that's where he didn't want to die in a hospital. He obviously knew that he was dying, and so he goes back to Windsor Castle, and that's where he died, and that's why it was happy. And for her, she has to maintain that air of decorum and everything else, but at the same time, inwardly, a little bit of her dies. So when you say, Jake, within 30 seconds after I said the final prayer, she then died, that's her piece. That is something. And then the family get it. I've seen it so many times on the television. We have programs about people dying. We don't do it very well in this country. We're terrible. We're absolutely awful. Whereas other countries, they will have the person with them. There was a documentary. Do you remember the boy whose skin fell off? And it starts off with him on the settee and he's dead. And he's in his coffin, but he was doing the commentary. He said, "This is me," and all the rest of it. And I remember thinking, my God, he'd been to London for a ceremony, and I think they knew that he was going. He had to be bandaged up. His skin was, literally coming away from his body. It was a very emotional time, and it kind of brought it home to people to sort of prepare you. The boy whose skin fell off. And it was really moving and very touching, and a lot of people. His name was John E. Kennedy. He had this dystrophic endometriosis bullosa, I think, which basically, if you touched his skin, it fell off. And he was bandaged and everything else. I don't know how old he was when he died. I don't think he was particularly old. But the film was shown back in 2004, and you remember thinking, or I remember thinking to myself at the time, there but for the grace of God, no matter what we complain about, we've all had illness, some people have more illness than others, some people manage to get through life and sort of, they just die of natural causes at the end, but they've had a good long life. His life was absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. And you read about some of the awful things going on in Ukraine and the things that Putin is doing with the Ukrainian families that they've captured, and they've separated families and sent them so far apart they might never ever get back together again. And you think, how sick do you have to be to do things like that? Why can't people just get on with each other? I just don't understand why. So I know exactly how you feel. It's very exhausting to do things like that. It's like, I suppose, being an undertaker. You're dealing with that all the time, but there are days when you get sort of a nice funeral and days where the person might have been involved in a car crash or river, and it could be all sorts of things, and it's not as glamorous as we like to think it is, but they make it appear glamorous because they're offering a service, and that's what we pay for. So well done, Jake, and totally exhausted, but now chance to put the feet up, which is nice.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Joe in Southport says, "Can I just say you are my saviour?" Oh, I wish. You're brilliant at what you do. Well, I listen to you all the time. You've helped me through some very tough times lately. Keep up the good work. See, I'm doing it in my little way, and Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, he's doing it in his way. With the church as well. So everybody's got something that they can bring to the table. Jill says you were about to say something about Penny Mordaunt. Oh, yeah, I was just going to mention the fact that when she came out of Downing Street, the camera crew were right next to it. She wasn't going to say anything. And I've got a feeling she's going to be the thorn in the side. They say, they've got to watch her. She might be trouble. Might be trouble. You remember that song? There may be trouble ahead. Watched every episode of Columbo. Never seen his missus, says Glenn in Warrington. It's one of those shows I never get fed up with watching. No, she had her own shows, 2 of them, I think, and it was Mrs. Columbo. And I think they're out on DVD. I mean, the box set of him, Mrs. Columbo, when they said, did she ever exist? Yes, she did. And I think they used a couple of actresses. I think that the TV series ran for about a year as Mrs. Columbo. It wasn't as popular as he was. In fact, they were a most unlikely couple, to be honest with you, completely. Columbo, oh, here we go. Columbo's first name is, I can't remember, but we've done it on about 3 million occasions. What is it? I can't remember what it is at this precise moment in time. Frank Columbo. I thought he was great. Absolutely great. But you're right, Glenn, you never get fed up with watching those. Even when they come back on the television again, I still watch them, even though I've seen them a million times. Went to see the Extreme Magic Show. Mind-boggling and amazing, says Sean. It's a Wimbledon Theatre, isn't it, I believe? The Extreme Magic Show. I've never seen it. There are quite a number of magic shows doing the rounds. And this one is sort of, it's a big magic show. It's dangerous. mainly because it's got illusions in it that people could be very seriously ill. That would be an understatement. So there's lots of fire and everything else, and cages and cloths and everything else. I like magic shows like this. Lots of death-defying stunts, which I like watching, and they're very good. You'll like it. You'll like it. I love anything that's sort of, some of the cases, because when I do my Magic Circle Christmas show, because of the magicians there, backstage is full of boxes and this and doves and all sorts of things. It really is. It's like a movie, and I love it. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, Sean. Anything to keep the art going. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, there was Grace Brothers department store in Sydney, long gone. It was taken over in the 90s. My grandmother loved the UK series. Are You Being Served? They came to Sydney in the 70s and she met the cast. Yeah, they were very popular all around the world. Mr. Humphries was very popular. Very popular. Steve, listened to you for 22 years, and as odd as it sounds, hearing you swear on your little bit extra, I love it. Yes, I've started throwing in a few rude words. That doesn't get you listening to it. Yes, I used the word damn the other day. I thought, well, what the heck. But yes, because the only reason I did it is because Ian Dale swears on his. And then the producer said to me, he said, you can swear on it. I said, well, I couldn't swear. I wouldn't use really rude words. I wouldn't use the F word or anything like that. He does. Yes, yeah, I mean, well, but that works for him. It wouldn't work for me at all. No, I don't. I mean, I'm a very polite boy, actually. Good morning, sir, madam. Is it offensive to do the thumbs up in a text now, Steve, says Kim? Apparently, well, it's not. It's offensive to certain people. Who decides that? Silly people. Silly people with no life. I'll tell you about it a little bit later on. I wish they'd go away and boil their heads. A wee colloquialism, says Kim. On my... it doesn't matter. Anyway, Monica says, my mum loved Mr. Humphries and Are You Being Served? We got the show on our public broadcasting stations. You brought back memories of my mum roaring at Mr. Humphries. Yeah, Monica is my American fan. Actually, I've got quite a number of American fans, which I'm very pleased with. Tommy in Belfast says, in Keeping Up Appearances, you never see Hyacinth's son, Sheridan, who she speaks to. Oh, it's Sheridan again. Sheridan, who's, wasn't he going out with somebody who was a window dresser or something like that? But my favourite was it Barry Humphries, whose son was going into the priesthood. And she did this whole routine about him and his friend, because he'd been toyed with by the priesthood, and I remember they toyed with the priesthood, and this sort of went on and on. It was so funny. It was very funny. But yes, Hyacinth's son Sheridan, who was touring the world with his close friend. I mean, which emoji do young people use to show they're laughing? No, what does it look? Oh right, it's a skull. How bizarre. Young people are very odd. Yeah, died love. Oh, yeah, ha, 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 ha. Roger says, Clive Bull was saying he's doing a 4-hour show on Saturday because of the time change. I know it doesn't affect you. No. But, of course, the good news is that when the clocks go the other way, he only gets a 2-hour show. So that's the way it always used to work. What I used to do when I did it was I'd just repeat the first hour. I wasn't going to sit there and do it again. Nobody noticed. Sula says, was the waffle cooking McDonald's like Julie Walters in the Two Soup sketch? One soup. 2 soups. Yes. Oh, sorry, what is the flavour of the soup? I'll just go check. It was so good, wasn't it? How to drag out a sketch. It was very clever. But no, it was the fact that he was still holding my £10 note and I just took it out of his fingers and went, I don't think so. It was lovely. They really drag it out. It was very, very good, actually. The 2 soups sketch. It was She had these sort of teeth in, but she was elderly and she was wonderful, because in all the tea shops and things like that, you would get these people who've been waitresses for about 500 years. You get them in America. You get lots of elderly people working in these places, and they've been there for a long, long time. They know the thing backwards, which most people don't actually. Steve, Rob. I agree with you in Waterloo Station. I've missed 2 trains in the past after ordering and waiting about 20 minutes for so-called fast food. Yeah. Pablo says, it's 4:38 and I'm ready for fish and chips. Potato waffle at a push. Oh, come on, it doesn't take much of a push, does it? Richard in Orpington says, the only thing that I know is cooked all fresh is Five Guys at Charing Cross Station, or any Five Guys, really. But very expensive. Yes, I tended to find the Five Guys. The only time I've been in there, I went into one on Chiswick High Road. I was waiting for the bus and I thought, you know what I really fancy? Milkshake. A milkshake. You can't just order a milkshake. Do you want this with it? Do you want that with it? Do you want this? Do you want that? And all that. And anyway, I ordered one and I sat on the bus and slurped it through a straw, just to the annoyance of everybody else on the bus. I like a milkshake every so often. It's not good for me, but I do like them. But you're quite right. It's not cheap. I think I paid about £5.50. Mind you, for a spoonful of ice cream in Richmond the other day, like a small cornet with the 1 scoop of ice cream, £5.50. £5.50. Honestly, I had to take out a second mortgage. Lewis says, how do you think Mr. Moyles will do in the jungle? I'm expecting some drama. Oh, I'm not. I'm not expecting any drama whatsoever. He's going to be quite charming. He's going to be quite charming because he's not like that. That's not his sort of thing. And what you see is what you will get. Yes, he's quite a quiet person, almost shy and retiring. I was going to send him a text the other day, and I thought, well, he won't be able to read his telephone, will he, at the moment, which is a bit of a shame. He'll be delighted to see people. No, he'll just sit down and have a chat. I'll probably get mentions or something like that. In fact, he'd probably talk about all sorts of bits and pieces. Steve, in the brilliant sitcom Frasier, his brother Niles' wife was called Maris. She was always talked about and provided many laughs, but she was never actually seen. See, I don't remember that. I do see Frasier in the morning. Frasier Crane. Yes, an agony uncle. I missed you yesterday, says Adrian, on my 3+ hour commute to London to deliver new cars to customers, as my own truck was broken and I wasn't able to get to your station. It was very lonely. Sorry. I'm all set up now with the Global Player this morning. So happy I've got you for company. Have a great day. Somebody wrote an article. It was it's either a producer, I think, on another radio station, and he said that he was listening to some old tapes of Adrian. No, not Adrian. Adrian. I can't remember his name now. Adrian Love, on LBC. He was the first person who did, I think it was roughly about a 9-hour phone-in overnight. Went forever and a day. Seriously, on LBC in the early days, in the very, very early days. But I worked with him at LBC, but he loved his booze. Oh, did he love his booze? He had a big problem with his booze. He really did. I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but he used to do a phone-in, and in fact he used to do quite a few phone-ins, and people would phone up with their sex problems. He just laughed all the way through one of them. And of course his other one was with John Cooper Clarke, where the infamous chicken crossing the road thing, which went on, and John Cooper Clarke said, you sure we want to do this one? And Adrian went, yeah.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, 3 minutes past 5 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You're very welcome. It's nice to have your company as we head ever nearer Halloween. It's probably already started around here. Well, I was reading one of our other presenters on our sister station said somebody in Leicester Square set off a firework near him. Chris Gold said somebody let off a firework right near him, said it frightened the life out of him. And I think to myself, why are people buying fireworks and bringing them into Leicester Square? I mean, this would be the last place you'd let a firework off. There's always people milling around. Did you see it the other night? Actually, we heard one the other night. We were in the office. And I remember thinking, what the heck was that? It was this huge poof. I thought, well, got to be careful. Got to be careful. Gary from Dublin says, I know in these troubled times it means very little, but did you notice Ireland beat England at cricket yesterday morning? He said, has the world gone mad? I'm sorry, I didn't know Ireland played cricket. I seriously didn't know that. But they beat England. Well, I mean, I'm not at all surprised, to be honest with you. I mean, there's not a lot we can do, is there? Apart from, was it bowls or ice skating or something like that? But Ireland, this was in the T20, wasn't it, the World Cup? And they've stunned England. So Ireland 157, England 105 for 5. Ireland won by 5 runs. What's going on in the world? I think that's fantastic. because I feel that I am an honorary Irishman because I was born on St Patrick's Day. I mean, I think that was a combination, though, wasn't it, really, of Ireland's excellence and an ill-timed downpour, which turned one of the tournament favourites from 2020 benchmarks to no marks. But that's what happens. Mrs. Colombo says Pete in Lancashire was played by Kate Mulgrew, who played Captain Janeway in Star Trek Voyager. I can't remember Star Trek Voyager. But it's good. Keeping Up Appearances was fantastic. Somebody sent me a picture the other day of Patricia Routledge. She's pretty old now, but she's in her 90s, but she still looks... What was that thing where she played a detective? She was in a detective series. What? Hetty Wainthropp. I used to love that. I thought that was... I bought the box set of Hetty Wainthropp Investigates, and she's 93. 93. And still looks exactly the same. Exactly the same. She's absolutely marvellous. I bumped into her years and years ago in her dressing room at the Richmond Theatre. This was the one where they decorated the theatre, but they'd forgotten to put the doors on the toilets. She said, so I have to sit there whistling so that people know that, I'm in the loo. But, no, she's lovely. We love Patricia Routledge. Dame Patricia Routledge, which is very nice. And Sheridan's friend was Tarquin, apparently, says Andy in Cambridge. It was obvious they were in a relationship, but Hyacinth was oblivious. The best one was where he phoned asking for money for a pair of silk dressing gowns for him and Tarquin. I can remember where the husband, he died, didn't he? The man who played Hyacinth's husband in real life died. And Richard, she was so posh in sort of a humble kind of way. It was very difficult. And I remember they went out, she fell in the river, and they did all sorts of bits and pieces. But you're quite right, she had no idea that Sheridan's friend Tarquin was a little bit more than a friend, shall we say. Steve, I've introduced a few people from my Sidcup cycle team, says Sidcup Julie, to listen to you. Now I've started swimming in the mornings and got friendly with a few swimmers. Casually mentioned to a lovely lady called Sue that I listen to Steve Allen. She said, yes, she does. And I then blurted out in the middle of the pool, I'm Sidcup Julie. She laughed her head off. See? Infamy. Sorry, I don't want to do that joke. Thomas says, I've been going through one of the toughest times in my life the past month. What is it? What is your tough time? He said, my mind has been full of problems that would push most over the edge, and you've been one of the pleasant distractions. Listen, everybody needs a pleasant distraction, Thomas. Everybody needs a pleasant distraction. It doesn't matter what it is. I can remember somebody... I told you after my dad died, my mum got addicted to LBC because she would wake up in the early hours of the morning and she just felt lonely. Very, very lonely because, if you've been with somebody for, practically your entire life, when they're not there anymore, it's very difficult. And this sort of time of day can be hard on people because there's nothing you can do. You can't go out anywhere. You're just kind of stuck there. So sometimes you do see people wandering about in the early hours of the morning and you think, I think everybody's got a story, Thomas. Everybody's got a story. And it doesn't matter, whether or not it's, losing a job or a relationship splitting up or no money or bills piling up or all sorts of dreadful things which just weigh heavy on the mind, and you need a distraction. You need something that takes you away from it. You need something that makes you think, my God, my life's not as bad as his. And that's what it is. So it doesn't matter, you're mindful of problems. And sometimes it goes racing around and you see no end in sight. That's how I feel with the VAT person. I see there's no end in sight for this kind of thing because it's just so complicated. At the moment, I'm getting letters from the VAT which are generated by a computer, and they freely admitted yesterday that they can't stop these letters. They have no control over them because it's all an automated system, and it's very difficult because I'm getting demands, for first of all, it was 7,000, then it was sort of 13,000, now 20,000. And there's going to be another one very shortly, but they finally admitted that, yes, there appear to be 2 VAT accounts for me, which is very odd, very strange. But he said, we can't stop these things coming out. He said, you just have to ignore them. So I said to my brother, what we need to do is transfer money out of the account into a holding account. Because if you remember last time, they froze the account because it's done automatically. And so I've taken, which caused a lot of problems, believe you me. So I've moved a huge chunk of money into somewhere else. So if they do freeze the account, I've still got money there. Don't need to worry about it too much. But I'm afraid it's nothing Nothing at all probably as bad as your problems, Thomas. But if you've written to me telling you that you're going through one of the toughest times in your life, I don't know, looking at you, you've got everything on your side. Good-looking young man. Goodness sake, honestly, I wish I had looks as opposed to this stunning personality. Imagine. Somebody just called me a legend in the building. I thought it was only Clive Bull who was the legend. They used to talk about Clive Bull, the legend. I used to think, yeah, the late night legend. I think you have to be a certain age before you get to legend status. I don't know what I don't know what I get at all, actually. But I wish you well, Thomas. And I'm glad it's been a pleasant distraction for you. Bex says, great show, always full of fun. Most of the programmes you talk about are on BritBox, even showing the movie of Are You Being Served. That's where they went away, wasn't it? They went away on holiday. I remember that very well. And my favourite is Columbo every Sunday. That's my day's TV. So let's have a great day and try to be nice to each other. I know. If only you could say that about Ukraine and say that about Putin, who, I don't know what to say, honestly. But he's going straight to hell in a handcart. Joe from the Isle of Wight. Sorry, she says. Your show keeps me going. My husband on day 9 in intensive care. Stable, but critical. Myself and 3 daughters going to see him every day. Shout out to the ICU staff at St Mary's Hospital on the Isle of Wight. They are absolutely superb and can't do enough for us. The family, as well as my husband, their father. He's in the best place. They're amazing in ICU. Seriously. I know. Listen, I've been in hospitals. I've had bits and pieces done. I've had all sorts of things. I have no complaints about the NHS at all. The only thing I told you that horrified me last time, I was on a ward in a hospital down the road from me, and somebody came in, and there was a couple of people there, so rude to the nurses. I was genuinely horrified that somebody could actually be abusive to nurses. And all they're doing, they were just thick. They were just being thick, and you think they've got enough to deal with without, people causing hassle. I mean, there was one man, particularly stupid. He kept having, what was it? It was whatever it was. All of a sudden, he would collapse. His heart would stop moving. He was only young. Came in with his mother, who was about as boring as he was. And all he wanted to do was go outside for cigarettes. And they kept saying to him, I've said this before, listen, if you want to go outside and have cigarettes, we can discharge you. What do you want us to do for you? They were basically trying to keep him alive. I couldn't have cared less. I seriously couldn't have cared less. I thought he was so abusive to them. And in the end, I remember when they moved us to another ward. I was moved to another ward because they were running out of space and everything else. So I got shoved upstairs, which was lovely. Much nicer view, except the man in the next bed to me had more connections to his body than I'd ever seen in my entire life. It was like RoboCop. He had tubes in this end, tubes in that, whereas I just had the tube. And that was quite bad enough, actually. So good luck, Joe from the Isle of Wight. Don't apologise for being there. Kevin the Milkman says, loving this weather. Been in the polo shirt and shorts all week, hoping that awful white stuff never arrives. I know, a nightmare for you. He says, I remember getting into a skid in a fully loaded milk float back in the snow in early 82. Remember that? 4 ton of milk float going sideways down a hill in Chingford with an 18-year-old me saying double prayers until it finally stopped, narrowly missing parked cars. I got that. As my car went round, we missed another car by literally seconds. It was so frightening. So I know what you mean. And I've seen, there was something on YouTube a while ago, and it was a refuse lorry, used to pick up all the rubbish. And that was sliding down a hill which was covered in ice. And I remember looking at it thinking, no. It couldn't have been any worse. Lorries, in this country as well, lorries sliding downhill. And, I think it was this one. He sort of goes round the corner and it doesn't quite go as he's hoping. He just has no control over it whatsoever. He's got the brakes on, but it's just sliding. And you think to yourself, this is not going well. I would have actually got out of the vehicle. So smashes into the first car, starts pushing that down. Then I love the bloke who's standing at the side just watching it casually, obviously thinking, well, I shan't be getting back in the car again. But at least it brought this thing to a standstill. But the driver, thanks for your help on that one. And there's another one, which was a bus going down a hill, which is covered in... If I was a bus driver, I would not be going down any hills that have got ice on. Or even if it had snowed, I'd be going, I'm not going on it. It's as simple as that. This was back in Derbyshire. And you get a bus that's going down the hill, and unfortunately, underneath the snow is the ice. And that's the thing that's the killer. So cars try to go up the hill. They don't make it very far at all. Meanwhile, the bus is coming down the hill. And never the twain shall meet, except in this particular instance, where the bus driver has got no control over it. He's sort of braking because there's a man pushing his car. Unfortunately, the bus driver is sort of really struggling to control the bus. And at the end of the day, there's a little... You can just see it. It starts... It's tracking the car. It's very frightening. Look at... You see, all of a sudden, the back of the bus starts turning round. And it's still snowing. You can imagine the driver in the car going, please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. So that's why Kevin is a little bit worried, I suppose. Ash in Mug... What? Oh, I could take a break, haven't I? I knew there was something. I knew there was something today. Couldn't remember what it was, actually. I was having one of my breakdowns. I have these on a regular basis, you know, where I sort of think, what was I doing? And then I remember.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, tanker driver Phil says, so you're an honorary Irishman, are you? He says, I consider myself an honorary pancake because I was born on Shrove Tuesday. I love it. Steve says, Richard, I'm currently working through another classic comedy series. What do you think about the British Empire? I didn't really get the British Empire. I understood it was set in a leisure centre, wasn't it? The British Empire. And I quite liked it, but I didn't get into it as quickly. I like some of the characters in it. I mean, to be honest with you, I think Gordon Brittas is the manager of this leisure centre, despite his good intention. I mean, he goes wrong when he's around, despite the best efforts of the centre staff, much of whom I liked. I did like them, but it just didn't get me as much as it probably should have. You know, there were 52 episodes of that. 7 series, written by Andrew Norris and Ian Davidson. Both very prolific. But it just didn't... Perhaps I should re-watch it. Perhaps I should sort of go... I remember 2.4 Children. Yeah, I like that a lot. There were so many good comedy series which they've started showing back on the television during the daytime. I tend to find that I mention something and blow me down. London Live has got it running as a film within about 2 weeks of me mentioning it. Yesterday, I was going through some DVDs. You can imagine what that was like. And I found a box set of Christmas films. One is The Shop Around the Corner in it. The other is Christmas in Connecticut. And then there's another one. And then there was Christmas Carol. And it was a very early one. And strangely enough, I was watching it. And I was thinking, do you know, there's something appealing about watching this film with Scrooge, who, depending on which Christmas Carol version you watch, he gets visited by people and he turns his way around. He turns, you know, from being the person who goes bar humbug, he doesn't like anything and doesn't like Bob Cratchit, and to actually looking after his son, and they get him better and all the rest of it so he can walk again, and he delivers the turkey because he suddenly realises that, you know, to be horrible about Christmas. He goes, you keep Christmas, he says to Bob Cratchit, in your own way, and I'll keep it in mine, because some people hate Christmas. And it's not for any religious reasons, because I don't think Christmas that we have nowadays has got literally anything to do with Christmas, nothing to do with religion. It really hasn't. You know, all right, so there were a few presents given away to some poor woman in a stable, whereas they should have booked into the Bethlehem Hilton immediately, selling that gold and all the other stuff, but they didn't. But even so, it was a good story. It gets people into churches, which is quite nice, because more and more churches close on a regular basis. They turn them into flats or houses. There's one down the road from me. It's an arts centre. Huge. If I won a lot of money, it would be a toss-up as to whether I bought it and converted it into a beautiful house. But then I think by the time you'd be waiting... So hence, if I do win the lottery on Friday, it's going to have to be the house in Regent's Park at $22.5 million. I mean, it really is quite lovely. How many churches in the UK, the producer says? How many churches, actually operating as churches or operating as houses or closing? Operating as churches, I don't know, there's quite a few thousand, I would imagine. Quite a few thousand. I know 4 churches in my area converted to houses, which a lot, and they do them on the television sometimes. It's quite nice. 40,000 churches in the UK. Yeah. Yes, more churches than pubs. Well, not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. I should imagine that was the only thing that were never affected by the pandemic, churches. The only thing. But it's down to, I think, about 39,000 now. So they've lost 1,000. But it's a case, really, of churches. They did a thing a short while ago. Was it the Isle of Wight or one of these places where one vicar looked after 4 churches? He had to visit them all, and they were all basically lock-up churches because, unfortunately, even in this day and age, people because all the churches were left open. When I was young, we would go out in my car and we'd go into little villages. The church would be open. You could go into the church and you could walk down the aisle and have a look at everything. Nowadays, they keep them locked. People thieve. People thieve from churches. I mean, I find that absolutely horrendous. Steve, I'm going to the boyfriend's old school building in Woolwich for the last time today to finish clearing out. The school's now in Baker Street. I'll miss Woolwich. You can get almost anything in the shops. The school's been there, says Mike, since 2007. Oh, I don't like it when they close things down. I keep meaning to go back to sort of some of my... I've been back to one of my old schools in Essex, little prep school that I went to. And, of course, it looks so... Everything's tiny. Everything is, like, really tiny. And I thought to myself, you know, in my day, everything looked quite big and normal size. But no, it was all very small because we were little. Eileen in Scarborough says, I bought a chocolate toffee apple with sprinkles on it in Sainsbury's. Surprised I've got any teeth left, but I did enjoy it, though. I have seen the chocolate toffee apples, and I have seen them in Sainsbury's with sprinkles on. I love that. Namer says... Oh, no, it's Denise, actually. Oh, I've changed. I'm in bed with my girlfriend. She's from London. She's forcing me to listen to you. I'm okay with that because it's been nice. Well, there you go. Listen, you can't have everything, can you, for goodness sake? Air Studios is a former church. Now one of the best and biggest recording studios, says William, in the world, in Hampstead, with Steven Spielberg recording his orchestral soundtracks there. Yes, I like... I mean, you only have to look at it to realise what size churches were. And they've still got the organ. So good, but it's the acoustics you're paying for. You pay for the acoustics. Look at that huge thing that's over where the orchestra sit. That's to do the reflection of the sound. Air Studios, which is amazing, isn't it? The recording destination for countless iconic scores, and I love things like that. I'm glad that these buildings are being used, as opposed to, you know, when they knock them down. And there was a program on the television the other day I watched? It was something like I Bought the Village or something. They're knocking it all down and they're going to put up other bits and pieces. And I always think that's a bit of a shame, really. Steve, I love my sitcoms, says Kathy. All my favourites on DVD. The absolute favourite as time goes by with Judi Dench and the fabulous Geoffrey Palmer. When times are tough, I shove that on and everything seems quite cosy and good. I must have seen every episode 10 times. No lie. The wonderful Joni Sims was in it too, a very understated actress who rarely got the lead in her Carry On movies. She was just wonderful in this. Might have to get my DVD out again. I watch all sorts of strange things, and I have what I call my feel-good movies, and they're generally Christmas things because, you know, even at the end of Christmas Carol, it seems as... We were talking about it this morning, actually, to Adam, and he said, oh, God bless us. Everyone. And I said, I watched that film yesterday. I mean, how uncanny is that? Out of all the films, I could have picked up E.T., but I picked up Christmas Carol. And I think I might watch Christmas in Connecticut when I go home. This is another great Christmas classic. Or Shop Around the Corner is another good one as well. Really, Mr. Matacek. And Christmas in Connecticut. This is with Barbara Stanwyck, Sydney Greenstreet, who plays a big mogul, Reginald Gardner, Dennis Morgan, Robert Shane. I don't know if they remade it. Oh, they did remake it, did they? Oh, I don't know. Oh, good Lord, I'm sure about that. With Chris Christopherson, Tony Curtis. Oh, I'm not sure about that. No, the original one is, it's a woman writing for a magazine. And she's writing, as I look out of my window across the fields, I can see the cows and all the rest of it. It's like, she's the author of this Diary of a Housewife. But in fact, really, she lives alone in New York in like a bedsit type thing. And she can't cook. And she writes about this Connecticut farm. And the owner of the magazine that she works for says, listen, we've got some soldiers from the war. We're going to do a big feature. They're going to come to your farm in Connecticut. She hasn't got a farm in Connecticut. She has got no idea what they're talking about. And she can't cook. So they send these soldiers to her. They have to go and rent a farm. She doesn't tell the boss of the magazine. She just sort of keeps the thing going. She's got a guy called Fritz who works for a local restaurant or owns one, and he does all the cooking for her. Today we shall have strudel and these sort of things. But she talks about cooking the goose with it. Well, she's never cooked in her life. It's all fantasy. But it's a really good film. Really, really good film. So there you go. Canterbury Cathedral has the best acoustics, says Jane. Yes, when they murdered Thomas à Becket, the acoustics you could hear from the front to the back. I'm yet to go there. I want to go there, actually. I feel like it's a bit of a shrine, the sort of place you could, you know, go to and have a nice time, I think, because it's history and it's still there. There's a plaque, I believe, in the floor which is where they say he was murdered. Nigella Lawson's got a treat for you. This will cost you £1.25. It's peanut butter pasta. Peanut butter. There is. I don't know if there's a picture of it. I saw her cooking in one of the papers and sort of showing you. And I remember thinking, oh, peanut butter pasta. I'm never sure about that one. Creamy and dreamy peanut butter pasta. So, I mean, it looks quite nice, actually. It'll feed 4. And it's got, you're using baby spinach and all sorts of bits and pieces. This must be a sponsored thing she's doing, because they've mentioned the delivery company all the way through it. So that's what it is now. It's so funny. Peter Andre was doing something the other day, and he was at, where was he? Disney or something. I remember thinking, that's a freebie, mate. That's a freebie. Oh, no, he was doing something at Hamleys. And I thought he was doing Hamleys, hashtag blah, and I thought, that's a freebie. He likes his freebies, does old Pete, but he's getting on a bit now. He's getting on a bit. The zoo, which narrowly avoided closure, accused of keeping animals in a bad condition. They've lost about 350 animals, have died because of the conditions. They've got one picture of a monkey in the paper today sitting huddled over a heat lamp to try and get some, because it's freezing cold. Dreadful. Pamela says, when I worked in a hospital some years back, Chris Barry from the British Empire's mother was one of our patients, and he was a regular visitor to the ward. He was very gracious and full of admiration for the staff, and so he should have been. Tony in Inverness says, did you see Friday Night Live with Ben Elton? Wasn't it awful? I didn't see it. I didn't. He came back for, it was only just 1 week he was doing it for. Did you eat your lasagna? Did you eat your lasagna? Yeah, he must have done, actually. And you're still living, so it can't have been that bad. Did you like it? You like cheap food, don't you? What is it about cheap food? I've got a neighbour. She's terribly cultured, and all the rest of it. What does she like? Greasy kebabs. She's obsessed for greasy kebabs. You look at her and you think, what? In fact, she liked nothing better than greasy kebabs and chips. That's her favourite meal, and she's quite cultured.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, do you remember, says Pete in Lancashire. Again, that's my boy with Molly Sugden. I loved Molly Sugden. I thought she was fantastic, actually. Thought she really was. She seemed to fit in. She seemed to do really naughty things. Don't you remember? She did lots of naughty programmes. Front page of The Sun this morning. Harry Styles having a secret snog with his co-star Florence. This is the front page. Harry Styles, an actor and singer, had a not a relationship, but a secret snog. I mean, what? So, it doesn't seem to make any difference, does it? Well, I don't think it does, actually. And this was on the set of their film weeks before he began. So he wasn't even in a relationship with anybody else. He just had a snog. But listen, he's very personable. He's very clever. He's still working. This is in America. And you think to yourself, he makes other people look as though he just seems to thrive on the work. He's either playing a stadium, which sells out every time, or he's making movies, or he's in recording albums again. So good for him. He should be a lesson for everybody else on how to survive in the business when you get lazy people. You know, they think just by going on Love Island, that means you're talented. No, it doesn't. No, it really doesn't. It's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Oh, and talk of embarrassing. Mike Tindall. You remember Mike Tindall? This is what is he? He's married to Princess Anne's daughter. He's a former rugby player, and he's having to go because he doesn't get any money, and he doesn't really have a particular talent for doing anything, because every reality show he's ever been in, he's failed. So he's taking on, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, we think. I think that's what he's doing, isn't he? And so what is he doing now? He's the first royal, but he's not royal at all, to advertise pizza. Pizza. He's advertising pizza. Aha, aha, aha. Do you think Andrew's had a little word on this one? Apparently, and he's seen arriving at the house in a helicopter carrying a stack of pizza boxes. He says, I've got friends in high places. This is basically taking the mickey out of little Andrew, who had this mysterious pizza, you remember. But He's seen delivering it. I mean, how sad and tragic. One minute you're a rugby player, the next minute you have to advertise pizzas. He doesn't even own his own house. It is very down market. It really is. But apparently a spokesman for Tyndall, whose pizza ad is expected to be on his and Haskell's rugby podcast, declined to comment. I bet they did. What an embarrassment, honestly. What an embarrassment. Mind you, the wife's advertising clothing, isn't she, as well? They have to do something. They get no money, I believe, from the civil list, as far as I know. What else we got here? Oh, an overdue library book. Do you know you get these every so often? This one has been returned. 84 years late. 84 years late. Captain William Harrison should have brought back Red Deer by the English nature writer Richard Jefferies by October 1938. But it remained among his belongings when he died in 1957. Have I ever joined it? Yes, me too. Yes, I have. Yes, I've been a member of a library. Because that's where you got books from. We didn't have all the bookshops, Waterstones and W.H. Smith and stuff like that. And you could borrow DVDs. But what a lot of people with the books was, they would, and this was the odd thing I always thought, you could go and borrow a book from them and, say Paddington or something like that. And if you didn't return it, they would then charge you for the book. But they charged you what it cost originally. So it could have been 3 and 11 pence. And that's what they would charge you for the book. It was absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why. We do have a library in Twickenham. There is a library, and they've got a little children's section where they've got little seats on the ground where they sit down and can read books, which beats those people in W.H. Smith at the stations who stand there reading newspapers and everything else. Buy the blooming things, you tight-fisted little whoops. Oh, I do beg your pardon. A little bit carried away there on that one, Stephen. But people stand there while they're waiting for the train. They pick up magazines and start leafing through them. I'd be going, excuse me, do you want to buy that, or are you just reading it for free? Everything should be sealed. A bit like buying a naughty book. You know, years ago, if you wanted to buy, so they tell me, if you wanted to buy a naughty magazine with pictures of people we called art, it was sealed in plastic. You couldn't open it and start leafing through it. Mind you, talking of people looking at pornography and art kind of books, apparently big problem in the Vatican. The Pope has recently criticised, he said some nuns and monks are looking at porn. And I thought, good Lord above. And he was also condemning people who have naughty pictures on their telephones. There you go. He says, even priests and nuns give in to temptation and watch online pornography. He said the devil enters from there. Oh, I think I've seen that film, isn't it? I can't remember actually. But he urged prospective priests to delete such sites from their phones so you won't have the temptation in hand. Well, you just look at somebody else's. What is going on? He said he wasn't referring only to criminal pornography, but also to normal pornography. Oh, there's different types. But apparently it's all going on in Vatican City. Priests and nuns giving in to temptation. I mean, you can't almost believe. We had to check it out online to make sure the Pope really had said this. And he said to people, delete. He said something that weakens the soul. The devil enters from there. He weakens the priestly heart. Yeah, but they like it. They like it, you know. I mean, I shall never look at priests again in Vatican City with the same view that I did before, which is the nearest to God. I never thought about the fact that they were watching this kind of stuff. I mean, how can they? Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, you don't think there's any gay priests? No, there couldn't be any gay priests. Dreadful, isn't it, really? A boy of 8 needed hospital treatment after being burnt by Britain's most dangerous plant. His mum took him to hospital and he came out in blisters after playing in bushes next to a park. This is in Gwent. And they said they were caused by this giant hogweed. I've never heard of it before. But, well, I've heard of hogweed, but not giant hogweed. But anyway, his blisters cleared up with antihistamines, but his mum says don't let children into overgrown areas. This is the second story in a week we've had from Gwent. And you look at it, and you look at it looks horrendous. Horrendous. And it's so pretty, the plant. I mean, I would probably go and pick that. And this is somebody here, a hogweed warning in Bolton. Schoolgirl suffering, and your hand blisters, the like of which you've never seen before. You know, where you would have to go into hospital, they would have to pop them and dry them out. So what they've done is they've fenced off this giant hogweed. But most of us wouldn't have, I wouldn't know. If somebody said to me, have you ever heard of giant hogweed? I say, yeah. And they go, did you know you can get blisters and everything else? No, I didn't know at all. Just by touching it. Now, whether it's only children who get this, I've got no idea. Steve tried to show some friends the fake Roman baths you once showed me and found they've gated the road off, so I couldn't show them, says Alan. Oh, is it? Yeah, they were doing some work on that roads. It's just round the it's near Aldwych Station. You go down a thing and it's a folly. But when I first saw it, I was led to believe it was a genuine Roman bath. You push a button on the wall and it lights up and you can see it's a... I know. I should have realised. Hot and cold taps and all the rest of it. I should have realised it was a folly, but it's not real. Which is a shame, but it's another one of those little quirky things to see in London. Actually, if you get the opportunity, where that is, the station, the Aldwych Station and the Strand, they have open days and you can go there. And it's got these giant lifts that take people down to the platform. You can do the stairs or these giant lifts which take about 30 or 40 people. I remember using them all the time. That's the one they used for films, yes. It's got all the phone boxes in a line so people could sort of queue up and use all the telephones. Great stuff. Remember I told you about that grandmother the other day eaten alive by a 22-foot python? This is Jara, who disappeared whilst collecting rubber from a plantation and got a little bit more than she reckoned on. This python sort of was found with a large bulge in its stomach stretched out in a clearing because once they feed, the body juices digest the body or whatever it happens to be, the animal, and then they can digest it. This one was eaten alive by it. And I think it was just a giant python. What it did, it wrapped itself around her. I mean, to be honest with you, she must be very slow. Because the moment this thing wrapped itself around you, you'd leap out as quick as possible, wouldn't you? Unless might have been asleep, honestly. But apparently it then swallowed her whole. They'd say it would have taken several hours to sort of get her. But as she breathed in, every time you breathe in, the snake constricts. Every time you breathe in. So eventually it gets to that stage. That's why when Christ was killed on the cross, he died of asphyxiation. He didn't die of anything else. He didn't die of blood loss. It was asphyxiation because they put the little block which prolonged the agony under his feet, so they say. And so it's like holding yourself up on a bar and trying to breathe. Eventually you can't. So you die of asphyxiation. I'm an expert on these things. Believe you me, I've read all about it. Yes, don't ask why. It's one of those things. CBeebies have launched a new live-action animated series called Dog Squad. Oh, that's nice. And we've got the new Blue Peter presenter. When he joins, I can't remember. But I'm sure he'll be very, very ebullient. Very, very ebullient. And guess what? They've done a beauty and celebrity bit with Christina Rianoff. Didn't even know she was still around. Do you remember? She was a dancer, apparently. But what she does now, I've got no idea. And apparently a makeup artist says she saved £200 by buying second-hand cosmetics. It's a bit worrying. It's almost like the bloke from Brookside who's going into I'm a Celebrity, turning up at the airport in Melbourne or wherever it is, wearing Crocs. I ask you, Hollyoaks, wearing Crocs. I ask you. Small wonder it needs to go into the programme. Perhaps we can afford some proper shoes.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. New law could sideline Harry and Andrew. Good. Couldn't care less. Not remotely interested. Harry's made a new life over there. He opted out of the royal family. And Andrew, well... least said about him, the better. He's become a recluse, apparently. I thought he always was. He never appeared to me to be particularly hard-working. A member of the royal family. Vic Hope apparently survived a terrifying encounter with a lion on a family holiday. And I thought, wow, this is quite bad. I mean, you don't want to mess with lions. And then, if you go out there, we've seen the worst ones are the lionesses. Not so much the lions. The lionesses do most of the hunting. The lions just sit there and sleep. The lionesses. Anyway, so I was reading about this hair-raising encounter which happened in a tent on a safari in the Serengeti Park when she was 8 years old. And I remember thinking, have they started sitting down going, have you got any stories? Any stories at all that you can talk about? Oh, well, I had an encounter with a lion. She said, in the night we woke up to the sound of them. Well, they live there. You're in their territory. She said, we turned on the torch and you could see the silhouette of a lion right outside the tent. He was roaring. Yeah, well, that's what they do. As long as you've got the fire on, you should be okay, though, because they don't go anywhere near fire, do they, or anything like that. But just don't get out the tent and run. OK, that's the thing that triggers animals. Madame Two Swords has retired the figure of Kanye West. Oh dear, poor old anti-Semite. Adidas and everybody else has dropped him. He doesn't have anybody left at all. And Madame Two Swords said each profile earns their place. We listen to our guests and public on who they expect to see at the attraction. We certainly don't expect to see a ghastly person like him. So gradually all the companies that endorse him have withdrawn their sponsorship. In fact, the only people who are still bothering with him are the music people. But as we said before, R. Kelly, a convicted paedophile, they haven't taken his music down. So why would they take Kanye West's music down? You can only say to somebody, listen, this is what sort of person he is. If you want to be associated with somebody like that, bully for you. Not the rest of the world. David says, have you seen An American Christmas Carol with Henry Winkler? What part does he play? Don't tell me he's Tiny Tim. I couldn't bear it. Henry Winkler in A Christmas Carol. That's a very odd casting, isn't it? Well, he can't be Scrooge, can he? Henry Winkler. Benedict Slade. Who's Benedict Slade? An American Christmas Carol. Oh, it's a made-for-television fantasy. So it's a loose adaptation. It would have to be a loose adaptation. So Benedict Slade ruthlessly collects debts and makes life miserable for everybody around him. He is Scrooge. His unscrupulous behaviour warrants a Christmas Eve visit from a ghostly former partner. Can he turn his life around and become a better... It's a Christmas Carol. It's not an American Christmas Carol. It's a Christmas Carol. That's the part, isn't it? They've just called him Benedict Slade, and he's a stingily elderly businessman. So, came out in 1979, apparently. So it's about 43, 44 years old anyway. When I joined, everything comes out. 79 was obviously a very good year. But it's got all sorts of people in it you've never heard of. Dorian Harewood plays Matt Reeves. Susan Hogan plays Helen Brewster. Chris Wiggins plays Mr. Brewster. And that's it. The location was Ontario and Toronto as well. So perhaps I'll have to go and get him. I don't even know if it's still available. All these things I've got to buy. Honestly, it's becoming very expensive at the moment. Very expensive. I have to be a little bit more careful. So I will check it out, David. I will check it out. But it's just Christmas Carol, just with Henry Winkler in it. An American Christmas Carol. Is it? Oh, it is available. Oh, there we go. Oh, I shall buy it. I swear. Delivery, November the 11th to the 17th. Oh, it's coming from abroad then. It's an American DVD. Shan't bother. Sorry about that. Lovely feel-good film is The Parent Trap with Natasha Richardson, Dennis Quaid and a young Lindsay Lohan. A charming family comedy, says Mark. There you go. It's my daughter's favourite childhood film. And Steve, we have at least 5 churches in the Covent Garden area, I've counted. And my energy bill was 4 times the amount it usually is this last month, although I have had the heating on and will now cut back. Yeah, you've got to cut back. Steve, snakes are a lot stronger and quicker than you're imagining. You have a 0% chance of escaping if you're genuinely attacked. Pythons of that size can take down buffalo and cows. Wow. Amazing, isn't it? Dave says, Steve, don't badmouth Crocs. Proper, practical and chic for campsites. I think not. Rubber shoes, excuse me? Where are we coming from here? We don't do stuff like that. That would be the worst ever. Former Hellraiser Kate Moss likes to be tucked up in bed by 10:30 these days. I'm not doing the joke. I did it earlier on, actually. And you get Croc high heels? You don't. Do you really? Rubber shoe. Whoever came up with... Oh, my goodness sake, honestly. Balenciaga. 450 quid. Be seen wearing those. Victoria Talented Beckham will be out wearing these things. They're shaped with a tread sole and a cylindrical heel. They look ghastly. Ghastly. Why do you women... Oh, the pink ones are even worse. 290 GB... I tell you, somebody's taking the Michael, aren't they? 290 quid. Oh, Victoria Beckham's got a new handbag out and it's only £800. Small wonder she's not selling stuff, honestly. Her prices are way out. You can get so much better stuff on QVC. So here he is, the Hollyoaks person you've never heard of. Owen Warner, hoping for a jungle romance. Like, with who, dear? Who are you fancying in the jungle? I mean, really, that's it was bad enough the other day, Olivia Atwood, or whatever her name was, who says the thing she's going to miss is SEX in the jungle. So perhaps you two can hitch up and then you can do a fake relationship thing like the Love Island people. And we can all buy into that rubbish. Oh, good Lord, here's Rebecca, I owe you £1.5 million. Vardy, taking a picture of herself in a little pink bikini. Only because I think she's very jealous that Colleen and her family are out in Dubai yet again. What? What's the matter with you? What? Rebecca Vardy's nickname. Yeah. But I think poor old Rebecca Vardy, who can't afford to go anywhere at the moment, she'll have to get a bus pass because having coughed up that $1.5 million. Have you heard of the BBC breakfast presenter called Victoria Fritz? I've never heard of her at all. And yet she makes the front page and some of the inside of some of the... I've never heard of her. Never heard of her. Apparently she's changed her surname to Valentine after her marriage broke down. Fans of the programme were baffled, by who she is. I didn't get it at all. And she says the name no longer fits. So she's alongside regular host John Kay. And so her marriage breaks down. So she was Victoria Fritz. Now she's Victoria Valentine. But, I mean, they were married for 11 years. I mean, why is that news? I'm baffled by why this is news. Breakfast fans. Who are these people? Breakfast fans were baffled. Are you a bit simple or something? So she's changed her... Nobody knew who she was in the first place. But she suddenly explains what it is. In the recasting and the recrafting, I've discovered my name matters, so I'm changing it. Well, big bully for you. I don't know what... But honestly, the stuff they put in the... That was the front page of... Which paper was it, the front page? I remember thinking to myself at the time... was it the... Oh, no, it's not the Mirror. Wait a minute. It's not the Express. Oh, no, it's the Daily Mail front page. As if that's of any interest that somebody's marriage splits up. That's a gross intrusion as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Britain is set to have a brief Indian summer thanks to a subtropical plume from Africa. Oh, not more sand. I can do without the blooming sand. That's terrible, honestly. It ruins your car. And police hunting a mysterious gimp. Do you remember reading about this story some time ago? It's a report of a person in a latex suit with a full face covering on. Anyway, they were wondering who it was. They are now questioning a man in his 30s. He'll turn out to be a bit odd. No, I've seen what the gimp... Somebody took a picture of him. And he's basically a stalker. And multiple gimp sightings. I mean, he's quite clearly quite a few sandwiches short of a picnic. So he's been put on curfew, and but they've had he caused fear. You can imagine you open the door to somebody like that or anything. But anyway, it's a gimp. I didn't even know what a gimp was. I've never even heard of it before. Is it out of a film or something like that? A gimp? Is it? I don't know. Or is it just... It's fiction. Pulp fiction. Oh, right. Don't you think that's really odd? We used to have a bloke in Twickenham. Not with us anymore, I hasten to add. He used to turn up at Twickenham station. Oh, I tell you something else in a minute. And he would wear a full rubber trousers, rubber shirt, rubber Mac, everything rubber. Seriously peculiar. And then yesterday, I was coming up the stairs, and this woman in front of me barged through the barrier. The bloke watching the barrier, completely oblivious to everything at all. He might as well have been asleep. You know, she went through, big woman, so you'll recognise her. I bet you anything she's there again today, because she obviously works in Twickenham. She barged through the barrier so she didn't have to pay. She barged through on the back of somebody else. I'm going to get a picture of her today. I'll tell you, she'll be exposed. Yeah, lying in wait. One of my favourite films is The Money Pit with Tom Hanks, says Mike on the Wirral. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. What else we got? One of the UK's most wanted men arrested in Marbella riding an electric bike down the street. Dean Garforth was taken into custody. He apparently fled the UK. There's loads of people in Marbella, aren't there, who are wanted by the police. They wanted just to have a little chat to them, I think. And a burger restaurant says Corden is a bully victim. Oh, my godfathers, where does it go from here?
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 4 minutes, nearly past 6 on Thursday, October the 27th. You're listening to LBC. I'm Steve Allen with you till 7 o'clock this morning when Nick Ferrari will be here with your Thursday breakfast. Bill Murray is great with Scrooged, the witty take on A Christmas Carol. Kim says, I prefer a traditional Christmas film, but it's worth a watch. It is worth a watch, actually. Also worth a watch is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, which is great fun as well. Oh, look, here she is. She's the only police officer in the City of London. This is Penny Lancaster. It's only because she's the only one who seems to get any publicity. And because she's just passed out, she gets all the pictures in the paper. You know, and when I say passed out, she hasn't passed out. She's a former model. And she joined the City of London Police last year, marched with colleagues yesterday in a procession, and Rod Stewart was understood to have been at the event to show his support. Normally she's supporting him, but in this particular case, so she passes out. Nobody else gets a look in. You would think that she was single-handedly running the force by herself. I don't know. I don't think so. But that it's City of London Police, because we have lots. So she's not met anybody recently, but no, you have the City of London Police, the Met Police, the River Police, the Parks Police, and British Transport Police. There's 5 different police forces operating. They have different police forces all over the place. I don't know why. I don't know why they just can't come under one umbrella, but you do get them. So City of London Police, River Police, Met Police, Transport Police, Parks Police, all operating independently. They have a different uniform in the City of London, completely different. Yeah, red things and all the rest of it. But, that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? I see that Lewis Hamilton drives around his hometown undetected in a car like Mr. Bean's. He speeds around Stevenage, I hope not speeding, actually, in a second-hand Mini Cooper. Second-hand Mini Cooper. I mean, to be honest with you, he doesn't do it very often because he lives in Monaco, which is where all the rich tax exiles go to. He also told interviewer Jimmy Kimmel he gets confused when back home about which side of the road to drive on. Can't be that difficult, do you? You've only got a choice of 2. But no, he spends most of his time living in Monaco because that's where people live, Monaco. I've always wanted to go and live in Monaco, actually, but it's terribly expensive. Every real estate is phenomenally expensive. Although there was a villa for sale the other day in Villefranche, which was about 28 million euros. And it looked quite nice. Apparently it's held parties for the rich, the great and the powerful. And I quite fancied that idea. The Catholic Bishop of Portsmouth, Philip Egan, has blasted churchgoers in a 4-page letter called The Future of the Diocese, because he says that the parishioners' weekly donations are now £2.35. He said that's less than the price of a cappuccino. He says, how can we encourage real stewardship, responsibility and tithing? He said, I always remember the challenging question, if your parish closed tomorrow, would anybody who is not a member care? And the answer is probably not. People just don't. I mean, apart from the fact that churches are closing, they don't really have anything that's sort of going on. There's not enough. It's very difficult for the churches. And if people are hard up, they give less to charity. I mean, I have charities that I give to. But that's just my business. So if anybody sort of stops me on the street and, they've got somebody outside Twickenham Station at the moment, oh, we provide soup kitchens for everything else. I always say, sorry, I've got my own designated charities. You very rarely do things like that. And I don't give to homeless people sitting on a rug with a dog as well, because I can't trust them. I don't give to, if you want to give money, give it to the charity. Don't give it to the person sitting on the street. You're not encouraging them to sit on the street. Because there have been so many exposed, because a lot of them have emotional and drink problems and things like that. Give to the homeless charities. They can do it much better, much better, and they can look after people. But some people, we still get them. We had them the other year, people sleeping rough in doorways. Daily Star's telepage today with Ed Gleave. Joey Essex has suffered 3 injuries for dancing on... Oh, he'll be out shortly, won't he? You can't imagine him doing anything for long. The reality hunk said, my shoulder's killing me. I've had stitches in my finger and I've done my knee in. I'm struggling at the moment. He's had to pace himself. He said, I've been pushing myself too far. Yes, I'm sure. He says, at the start, I said I was going to give it 150%. But obviously not, I'm afraid. Also, Big Brother bosses are warning fans to keep quiet if they apply to be a housemate. They can't. They tell everybody. Strict rules state anybody who posts about it online is likely to ruin their chances of being picked. Remember, they say on the Big Brother website, keep the application process confidential. Do not pass on to social media. Stars tipped to be the next host include AJ Adudu and Mo Gilligan. Yeah, whatever. Bag of chips went back to RuPaul's drag... Oh, God, honestly, what is this drag obsession at the moment? The former finalist was brought in to mentor for this year's Snatch Game challenge. Bagger says It was brilliant being back. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. No, Bagger is the first name. Chips being the surname. I mean, seriously. Yeah. I noticed that they're not doing Panto this year, which I suppose can only be good news, can't it? What does we? Oh, fracking has been banned now. They keep turning all Liz's stuff round. Well, that's who Gemma Collins wants to interview on her new political escapade. People like Boris Johnson. What she'd ask, like, what do you think? Do you think my hair's all right this colour, or should I go another colour? Yeah. Can't imagine it. So here we go. The spirit of freedom. Zelensky sends heartfelt thanks for support from our British friends. They've got lots of little girls all dressed up beautifully in their national costume, which look quite wonderful. And the night filled with glam celebrities, all sorts of people. Idris Elba reading the King's letter out, and the Lionesses and the Lion Cubs, and all these nice people who do things. Oh, David Walliams was there, but there again, where isn't he? He's always everywhere. He's not backwards at coming forward. Gary Lineker slams the Foreign Secretary, this is James Cleverly, for telling LGBT football fans to be respectful of the World Club host Qatar. He hit out after James Cleverly urged supporters to show a little bit of flex and compromise in the Muslim country where being homosexual is illegal. Lineker says, whatever you do, don't do anything gay. Is that the message? Gary, of course, who is taking the money and is reporting, because Cleverly was on with the LBC's Nick Ferrari yesterday. I mean, to be honest with you, Gary Lineker would just take anybody's money. He couldn't care less. Why does he worry about it? Frankie Boyle has revealed that he didn't want to film a documentary on the Qatar World Cup on moral and safety grounds. He said it would be a risk to make a critical film there. Absolutely. They're being very careful because they're being watched at the moment. When they're not being watched, that's when you've got to worry about it. Tony Adams, set to provoke screams of horror from Gunners fans when he dresses as a red devil for Halloween. I'd sort of seen him I don't even know who he is. Who is he? Is he a footballer or something? Ex-football. He's 56, dressed as a hellish character, which is the mascot of fierce rivals Man United. Who'd have known? Who'd have known? I didn't know that. He twice rejected offers to sign for United. God, they drag it out, don't they? Nobody cares what he did before. It's a case of he's out there to dance. Just get on with it and dance. Don't drone on about it. He'll be dressed as a hellish character. He could be dressed as Winnie the Pooh, for God's sake. Nobody cares. And a supermarket's own brand soup has beaten Heinz in a blind test. This is Sainsbury's 55p cream of tomato came first with 81 out of 100, way ahead of the food giant's £1.40 version on 69. Tasters praised its well-balanced tomato flavour. Yeah, but you get used to different things. It's like nobody tastes like Heinz tomato soup. I don't care who they are. I've tried all the way. It's like the fish fingers. Somebody said, oh, have you tried other fish fingers? Marks and Spencer's are really good. And I've said, yes, I have tried them, but I still go back and do bird's eye fish fingers. I'm just, it's not brand loyalty or anything like that. It's just that I prefer them. I mean, Tesco do a cream of tomato soup, 55p, which actually came a close second. I'm sure it's delicious. I like Heinz. Okay. Asda do a cream of tomato soup. They say it's great value. And in fact, loads of them do it. But cream of tomato soup from Heinz is my favourite. Baxter's do a cream of tomato. Essential Waitrose do a cream of tomato. M&S do cream of tomato. I want Heinz. So it's like Heinz salad cream. Other creams are available and they might be lovely. It's just what my body is used to. Oh, Thomas again. Thomas Bosch. He says, on my way to the cafe again this morning for a bit of brekkie before I unload a lorry full of beds. Did you see my fry-up? I tagged you in on Twitter a couple of days ago. Have a blinder. Honestly. I'm living in a strange, surreal world, Thomas. A very strange. How many beds today? How many beds or how much breakfast? He goes for everything in the breakfast. I mean, I'm seriously saying to him, are you sure you should be having breakfast? It was like, Dan eating his sort of beef lasagna, which is sort of very nice, I suppose. We might have to get him some proper food, I suppose. Brian says the River Police, Thames Division, part of the Metropolitan Police, not a separate force. Well, I wouldn't be going out there on a boat. Thank you very much indeed. Tossing and turning all over. Oh, no, sicky poos. Thank you. No, thank you. Almost a fifth of people will toast Christmas with a soft drink. Really? That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? You can't have a soft drink at Christmas. I mean, actually, the funny thing is, Christmas, the only time of the year I don't drink. Because I'm generally driving. More than half of parents admit they are competitive at Halloween fancy dress, baking and decorations. I was watching one of those baking programmes the other day, and they were sort of putting together something which needed freezing. Otherwise it all went lopsided and fell apart and all the rest of it. I was sort of mildly mused, mused on whether I liked the programme. I thought it was okay, but it wasn't too exciting. Adele is getting plans to get a uni degree once her Vegas residency is kicked off. Her weekends with Adele gigs start next month. She wants a BA in English Lit, as she regrets missing out on university. So good luck for her there. And the first British cyclist to win a stage of the Tour de France, Brian Robinson, has died at the age of 91. So there you go. Only goes to prove, actually, the fitter you are, the longer you live, which is very good. Pupils should not be stopped from wearing their hair in natural afro styles at school, a watchdog has declared. I think so too. The Equality and Human Rights Commission stressed uniform policies that ban certain hairstyles without exceptions on racial grounds are likely to be unlawful. This includes afros, braids, cornrows, plaits, and head coverings, among other styles. Do you know why people just don't leave it alone?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 6:21 is the time, so it's all gone pear-shaped, hasn't it? This is for Kanye West. He needs help. It has been suggested there are signs of mental illness because everybody has cancelled him. Madame Tussauds removed him from yesterday. In 2018, he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. He claimed this week there was a conspiracy to medicate him. His fashion empire has crumbled. Adidas drop him. After 9 years, fashion house Balenciaga cut ties. Gap and Foot Locker took his trainers off sale. He's said to be worth £344 million, but in fact, a few years ago, he was worth £1.6 billion. Where it's all gone, I have no idea, and I couldn't care less. He has ex-Kim's fashion brand. He gets a 5% stake, but she says hate speech is never okay. His bank have told him to move his cash elsewhere. I've never heard of that before. Never heard of that. That's JP Morgan Chase. His talent agencies, CAA and lawyers have also ditched him. American Vogue said neither the magazine nor the editor-in-chief Anna Wintour intend to work with Kanye West again. The film studio MRC has shelved a documentary on him. His stadium tour is axed. His global music sales are down 17.5%. It's what's commonly known as the absolute destruction of him. You write something anti-Semitic, out. Get rid of. Get rid of. There are calls to take him off Spotify. He was banned from Instagram and Twitter after posting a text exchange. And Polly Hudson says he needs help. He needs help, but I don't think he really cares, actually. He said that George Floyd, murdered by a US policeman, died of an overdose. Then there was a racist group. We saw it on the television, actually. I didn't know what it was. They hung a banner over a motorway going, Kanye is right. Even Trump has reportedly said West needs professional help. When he says that about you, you know you've gone too far. So all collapsing like a pack of cards. Amazing, actually, isn't it? 1 minute up, the next minute so far down, you've kind of sort of given up. Steve, I feel the same about digestive biscuits. Only McVitie's will do it. Yeah, everybody's biscuits taste the same. It's like Bourbons. You know, those sort of biscuits with the cream. See, I like those, and custard creams. And they're really cheap. They're only £1 a packet in Iceland. Do you not like Bourbons? Have you eaten a penguin biscuit? That's a Bourbon biscuit, just covered in chocolate. Well, you're such a snob, aren't you, honestly? The AP, I don't like Bourbons. Like there's something the matter with them. They're just exactly the same as custard creams. It's just that they've got the chocolate sort of filling. Honestly. And yet he'll eat cheap food. What can I do about it? What can I do? You try and help them out, but we can't. Penman investigates. We do like Penman. And he says it's very interesting. He says getting a letter from the taxman saying you're due for a refund should be good news. But any joy is likely to be short-lived if you then discover that a company you've never heard of will be taking a huge slice of the rebate. It's one of these sort of companies. You can read it in the paper. And some lady says, I never ticked anything to give them permission to be my agent. But one bloke, Pauline, says, I was due to get £1,134, and I ended up with £60.80. These are rip-off companies. So be very careful. And they say the letter from HM Revenue and Customs to this lady began with the lovely words, "You've paid too much tax," and said she was in line for a rebate. What followed was not so good. "We will send a cheque to Mortgage Smiths for the amount shown within 14 days. Whoever in God's name they are. What have they got to do with her? Apparently, there are no terms and conditions on its website, although reviews on Trustpilot reveals it takes a 48% cut of refunds. Furious that this company had somehow taken over her tax affairs, she complained, Pauline, to HMRC. "I have never knowingly given them any permission to access my tax account or conduct financial services on my behalf. The signature on the paperwork is definitely not mine." But the response she got from HMRC left her stunned. It insisted the claim form submitted by Mortgage Smiths was valid and told Pauline that the company could only be removed from her account if she could persuade it to voluntarily agree to be taken off. You can imagine, can't you? You can imagine. Only when HMRC receives written confirmation that the above agent agrees to withdraw from this agreement can we remove them, HMRC told her. Pauline says this is extremely unhelpful and unreasonable. So she said the refund's £60.80, but I'm a pensioner. Every penny counts. Much more was at stake for the account manager, Jack Earl, from East Sussex. He said he knew nothing about this lot until he got a letter from HMRC, which said it was being sent to Mortgage Smiths. They don't even know what these companies are. He says we need to expose this horrible company. Apparently getting hold of Mortgage Smiths director, Nasser Mughal, wasn't easy. The company is not at the address it gives on its website at Manor Mills near Leeds city centre. In fact, another company at that address said it was getting around a dozen complaints each day about Mortgage Smiths. So in other words, they're obviously writing to HMRC and just putting people forward and then taking the money back. But very interesting. So anyway, the Mirror found its real address and we asked to speak to Mr. Mughal. A colleague said he wasn't in, even though we could see him playing pool in a communal office. People tell lies. It's like these programmes on the television where they go round there. It was the bailiffs. I used to love those bailiff programmes. They were so good. And they go there and they go, "You owe us this much money." And they go, "Well, no, we haven't got any money." And so they started removing items from the company. This is like this one here. Each client signs electronically, and they're made aware that their signature is used to submit the necessary paperwork to obtain a refund. So anyway, apparently, Pauline and Jack, 2 out of many by the sound of it, have been offered full resolution and claim Jack now apparently does indeed remember electronically signing the paperwork. "Absolutely not," says Jack. "I told them I remember filling out a form to see if I was eligible for a rebate. But, so out of the 1,134, he's going to get £880. Pauline said she'd received a call and would be getting her whole £60.80 out of the goodness of their hearts. Watch these companies. Be very careful of what you sign. Very careful. If it's anything to do with illegality and signing electronically, be very careful because you'll look at it and go, "That's not my signature." Mind you, I remember years ago. Do you remember when you went into a bank, before we had the diddly-dip machines, and you'd produce your chequebook and write cash, and then you'd sign the cheque, and then you'd give them your cheque guarantee card, and they would look at the two together, write your number on the back, and give you the money? Well, I can remember, you don't remember it, but I remember going into Lloyds Bank, actually in Twickenham, years and years ago, and I had to do my signature 3 times. It doesn't look like your signature at all. But the slip on the little strip on the back of the debit card, which it is now, well, you couldn't really put your full signature on it because I do a big S. I'm big S. And it didn't seem to work at all, so they had to do it, a few times, but eventually got through there. But then they said, "Oh, sorry, can you put your name and address on the back of it to stop fraud?" You think, so assuming that you are ripping them off, you're going to put down your real address. So stupid. And it was only £50. Only £50. Nowadays, you can take out, quite a lot of money. And that's how you would take money out before ATMs. You would write in, you'd go to the bank, you'd write out, open up your checkbook, write cash, £40 or £50, check guarantee card, passed it over, they would stamp it, and then they'd give you the money. And that's how it would go. Gavin in Barnsley says, "Do you think you'd know the difference on a blind test of soup?" Probably not. Probably not. They would all just taste the same. Rez says, decided to actually go to work today. It's only been 3 weeks. All this working from home lark has turned me into a loser. Some people like working from home, though. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of those. I can't think of anything worse. Good to know we can still use our non-barcoded stamps for Christmas. Or you can use them up till January. Up till January, I think, we actually discovered. Lots of nice Christmas cards out, says Joanne in Hazelmere. Start rummaging your drawers, 100 days to go. Yeah, you can use them by up to the 31st of January. So you don't have to worry about using anything up before Christmas. 31st of January, and then it's the barcoded ones. But then you can swap them out. And just go to their website. Special stamps with pictures on and Christmas stamps without the barcode will continue to be valid and don't need to be swapped out. So if you've got Christmas stamps, which I have, and which is very nice actually, I quite like them. There's pictures of Father Christmas on there. I'm going to keep them, so I don't have to. I don't send out many Christmas cards. I used to send loads years ago, but I sort of remember thinking, I don't think people really want Christmas cards anymore, do they?
Sal loves camouflage print. She's decorated her entire house with it.
Here, boy.
Even her pug Billy has a camo coat.
Billy.
After she finished her renovation, she transferred her outstanding balances onto her Barclaycard, interest-free. Now she's found a way to pay down her debt. Sadly, she can't find anything else. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Search Barclaycard balance transfers to find out more. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7 is the time. Hitler's plans to invade Britain have now been revealed in a cache of Nazi military documents. What they do is they show seaside towns which would have been key targets of the German army if the RAF had been beaten in the summer of 1940. The north coast of Kent, up to Herne Bay, is identified as the location for the landing. And they had all sorts of places. The power grid at Hams Hall in Birmingham, the beach at Lowestoft, and the canal bridge at King's Langley. All of these were targets, apparently. These documents are going under the hammer today at Mullock's Auctions. Church Stretton, Shropshire, estimate £600. To be honest with you, I think they're worth a lot more than £600. Also, they've got the world's biggest pumpkin, by the look of it. Why do people grow gross vegetables? You can buy oversized vegetables now in seed form, and you grow them, and you too can grow big pumpkins. And this one here, I don't even know what it is, but I mean, it's seriously heavy. I think it's 108. Here we go, 189 stone. It weighs 189 stone, which is quite something. But we seem to have a peculiar fascination with giant vegetables. They have competitions now for giant vegetables. You know, this is a giant carrot. This is what a giant leek looks like. This is giant everything else. If only they made... I'll tell you what I'm looking for, and they've never managed it. They've never managed it. I'm looking for a mango without a stone in it. I'm looking for mango with no stone. I'm not bothered, or cherries with no stones. I'm bored witless with stones in fruit. And I remember going to the Hilton years ago to Trader Vic's, and I had mango. I think it was about for one of the first times, and the bloke carved it at the table, which was really great. He had a knife. He was so fast, and then folded it inside out, and then sliced all the fruit off. It was delicious. Can't have it now. All these things are banned, absolutely banned. Dreadful. Oh, I see Kerry Katona still flogging her book. Apparently harrowing, brutal, honest and uplifting. I don't think so. But I'm sure somebody will buy it somewhere, if only her children, probably, just to find out what's been going on. What else have we got here today? The Times, the small boats. Do you know, I don't know how this works out, but they were talking about these Albanian men who are coming over to this country, 10,000 to the UK. We're spending £7 million a day on housing people who book into these hotels and then abscond and disappear. They wander into the system and stay there forever and a day. They said they will disappear, work illegally in the UK for maybe 6 months, maybe a year, send the money home, and then they go back to Albania. The French have stopped 42% of migrant crossings this year, down from 50%, so they're really working hard, aren't they? They couldn't care less. They just want to get rid of the people. The French have intercepted 28,000 crossings this year, which means that 66,000 have been attempted. And it is amazing. So £7 million a day to house people who sometimes aren't even in these hotels. Of course, the people who've got the hotels seem to be okay, because what they do is, oh, yes, we've definitely got these people. They don't check. They don't check because these people abscond within literally days, sometimes hours. of arriving at the hotel. The hotel just claims the money. So somebody's making a lot of money out of it. I mean, that's £2 million higher than the government said it was spending, and includes £1.2 million to house Afghan refugees who fled the Taliban. I mean, the conditions are said to be terrible at these sites. Migrants are meant to be held at the facility for 24 hours, before being moved to immigration detention centres or asylum accommodation, which is currently hotels. And I've never seen what they look like. I don't know what the conditions are like, but it's costing $7 million a day. Somebody's getting very rich at somebody else's expense. But I'm sure Suella will sort that one out. Nobody's managed to do it up until now, have they? I mean, they really haven't. It's been an absolute... You don't know what they do, I know. We worry about, oh, yes, we'll be sorting out the illegal immigrant problem and finding out this and finding out that, and basically nothing happens. And it's cost us a small fortune. What have we got here? 2 members of the gang, the Rochdale Grooming Gang, they were called. They were grooming young girls in Rochdale for sex, will be deported to Pakistan after losing... Do you know, it's been a 7-year legal battle. These things drag on for ages. This is Adil Khan, 51, and Kari Abdul Rauf, 52, who were convicted of serious sex offences against young girls. They've been told they were to be deported for the public good. One of them, Khan, complained about having no rights in the UK and said he needed to remain here to be a role model for his son and teach him right from wrong. This is a convicted paedophile. Excuse me. I think we'd rather not bother with it. So they're definitely getting rid of them. And there's a few others who were up for getting rid of. Khan was sentenced to 8 years, released on licence. The other one was jailed for 6 years. But then, then they start fighting in the legality system to try and stay here so they can carry on doing what they've been doing for ages. It's appeals. You just put it into the appeal situation. But no, the sooner we get rid of them, the better. More people are planning to reduce their spending on Christmas. Well, you'd never know it. You'd never know it. Seriously, I told you, Saturday I came into town, chock-a-block, people everywhere. I mean, really, it's when you walk down the pavements, and you go, excuse me, sorry. Actually, I've given up saying excuse me and barge into people. Yeah, star coming through. Excuse me, I'm a diabetic, and you just sort of move through it. But it's really busy. And then once they put all the lights on, that's going to bring in even more people. The trains will be even fuller. And it's going to be great. People just go and look at lights like they've never seen lights before. Covent Garden always has a much better tree than the one in Trafalgar Square. I don't know why they don't ask the people in Covent Garden to do the tree in Trafalgar Square. No, it's not been very good. What, the one in Trafalgar Square? No, it's not. It's been a bit sparse. I'm looking for something. It's very sweet of Norway to give us a tree. But, could we have the money? And then we can go and buy one from where Covent Garden, because theirs is very dense and very big. And I'm sure you must better buy big, dense trees. Because I quite like the tradition. Don't you? I mean, I like things like that. So the priests and nuns guilty of using online pornography. How the Pope knows this, I have no idea. No idea. Yeah, you look at the tree and you go, it's a bit sad. It's a bit sad. And they don't do proper lights on it. They just put the lights on at the top and then they drape down either side of the tree. Whereas you need to wind the lights around. I know it's obviously complicated for them so to do, but that's the only way you get the best tree. The lights wind around. Look at them. They had a better tree outside Charing Cross Station. Changed colours, did everything. It was brilliant. Look at and my tree's better than that. Look at the tree. Honestly, it's like a twig in a pot. And they go, oh, it's the Trafalgar Square Christmas tree. And I go, yeah, but they could do better lights. Why don't you call in one of the companies like Noma or Mr. Christmas or something like that to sponsor the lights on it? Get them to do it. So much nicer. So much nicer. There's a lovely vintage fire engine for sale here. It's used in Devon County Fire Service from 1967. It was retired. It's worth £10,000. But I mean, it's a piece of history. Some museum's got to buy it. It's lovely. It's an old fire in white. I thought it would be in red. I don't know why we do red fire engines or whatever colour they're doing at the moment, but it's white. Also, what else we got? Wait a minute. The zoo. How many animals died? Still failing in basic welfare standards. This is the Safari Zoo in Cumbria. Basic standards of animal welfare have been failed. 486 animals have died in this zoo, and they are still operating. I find it unbelievable. Seriously. Absolutely dreadful. Also, a meningitis young lady. Her name is... Well, she's 8 years old. and her name is Harmony Rose Allen from Bath, and she's been fitted with microprocessor knees. And it's amazing. Apparently fire trucks are red, the internet tells us this, because the earliest fire departments were made up of unpaid volunteers. These volunteers didn't have much money, and red was the cheapest colour of paint to use. They painted the fire trucks red. No. I don't believe that. The cheapest colour was red. Don't get that at all. Years ago, though, you needed insurance. And we have it on some houses in Twickenham, down by the Twickenham Museum. They've got plaques on the house. You bought the plaque, and it was a fire plaque. In other words, if you reported a fire and the fire engine came round and you didn't have a plaque, which meant you didn't have insurance, you burnt. Oh, absolutely. There was no pay now, pay later. No, you either had a fire plaque, and if it wasn't up to date, they didn't put the fire out. They would go away again. I don't know whether you paid in. I don't know how it worked, but all I know is you can't do anything like that. The campaign group Just Stop Oil has targeted a luxury car showroom, and there's some people who sprayed paint from fire extinguishers. And here they are. They're a dreary bunch, aren't they? Little bores. But they were arrested after spraying the showroom's windows. And 16 people blocked roads by sitting down with some glued to the surface. So far, since April the 1st, 1,900 arrests, 7 in prison. 7 in prison. It's not enough, is it? And that revolting girl who poured disgusting human waste over Tom's statue just gets a suspended sentence. What a joke. What an absolute joke the court system is in this country. And she was in court at the same time for another offence. Yeah, what are you going to... I mean, put it this way, you can basically do whatever you want in this country now. Out of the 1,900 arrested for the oil and the damage and all the rest of it, the criminal damage, just, what did I say? How many in prison? 7? Absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Do you know we were talking the other day, in fact, we seem to have talked most days about octopus or octopi and things like that. Well, apparently an industrial espionage ring trying to crack the secrets behind bait used in octopus fishing, I didn't even know there was such a thing, has been thwarted by police in Galicia in northwest Spain. Civil guards have arrested 2 suspects alleged to have hidden video cameras inside a factory where the company produce octopus bait. So there's obviously bait that you... I don't know why. These alleged thieves broke into the factory in the fishing village, installed cameras to learn the patented formula. One of the cameras was found by the owner of the company, and police found the second. Isn't it amazing? Apparently one of the men, described as a local with a lengthy criminal record, was caught changing the battery of one of the cameras. Artificial octopus bait is only a decade old, but it has all but replaced offcuts of fish and shellfish. And it's sold all over the world, Spain, France, Portugal and Canada. Because last year the Spaniards ate more than 60 million kilos of octopus. Don't think there were that many octopus around. And the special bait for sort of getting them out, whereas they used to use fish. Now they use this artificial bait. There's obviously a lot of money in it. Obviously a lot of money. I mean, octopuses have got a new agent. Well, they must be. I've never heard of them mentioned so many times. 3 days running. 3 days running. We've been talking about octopuses, mainly because I happened to find this Chinese fish market in wherever it is, I can't remember. And there was a woman who had a stall, and all she sold was octopuses. And they come in and they then get frozen, and then she hangs them up in bags on her stall, and then people come and buy them, as if you were buying fish from your local fishmonger. Similar kind of thing. And they do every kind of fish, including these giant lobsters, which are huge. And crabs, giant crab. They do it in Costco. They sometimes sell Siberian crab claws. They've got a thing which is all ice and everything else, and just the crab claws, not the crab claws. Well, I mean, I don't know how you're supposed to eat these things. I think what you have to do is crack them. Well, there's apparently quite a bit of meat in them, but I just feel a bit sorry for crabs. I don't know why. I've watched all the fishing programmes on the television, and I've sort of thought to myself, I wouldn't want to be out there because it looks blooming dangerous, especially when sometimes these little fishing boats break down, and all of a sudden they can't, or failing that, the line gets snagged and the cage goes back down to the bottom, which means that the crabs are going to die in the middle of this thing anyway, because they can get into the cage, but they can't get out of the cage. And that's why they bring them up and then they put them on the ships, and they're worth a fortune. And they go onto the Bering Straits and they're out there in the snow and the wind. I mean, it's pitch black at night. They're fishing almost 24 hours. Really, really bad. Nigella and her peanut butter pasta. It is the oddest thing. Peanut butter pasta. I don't think you can do peanut butter pasta. I don't know why. I think you can't. But it's sweet and savoury peanut butter pasta. Oh, well, there you go. Britain should brace itself for a chillier autumn than usual. Snow, they say, November. Snow November. Everybody's going, no, definitely not. Forecasters say the mercury could even climb to 70 degrees in the coming days, but then they say there'll be a sudden change in November, which is next week, isn't it? November's next week. Is it? Tuesday. Yeah. Around the middle of next month, more usual wintry conditions will return with colder days, chilly nights and frost in some places. That's out in the countryside. Frost in places, which is not so good, is it? Not so good. Still, Rishi restoring fracking ban as he rows back on the pledges by Truss. And the new PM yesterday stuck up for Suella Braverman and defended reappointing her days after she quit over data breaches. Seriously, I'm not too sure actually how that's going to pan out. Williams says white and 10-man cab, here we go, nearest fire engine to Balmoral Castle, although the estate have their own appliances. And it's white. It's white. Isn't that odd? I haven't seen anything. I thought they were automatically red. But that's quite a nice one, isn't it? I quite like that. Dennis is the company that makes them, isn't it? I believe. As opposed to, we've called our fire engine Dennis, which we haven't. Steve, I've just sent my first-class stamps off for exchange 3 weeks ago, and that's the last I ever saw or heard of them. Presumably somebody's intercepted the letter and nicked them. Fortunately, they were only worth about 10 quid. But it's just annoying. Why? The Royal Mail would simply let us swap them at the post offices. I don't know, says Philip. Yes, I don't know why that is. Steve, fire engines. Do you remember the Green Goddesses? Of course, because when the firemen went on strike years ago, what did we bring out? The Green Goddesses. And they were sort of not brought out of retirement because they were used on all the army bases. Marilyn from Chessington says, I bought tickets for the Circus 1903. It's at the Apollo. Thought we'd take the grandchildren there just before Christmas instead of the usual pantomime. I don't even know what it is. Circus 1903. It sounds fantastic. And that's at the Apollo. Well, I had no idea. Good Lord above. I mean, I have heard that over the years they have done circus on stage, proper circus on stage. This is sort of a circus put together, isn't it? So it's the turn of the century. So you'll get contortionists and elephants from the puppeteers from Warhorse. They're not real elephants, although you will think that they are. You've got people who do all sorts of things. Lovely. The Greatest Showman meets Warhorse. Well, there you go. Different from a pantomime, isn't it? Completely different. People on bicycles. It's a bit Cirque du Soleil. But I love stuff like, well, that looks very good. Runs till the 5th of January. And that's an old trailer for it. So, and where is that being held? You say the Apollo. We think it's the Apollo Eventum, isn't it? Is that the Apollo Eventum? How lovely, yeah. Which is Queen Caroline Street, London, W6. Hammersmith. Tickets from 20. Oh, it's the Hammersmith Odeon, as was, isn't it? I can't keep up with these changes of letters and everything else. Virginia Blackburn's talking today about somebody we were talking about a while ago. This is Sacheen Littlefeather. Now, do you remember Sacheen Littlefeather was the one who turned up to reject Marlon Brando's Oscar at the 1973 Academy Awards. And she was saying, he unfortunately cannot be here and he will not be accepting this award. And so Virginia Blackburn said, it's very interesting. She's just died, age 75, which we covered on the programme. She's now been revealed as half Mexican and half white. They say, with a real name of Marie Louise Cruz, nothing to do with Native Americans at all. It was her sisters who exposed her, by the way, hinting at the level of family dysfunction familiar to the Markles and proof positive that some people think adopting the mantle of victimhood would get you ahead. It's very interesting. Do you remember there was a woman a short while ago in America? She was interviewed all over the place. She was white, but she identified as black. And I remember looking at this thing but I remember this woman in particular because she came on and said that she was Sacheen Littlefeather, but which might have been Littlefeather as well, I don't know, just added to the confusion. And then it turned out she wasn't Native American at all. But I always thought she was an actress, but I had no idea that her name was Marie Louise Cruz. It only goes to prove there are stranger things in heaven and earth, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, everybody. Friday, October the 28th. Yes, we're getting near the end of the month, getting into November with snow, so it'll be Snowvember, which would be quite nice. Welcome to the Friday early breakfast show on LBC with Steve Allen. More people listening than ever before. Thank you very much indeed. We're very grateful, very grateful. It never matters how many it is. It's just more people listening, which always looks very nice, very nice. If you want to stop dementia, a quick crossword is the way forward, apparently. I can't even speak it. It's terrible, isn't it? I've never got into crosswords. I can never do them. They're way beyond me. But as somebody said the other day, who were they talking to? Was it Rob Beckett? He was on this 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown, the most dreary programme on the television. You know why? Not dreary because of the people on it, but it's a case of it starts off with Jimmy Carr, the one with the new hair, the face, this list, everything. And it's a case of they introduce you to all the contestants. Have to wait for the music. So they introduce you to all the contestants. This is so-and-so, so. And then they spend another 10 minutes going through what they're famous for. They do it every time. So, in fact, it's basically a 15-minute programme with a load of old waffle. It's rubbish. They didn't even do Countdown for ages and ages. I was very, very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. And so I was saying, I don't know, I mentioned that, actually. Why did I mention that? I was going, oh, crosswords, that's right. And Rob Beckett said, what's the point? He said, there's a dictionary there. He said, I won't need half of these words in there. So he said, I don't even bother with it. He said, that's why he's no good on the He's just doing it for the money. Taking the money, basically under false pretences, and then false pretense because he said he doesn't like crosswords. He's never liked crosswords. He said half these words I never use because he likes to make out he's like working class. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, because I'm like East End kind of mate. They play up to it, these people, and yet they're minting it like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, take the old money, mateys. He'll do 8 out of 10 Cats. He'll do just about any programme he can get his hands on, but at the same time playing working class. I'm working class, but I'm living in £1.5 million house. Actually, talking of that, you remember James and Ola Jordan? You probably won't. They used to be on the television ages ago. Now they barely make the newspapers. And they sold their house, and they're waiting to move into the new one. I don't know why they can't tie it up properly. Obviously not that bright. And so they go along to rent a property that they've seen and they like, and apparently the person renting it to them was rude. This is Rich from James Jordan. Just check him out on how vulgar and rude and disgusting he is on YouTube on Big Brother when he was on there. What a foul-mouthed old man he was. Small wonder. In fact, even when Kim, the cleaner, she said, and you're not even dancing anymore, she said, because they got rid of you because nobody likes you. It was very bad, very bitchy. It was very bitchy. But anyway, so they didn't get it because this man was so, and he said he was so rude in front of me and Ola and our little girl and all the, oh God, fathers, honestly. But anyway, and then he was going, can somebody put us up for Christmas? This was how desperate for publicity they are. And so he said, we've been inundated with thousands of offers. Yeah, mainly from hospitals, I should imagine. But anyway, of course, everybody's forgetting. He doesn't need to be put up by you. This was a publicity stunt. Do you remember a short while ago? Oh, we've both put on so much weight, we need to lose the weight. None of it's worked. And let me just tell you, he could afford to move into a top-class hotel. They sold their house for $2.5 million. So all this baloney and this balderdash that he gives you is basically him crying wolf, because they're waiting to move into their probably £3.5 million house. But all this, oh, thank you so much for people offering, to put us up. Can you imagine what a ghastly weekend that would be? But anyway, we have to tell you these things. Good news is, did Fergie offer an insight into the royal life on The Crown? What does she know about it? I love the way that they think that the royal family, irrespective of where they come from or whatever, and whether they've moved into the royal family, they spend all their time together. They hardly ever spend any time together. I think, they sort of say, oh, Ferg, the Queen, I was very close. You weren't close to her at all, dear. You really weren't close to her. It's not like you're allowed to pop round and, have a cup. Should we have a cup of tea? Let's have a little chat about life. No, it doesn't work like that. But, of course, she thinks that we're too stupid. But apparently she was trying to get her own book made into a film. I say her own book. It took 2 of them to write it. Somebody else has sort of done that one. Mike Tyndall now starring in another commercial. The Queen will be turning in her grave, I should imagine. He's doing I'm a Celeb. He's doing an advert for pizzas, and he's doing an advert for Amazon Prime as well. Better cash in, pal, while you've got the time. Because, to be honest with you, you've failed at every reality show so far. And I didn't get the waffle yesterday. No, there was a queue. And I thought, I'm not queuing. And today I can't, because I've got to nip home, straight into the car, and then down to my brother's, because we've got to sign this thing for the pension. So I'm hoping, because I got the car washed yesterday. And it might not make any difference to you, but I always feel better when the car has been washed. And I've got this feeling it's going to rain. The producer went, no, it's not going to rain. I went, I have a feeling, I read that there was rain on the way today. But it doesn't matter, because it's Friday. And tomorrow I'm going out for brunch. I haven't had a brunch in ages, so that's quite nice with my friend Rob. And then Sunday I've got breakfast, and then back in again. It's a never-ending circle of life. Poppy for a hero. Poppies are on sale. Please buy a poppy. Please buy a poppy. That's all I can say to you. And the fine for fare dodgers goes up. At the moment it's 20 quid. That's why they couldn't really give a toss. But yesterday at Twickenham station, 3 fare dodgers. 2 young skinny girls, looked like twins to me, and let's just call him a boyfriend who looked a little bit wayward. And then there was another girl with earpieces on, just barged her way through the things. The woman who was working, I think it's a woman, on the actual thing. I don't know what her job is, but she went to this girl. Excuse me, where's your ticket? I thought, hello, this girl had her earphones, so she just carried walking straight on. And the other 2 managed to hoodwink her into letting them through, even though they didn't have tickets, and one had already barged through. And they just went, never mind. And you think to yourself, it's £100 now, the fine. These people need to be caught. Why? See, the trouble is, if you put police there, that's going to put these people off. So what you have to do is have plainclothes police just standing around, and because you could get loads of people. And that's just one station. It's a 5-fold increase. They're being increased because the 20 quid no longer acts as a deterrent. Of course it doesn't. They couldn't give a toss. It's £100, 50 quid if you pay within 21 days. I think prison. What do you reckon? Prison for that one? I think so. 10 years in prison. I tell you what, let's transport them to Australia. There's a good one to go. It's outrageous. Small wonder the fares go up, because they're losing money. They're losing money. But these people have no intention of buying a ticket. They really haven't. I've failed to understand how stupid they are. But all you have to do is follow them to find out where they work, because they're not arriving in Twickenham at that time of the morning to stand around or smoke their drugs. They're not doing that. They're coming in to do a bit of work. So they're either at the college or they're doing something else. They were very lucrative, the college ones, when they had the drug dogs there. Whew, blimey, I tell you, that was non-stop. In the morning. Yeah, in the morning. People who'd actually got drugs on them. And I used to stand there listening. And they go, have you got any drugs on it? No. Yeah, I've got a bit of weed. And these are people going into college. I mean, people whose life is finished. You can't go in and start doing drugs at that time. This is 8 o'clock in the morning. It is amazing. Hope you're well. How much does fare evasion? Oh, I would imagine it's millions. Millions and millions. I don't know. 240 million? 240 million a year. Let's get these people arrested. But the trouble is, you cannot put a little old lady on the ticket barrier when you're dealing with yobs who would think nothing of smashing a bottle over your head, I shouldn't think. They were aggressive. They were aggressive. And I'm thinking to myself, it's about time Twickenham Station pulled its finger out and got on with it and started sorting these people out. It's been going on for years. I told you yesterday, when they were building over at the sorting office, most of the builders were jumping the barriers at Richmond. It was terrible. You could watch it on a daily basis. And obviously the staff are told, don't get involved. These people might have knives. And you think to yourself, no, they need plainclothes police officers, and the woman to go, excuse me, and point to the person, and 2 people outside go, you come here. Put them down in the cells, get them sorted out, find out where they come from, get their credit cards, charge them. I mean, it's so simple to do. I can't understand why we're faffing around. Nice to see that Victoria Beckham's family business is still not doing well. Still owes about £54 million. So it was funny because somebody was saying the other day, but haven't they just paid themselves a dividend? Yeah, on Dave's money, not on her money. She doesn't earn anything. In fact, I don't know why they don't close the shop down. Dave recommended it ages ago. She's not taken the advice. She's still ploughing on with this shop, which is going nowhere. To owe £54 million. And that, by the way, just in case you think these are old figures, that was August this year. That was the latest company accounts that came out, down 54 million. It's not really very successful at all, is it? Mind you, very embarrassing as she tries to flog yet more stuff to us. One of her models is the former girlfriend of Romeo. Yes, Romeo has girlfriends, and but they've already signed her up. That's 2 girls she's fallen out with. She fell out with Nicola Peltz, who was Brooklyn's girlfriend. They don't get on, mainly because she thinks she's clever, but she's not. She's really not very clever. The shop not doing very well. She gets loads of coverage, but it's not flogging stuff. Would you spend £900 on a handbag, ladies? I think not. Go to QVC, get some really lovely-looking handbags for less than half price. Better, just because it's got Victoria Beckham's name on it. No, thank you. That's not exactly selling it, is it? Kevin says, hope you're well with your listening figures. Are there more people overseas and abroad? I don't know. They don't feature. They don't feature my overseas figures. But we've got online numbers, but that's it. He said it was second nature to go online for my LBC fix when I was in America earlier this year. Easy to do, please, for you and your crew. Oh, we appreciate everybody. But in fact, our audience figures in London are up substantially. We're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of new listeners who are now tuning in, which is good. Roger says, at least Twickenham station has a barrier. Some stations don't even have a barrier. Oh, yes, I knew people who would get off at Isleworth station because there's no barriers, no nothing. You just walk straight off the train. But Twickenham, it doesn't stop them. They still are out there, the crooks. The crooks. Barry says, did you see Charles on the repair shop? You're obviously not a regular listener, Barry, are you? We already talked about this before. I referred to my previous programme of 2 days ago. Honestly, why are you so late? Is there something the matter? Your medication or something like that? Is there some reason why you can't keep up to date with the programme? We're here Monday to Friday, 4 till 7. It's not like it's new. So I'm putting you down as not very regular, I think, which I think probably covers it. A rail union chief has had to step down. He's got sex pest claims against him.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Carolyn says, I truly enjoy listening to this wonderful show. What are you listening to? What are you listening to? Sorry, it came in for Darren, actually. Not for me at all. And Ash says, wishing you a bright and cheerful weekend. Yeah, whatever. It's a lovely feeling having a clean car. Even when I was at college 20 years ago, buzzing around in a battered old Ford Cortina when it was clean-ish, I still felt proud of it. It was no Bentley, but it was still mine. There's something nice. The only reason I took mine in to be washed was A, because when it rains, you think it keeps the car clean. Well, of course, it doesn't. Secondly, all the leaves are dropping all over the blooming thing. And thirdly, they stuck to the underneath of the car and on the side vents. So I had to go in there to get them cleaned off. I'm going down to my brother's today. I don't want the people where he works to think his brother's got a tatty old car. So I got it cleaned and all the rest of it. Yeah, it's not going to rain. OK, that's good. Trouble is you go through a puddle and that's up the side of the car. Mind you, it used to be worse when I used to smoke. I used to flick the cigarette ash out of the window. When you get out, it was all down the side of the car. When it was raining, it was horrible. But no, it's okay. It should be quite nice. I quite like the drive down there. And now I've got all these CDs that have arrived. Yay! I'm so cool on the CDs. Very cool. We've got the top 10 Christmas toys to suit the slim budgets. That's basically saying they're for people who can't afford a proper Christmas present. They're in the cheaper department. See, years ago, we didn't have all these posh toys. I was quite happy with a set of coloured pencils. It was as simple as that. Lump of coal, skipping rope. Ball of chalk or something like that. It was great. And now you can buy chalk that you can write all over next door neighbour's garden on their drive, and you just wash it off. It just washes off. My next door neighbours had it. They had young girls, and they were drawing and on the patio and everything else. And the first time I saw it, what are you doing? And you just wash it off. It's the let's get rid of it kind of thing, which I like. I'm very, very into stuff like that. Grace Dent, she's a restaurant critic, has hit out at James Corden saying there's no place for tantrums. No, they're not. There's not any place for tantrums. But you do get to that situation, don't you, where you kind of blow up, which is a bit of a pain. So Sarah Ferguson. Oh, Elton John's done a musical about Tammy Faye Baker, I believe. They say it's a mix of Strictly and Songs of Praise, so they're not fans of it because Elton John normally is very, very successful. He is though launching a Marmite, a limited edition Marmite, Rocket Man in a jar. I've got Steve Allen Marmite. You could send off for it and have your name put on where it said Marmite. You could put Steve on it. Yeah, it's just Marmite, and it just comes with a a label on it that has got your name on it. So they've done that for him. Kanye West given the boot. He goes into Skechers without being announced or anything else, and they get rid of him. He's kicked out the store because he's a nasty little piece of work. Very, very nasty. Very nasty. And he turned up unannounced and uninvited. The firm said it had no intention of working with him. It comes after Adidas cut ties with him over the anti-Semitic remarks he made on social media. He was engaged in unauthorised filming, Skechers said. He arrived at the offices with a party. Do you know, he's more stupid than I thought he was. Nobody likes you, mate. Nobody likes you, OK? Just get the hell out. Don't ever turn up ever again. Footballer Mason Mount. I mean, who seriously could ever be called Mason Mount? I've got no idea. I have no idea what he does. He plays football, apparently. He's only just learnt to use a washing machine. So he's a bit dim, I'm afraid, and that would be an understatement. Mason Tony Mount. Must be a family name. I can't think of anyone who would have been called Mason. It's normally a surname, isn't it? There's a picture of him. The best you can say about him is he's adult enough to grow a little bit of a beard. But he's only 23, so I should imagine he's probably still living with Mumsy and Pop. And he can't use a washing machine. Me, I use washing machines all the time. I can use washing machines. Of course I can. I choose not to. I have service washers. Somebody does all my washing and ironing. And they're called... he's called a dry cleaner, actually, in my case. But, you know, imagine going and telling people, I've only just learnt how to use a washing machine. I mean, I'd keep it quiet if I was you. It makes you look as dim as a plank. Nobody wants to look a bit stupid, do they? Cliff's Christmas gift to the BBC. He's been given a show on over Christmas, and he's got an album out as well, and it will be absolutely brilliant. The full lineup for I'm a Celeb is revealed, and the producer thinks it's okay. I'm sort of thinking it's sort of okay. It's got Boy George. Olivia Attwood's going to be the pain in the rear end, I'm afraid. Mike Tyndall's going to be very irritating. He's not really got a lot to talk about. Every other show he was on before, he was ultimately boring. Chris Moyles will have loads to talk about. Sue Cleaver from Corrie. Although, again, people would say, oh, so what have you just recently filmed? And she won't be able to tell them. Mike Tyndall won't be able to tell you anything about the royal family. They'll ask him about, what do you think about Harry's dreary little book, you know, The Ungrateful Harry. And he won't be allowed to comment on that, so that's a bit pointless. Charlene White is just a newsreader. She reads autocue. And perhaps she's suffering from a dearth of publicity because she's on Loose Women as well. Don't know why she's out there. And who else is out there? There were some other people that they sort of threw into the mix. And I remember thinking, oh, look, and a lovely picture of Wayne Rooney looking well the worse for wear. Big surprise there. Oh, Owen Warner is the Hollyoaks actor who nobody's ever heard of. You know, even if you watched Hollyoaks, you still wouldn't know. Jill Scott, again, you have no idea who Jill Scott is. You just know that she's an England footballer. Babatunde Elishe. Anybody? Nope, nobody. He's apparently a comedian and he's on Gogglebox. Never heard of him. Never heard of him. Scarlett Douglas. Okay, defy anybody to come up with that one. Scarlett Douglas. Who do you think that is? Don't cheat. No, she's one of the many presenters from A Place in the Sun. I mean, God help us. They've scraped a few barrels here. No, exactly. He sits there with his brothers, doesn't he? I believe. Babatunde. But oh, is this a celebrity? Well, again, I wouldn't know who he was. He's known for Celebrity Gogglebox, Jonathan Ross's Comedy Club, and Don't Hate. He's an actor. He's in the stand-up sketch show. Again, not a clue, I'm afraid. Not a clue, but that's the whole idea of it. And they might be putting in Sean... What's his face? You know, Sean Walsh, controversial comedian. There's nothing controversial about him. He's about as boring as anything. That's why you don't see him on the television. Dull. His only claim to fame is he kissed that dancer. And that was it. So he's certainly not controversial. But some have already landed in Australia. Olivia Attwood apparently is going to have to go without sex for 4 weeks, which is lovely, isn't it? But she'll be voted out shortly. And who else? Mike Tyndall, because he's not succeeded in any reality show he's ever done. But he's got the money. And he's going to be doing Amazon Prime, and he's advertising a pizza. How embarrassing for old Uncle Andrew. So what do you think you're doing? We're taking the mickey out you, mate. Have you not realised? You can't be that stupid. It's not that pizza company. It's a different, but it's still pizza. It's pizza. Because Andrew went to have pizza, apparently, so the story went. Although he says he didn't. No, he said he went. Yes, he went. And yet, strangely enough, the staff can't remember him at all. Doesn't feature on CCTV. Nothing at all on the day he said he was there, but, that's the way things go. Richard says, I'm surprised you still listen to CDs. Do you download music? No. What for? I buy CDs. I'm keeping the industry going, single-handedly. Jimmy in Fulham says, I'm 59 and married 23 years. I've never ironed a shirt or used a washing machine. Because you're bone idle, that's why. In fact, married all that time and you've never, ever ironed a shirt. The producer says, I didn't use one till I moved out of home. Yeah, but he's in home. He's been married 23 years. He's 59. And he's never used a thing. You know why? Because he's got the little woman or man who does it for him. But I can imagine if you were at home and then you move into a bedsit and you go, oh, iron. I mean, I can remember years ago when I had a bedsit, years ago, I used to iron on the floor, on a towel. You'd put a towel down on the floor and you'd put the shirt up because I didn't have an iron. Couldn't afford an ironing board. Never got an iron either. Oh, now I know what to buy you for Christmas. Super! An ironing board, and I'll have it delivered to your home. That'll be... You'll like that, actually. You'll be going, Steve, such a useful present. Thank you so much. Steve, how would you get rid of false widow spiders hiding in my car? Get rid of the car. Oh, God, spiders in the car? Are you serious? Get rid of the car. Dear me, we don't things like that. Big Andy says, radio broken in my truck, so got you on app and headphones. Happy days. See, I don't know. What's the law regarding... Are you allowed to use headphones in a car? I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I've seen lots of people do it. Mind you, I see lots of these little pizza boys. Hardly any girls, but the pizza boys out there. And they're always holding their telephone as they're riding along with their L plates on. None of them have passed a test. Highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. So there you go. Roger says, Chelsea player Mason Mount earns £4.6 million a year. He can afford to buy new gear daily, so why wash at all? Well, I don't think he knows about that. I think his mummy probably helps him. He looks a bit drippy. I think it's a case of, I can't do washing, anything like that. I mean, to be honest with you, he should better afford, if I can afford service washers and everything else and get all my stuff washed and ironed, he certainly can on 4.6 million. I don't earn 4.6 million. 4.3. But it doesn't make any difference. Money is immaterial, isn't it? Money, you've either got it or you haven't got it. If you haven't got it, you can't do the things. You just cut your clothing, according to what you're earning and stuff like that. There's certain things. I mean, I put petrol in the other day. I was crying all the way through it, looking at the thing ticking over, thinking, my God, it's up to 90 quid. And it filled it up just filled it up with 90 quid's worth. So that's okay. I could afford to do that. Well, it depends. If I do 2 journeys over the weekend, if I go to my godchildren and my brother, it will have gone. It uses about a quarter of a tank going to my brother and back. Something like that. But it's, just for normal pootling about, it's not too bad at all. But it doesn't matter. And also I have the air conditioning on. Sorry, comfort cooling. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all, because that's what I have to do with my money. I don't smoke. I don't go on expensive holidays. I don't spend my time, buying Balenciaga shirts and sort of, special handmade shoes and stuff like that. I learned to live very well on what I do. It's as simple as that. You've always had to do that. And because your money goes up in increments, you learn, sometimes you think, I've earned a bit extra this month. I'll go and buy so-and-so. I'm not reckless. I'm very good, actually. Very, very good. I think I'm very good. Why do you think I'm reckless? It's an outrageous statement to make. Says a man without an ironing board or an iron. Ridiculous, honestly. I don't have an ironing board or an iron either. So, is it illegal to drive with headphones on? Well, apparently, listen carefully. There is no specific law that prevents you from using headphones, but you could still be penalised if it can be deemed to be distracting. This is because headphones can block out traffic sounds, emergency sirens, level crossing signals, and even noise made by pedestrians or cyclists. So can you be charged for wearing headphones whilst driving? Yes. The police can charge you with driving without due care and attention or careless driving. Careless driving carries an on-the-spot fine of £100 plus 3 penalty points. If your case goes to court, that fine can be increased to £5,000. Add that up to 9 penalty points and even a driving ban. So the answer is don't wear them. Don't wear them, because the police might deem that you could be charged and you haven't got a leg to stand on. So it reduces awareness. Thank you. Jonathan says that. He said it surprises me too. Yeah, me. I was surprised as well. Oh, look, Arthur Scargill. I thought he was dead. I had no idea he was still going. Lives in the Barbican. This is little Arthur Scargill, the militant former NUM leader, once dubbed Old King Cole. No, I never heard him called that. And I lived through the miners' strike. He was a nasty little piece of work. And he was back on the picket line at a coal mining museum. He's in his 80s now, poor old soul. And it's a bit emotional, wrote one. They said Arthur Scargill's on our picket line talking to ex-miners. Yeah, they didn't kind of win, did they, really? And a voice said, "Hello, it's Arthur Scargill. I used to be the president of the NUM." And this bloke at the museum said, I know who Arthur Scargill is. Anyway, long and short of it is he's joining us on the picket line. He just looks as though he's a bit gaga now. He just looks as though he was that firebrand. He loved it. It was always said, when they say he was called Old King Cole, I thought he was called the man with the shredded wheat on his head, because he had that carefully combed hair. So he's a bit of an old dinosaur, actually. Bit of an old dinosaur. Jonathan says, I bought a body warmer with electric warming. It's great. Small 5-volt battery, can wear under your coat. Don't think I've ever seen a 5-volt battery. Never heard of a 5-volt battery. And I do keep lots of batteries in stock. You never know. Oh, there you go. Oh, it's a lithium. It's a lithium battery. That's why I've never heard of it. But, I don't. I've got those rechargeable batteries. I thought they were rubbish. I never bother with rechargeable batteries. I'd rather sort of waste my money on Duracell, mainly because that bunny goes on forever and a day. Here's a story of a driver who's upset people. It's not too difficult to do nowadays. But this one has needled residents by using a loophole to leave his car in the same spot on their street for 2 years. This particular spot, it's an H-Reg Nissan Figaro in Adams Road in Portsmouth. It's in front of an out-of-use dropped curb, where residents are told the street's 2-hour parking limit and permit holder scheme does not apply. When the car needs an MOT, the owner holds the space with another car and just moves one in and one out again. Anyway, Louise Purcell says parking here is difficult, so it's very frustrating. But the good news is, for the owner of this Nissan Figaro, the council are to alter the curb and issue fines if the car stays there. Ha, 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 ha. Delighted to tell you about that one. Learner drivers are quitting in droves, apparently, after suffering a string of road rage abuses. Good Lord above, honestly. Never even heard of such a thing. But so they start learning to drive, and it's very expensive. It was cheap when I did it. I had a woman teaching me to drive, 2.6 an hour when I learnt to drive. I failed first time, passed on second time. But it was a woman teaching me, so we spent a lot of time doing makeup, and my insistence. And so it's only second time I passed. But it was okay. I was quite happy. My mother was on the phone to somebody in the family, and I went in, and she said, "Stephen's just come back." She said, "Did you pass?" And I sort of shook my head. She went, "Oh, he didn't pass." I went, "Ta-da!" How much is a 2-hour driving lesson? I don't know, £15? £50? Good Lord. 2-hour driving lesson. Because what used to happen is you do your driving lesson, then they would have somewhere else to go on to. This is all pre-mobile phones, so I don't know how they did it. And so you would then drive the car to the next person who was learning to drive. You would then hop out, get in the back, and they would then get in the front, and then we'd kangaroo down the road. Yeah, that's how it was. You drive to the next place. It was, and then they would sort of basically drive you home, and then you'd get out, and then same would happen if they had another booking after that. But I'm sure it was about £10, £11 how I afforded it. I've got no idea. Only earned £5.19 and sixpence a week. Nearly £6, which I thought was a lot of money. Plans for a robotic pizza vending machine on a seafront have been binned over obesity fears. Portsmouth Council wanted to site it outside a D-Day Story War museum, which has thousands of visitors. Apparently, pizzas cooked by this machine are £8.95, which is, you can make a pizza for £1, as you all know. Doctors and health officials objected. Southampton GP Dr. Karen Malone said it would increase the epidemic of obesity and poor metabolic health. Yeah, like all those other pizza places around Portsmouth don't, dear. I mean, honestly, talk about hypocrites. A miners' social club used in the 2000 film Billy Elliot has sold for £152,000, which was double the asking price in County Durham. So used in Billy Elliot. I don't remember which scene that was. Great, I love Billy Elliot. I loved it. It was just great. Jamie Bell, yeah. But except for the end bit where he's now dancing on stage, and all of a sudden a different dancer turns up. Jamie Bell had sort of disappeared, and they go, oh, I think that's right. They actually sort of interview him, and they go, oh, your father's in, and he's getting ready to be the Swan, and it finishes on the Ride a White Swan by T-Rex, and his father's sitting in the thing because his father was dead against him dancing. It's a real classic story of it's a bit poovy to dance and things like that, and yet his father went to the theatre and got so excited, and he was sitting there, and the tears, in his eyes. And Jamie Bell was fabulous, absolutely blooming fabulous. And if you ever went to see the stage show, you would be absolutely blown away by how good it was. But the one thing you can do, you can buy the live show. It's on DVD, and it's fantastic. They did it in front of a live audience, and it was beamed to all the cinemas around the country. So you could book into a cinema and go and watch the cast and crew doing Billy Elliot. It was fantastic. The songs were great. Everything about it was just fantastic. And then at the end, they bring on all the Billies. They're all coming on. There's about 40 or 50 of them, all with Billy written on the front of their T-shirts. And some of them are sort of getting on a little, because the show ran for quite a few years. And some of them were very young, but they all tap danced and everything. It was just sensational. It's not still on. It was at the Victoria Palace. I loved it. I went to see it on numerous occasions. We thought it was great. The one thing I got over was the shock of hearing little children swear. But they have to teach them, listen, you're going to learn a bad word, but then you mustn't use this word ever again. Like, that's going to happen. And he does this dance in front of his dad, and his dad turns around and goes, go home, Billy, go home. It's a great film. Great film. Great show. Great show. You should get it out. If you order it today on Amazon, I promise you'll not be disappointed. You'll have tears rolling down your face at when you see the miners and what they went through. Not helped by Arthur Scargill, I don't think. But yeah, that was my humble opinion. Yeah, have you not got it? You must get it. You must get it. It's so good. And at the very end, I'm not going to tell you the very end of it, but the kids are great. Because one of the kids is gay and he's only young and he likes dressing up in dresses. It's got something for everybody. But the miners are great, and the dancing with the electricity. And then at one point they bring on, it's an early guy who's played Billy, and they do this ballet. And they're dancing together. They're mimicking the dancing. It's like mirror dancing. And then he clips him on the back to a harness. And as he's going round, he then swings him round and he takes off up to the ceiling of the stage. It's a beautiful thing to watch. And then he comes back down again and they swing him. It really is absolutely brilliant. I recommend loads of films because I get to see loads of films. When I saw this one, because we went to see, there was about 8 of us went to see the live version, and we loved it. And I bought it for my friend Jordan because it was just so good. You know, these kids, they work so hard at the end, and then they all come on and do their dancing, and then all the Billies appear, and it's just brilliant. Blue are baffled. They're still being played in different countries. They've just come back from Oslo, apparently, where they're playing their old hits. Yes, I'm quite baffled by it as well, actually. I went to see them once, but as you know, I had a bit of a disaster with alcohol. And unfortunately, I went to see them because Dale knows Blue, or did know Blue, and I just fell down between the seats and was wedged. I couldn't get back out again. I got stuck there, and Dale was going, get up, get up. I was going, I can't, I'm stuck. And of course, when you're stuck, about a good half an hour. Yeah, it was right at the opening of the show, and the VIP seats, or the seats for their family, were on the side of the arena, and the lights went down before they started, and the noise, it was like a jet aircraft taking off. It was amazing, but I was wedged between the seats because I'd had a few large bevies, and I just couldn't stop laughing. Dale's sort of sitting there, so he's sitting by himself. Yeah, he's not with me. Do not be embarrassed. What else we got? Oh, the PC who quit. Police constable after sending a race rant in a gaff. In fact, there's 2 police officers. There's one here, a poster girl for the police force, phoned up and did a sickie. Then it turned out she got into a fight at the races and it was captured on television. So she's out. And the PC who quit, he was in front of his television. He was on, obviously, some sort of chat thing or something. And he was doing racist comments, watching it. And unfortunately, it was all being transmitted. So he's gone as well. Small wonder there's hardly any police officers around. They're all racist out there, being caught out or failing that, getting involved in fights. And these are police officers. Honestly, I do like police interceptors, but there is a limit.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Locked into the spike is Waj, which is good. And Nick says, I'm younger than you by maybe 8 years, and I remember paying £6.50 for driving lessons. I can't remember what mine was. I don't remember booking it, or I can't remember anything. I remember going out in the car, and I can remember my driving instructor was a woman, and that's all I can remember. But I failed first time, and then immediately you put in for it. Nowadays, you need to put in months in advance because they get so busy. It was dual control. You don't get that on an awful lot of cars. It was dual control. So if I tried to jump over... The other day, somebody nearly got killed in Twickenham High Street because this woman driving a car went straight over red lights, and they'd been red for about 2 seconds. Hopefully the police will catch her. I passed on the number. Did you say, says Ross, that they can make a pizza for £1? Yeah. Yes. In fact, we actually did it because it was done on the television, and they showed you how they do it. It's all portioned out. They work it out. They can do an 18-inch pizza for £1.50. So it only goes to prove how much. That's why there's so many pizza shops. Put it this way, it's not proper cheese on there. Most of the meat is processed. The markup is about 900%. We had the breakdown, and we did all the pizzas. So, and people are saying, but wait a minute, I pay 20 quid and I get a free bottle of Coke and a Viennetta or something. They go, yeah, because the pizza's cheap to make. If you go into a pizza restaurant and you sit down and eat, they make them... Listen, some of the big ones will make them for cheaper than £1. It's all bought in. It's just dough, cheese and tomato with a few tiny smidgens of meat. If you have, pineapple. I mean, pineapple's cheap. And they worked out per portion. It's all done in portion sizes. So, yep, crazy prices. But a Domino's is about 20 quid if you buy it, and you get this sort of the giant 18-inch pizza. And they seem to pretend that they're doing you a favour. They're not. Now, of course, I shan't be using Domino's because I can't be. Because they're paying Mike Tyndall a load of money to advertise them. And I'm not a big fan of Mike Tyndall, so there you go. Steve, I thought it would have been more expensive when you learnt to drive. Kevin the milkman. Have you heard this? He says you not only had to pay, not only for the driving instructor, but also the man with the red flag. He says, I know, back on the naughty step for 10 minutes. Do you know, yesterday we never got our ice cream. Ian said, oh, yes, the ice cream, we'll have it. We never got it. Unless it was delivered and somebody else ate it, like pigeons or something. But we didn't see hide nor hair of it. Very disappointed. So, yeah, definitely on the naughty step, Kev. Definitely. Can you imagine? They used to have somebody who, when they put escalators in, used to travel on the escalator going up and down to tell people it's quite safe. You can go up and down on the escalator. Yeah. In Victorian times, it was very difficult. Stephen Kent says Jamie Bell, I think, will be the new Bond. He's very good. He's ever so nice. He'd be very good. But he was very good in Billy Elliot. The producer's now been sort of instructed. He's bought it. He's actually spent the money. I mean, reckless or what. But he said it's not going to happen. But he would say that because they don't say anything. I think he'd be excellent. Excellent as James Bond. And let's starting the rumour, shall we? Jamie. I think it'd be a brilliant idea. He does look the part. Good-looking boy. Very good-looking boy. So Prince William will not travel to watch England play in the World Cup. I bet Harry's spitting blood. I want to go and watch football. I used to get free tickets. Yeah, well, bog off, mate, because you're not getting them now. Bog off. Buy one, get one free. Apparently, sources close to the future king blamed a busy diary. Yeah, a busy diary sitting in front of the television, eating a bourbon biscuit, I should imagine. But so William's not going to go. He had been expected, because he's the FA president. But a busy diary. Not that they've only just decided to do this, so we know there are porky pies ahead. Oh, Kylie Minogue is promising a new sound after working on her latest album for months. Riveting. I'm sorry, I really can't get excited over things like that. Harry's been branded pathetic after calling his tell-all memoir Spare. He wouldn't have called it that. The publishers would have put that name out there to say, can we call you this? And they've done a picture of him all airbrushed and everything else. They've sort of given him hair in this, which is peculiar because we know it's falling out by the day. And now he can't go. It goes a bit blurry on the top. And it's also being translated. It costs £28, this book. Pfft, I can stick that. 28 quid. Yeah. It's going to be translated into 16 languages. Why would anybody care? Why would anybody care? 28 quid. You're having some sort of laugh, aren't you? Goodness gracious me. I don't think so. A British kayaker who capsized in the English Channel survived 12 days eating seaweed and crabs. I don't know how that works, actually. He set off on a planned trip from Dover to France. Spotted nearly 2 weeks later. He was wearing just a pair of swimming trunks and waving like a madman. Not surprised, eating crabs. What do you mean eating crabs? They don't float around on the top of the ocean, crabs. They're way down on the ocean floor. They say he was suffering from severe hypothermia, and he said it was a miracle he survived, and He said they offered him a Snickers chocolate bar and the man told them of his ordeal. I don't believe he was eating seaweed at all. I really don't believe it. I mean, how many times do you look at the ocean and see seaweed floating about on the top? Not very often, but certainly not crabs. They're on the ocean floor. They have to put cages down to catch them. You don't just see a crab. Oh, look, there's a crab. Just pick that up and eat it. What a load of old codswallop, honestly. People come up with it all. So here's old Wayne Rooney out with the old wife, Colleen. Yes. They're out there getting a bit boozed up. And then Colleen smashed a plate. I think it was a Greek restaurant. All a bit meze for him. A little bit meze. Plus. What else have we got? Oh, Ali Ross talking about television. There you go. The Chases, Bradley Walsh. Which monarch had Mary Queen of Scots imprisoned in 1568? Sarah. Elizabeth II? Seriously. Ridiculous. Ranveer Singh. Ostriches are native to which continent? Daniel. Alaska? I mean, seriously. Tipping point, Ben Shepherd, and the programme would not be complete without a tipping point question. Which planet in our solar system featured in the stage name of the former lead singer of Queen? Bex. Mars? Mercury, yeah. I know. She obviously thought he was called Mars. Some dumb people. Yeah, dumb people. Also, Channel 4's 40th anniversary revival of Friday Night Live was the birthday party that turned into a funeral. And yeah, I like Ben Elton. They were all there. Harry Enfield, Julian Clary, and Joe Brand. And then Jordan stripped off. I don't know which Jordan. I know somebody called Jordan. I don't think they'd be stripping off. People do things like that, don't they? Very interesting. And what have we got? Strictly's grovelling tribute to the BBC turned out to be its worst idea in its entire history. Channel 4's made in the 80s, attempting to reinvent the Greenham Common women and some of the Soviet Union's other useful idiots as the heroes of the decade. Vile Friday Night Live snob Julian Clary, labouring under the terrible misapprehension he's more talented than Stephen Mulhern. I love Ali Ross, he's so great. And Louis Theroux morphing into Ali G as he tried to crawl his way into Stormzy's affections. For real? And not one of Mock the Week's last ever panel supplying the correct response to, if the answer is 17 years, what's the question? How long has Mock the Week outstayed its welcome? I like things like that. I do like that show. I know. I do like that show. We get very few shows. I've watched a few live from the Apollos, which are okay. But, once you've seen somebody's act, you've seen their act, which is, which is fine. This is okay. But some of the other shows on there, they've got one with one half of Mel and Sue, Mel Giedroyc. What it is, I've got no idea. Garbage. It's some programme where they're sitting on chairs and it all looks like they've had a few sherbets. And it's just, I don't know what it is. It's just rubbish. It's a gross insult to people's intelligence. I don't know why. Perhaps they go, oh, this is unforgivable. Have you seen it? Don't bother. Don't bother. It is terrible. The nation's favourite comic. I don't know who that is, but we've ended up with Mel Giedroyc. And celebrities compete to convince Mel Giedroyc and her assistant, Lou Sanders, they're the most unforgivable person in the room. It's just garbage. It seriously is. It's embarrassing with a load of people you've never heard of. And I don't even understand what the premise is for it. So I'm terribly sorry. Terribly sorry, but not for me. Paul says, I've got that Friday feeling. Oh, thank Friday. Thank Friday. Last day of work for a lovely weekend, for I travel for work next week. Hope you have a great day. Thank you for making these early mornings bearable. I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing it for me. I'm doing it for me. That's what I'm doing it for, to make mornings bearable. Only because I don't really bother with mornings, and I wake up early anyway, so it doesn't make any difference to me. On my third driving lesson, says Sidcup Julie, I opened the car door and walked off. I had a horrible driving instructor, so I walked off and left the car on the road. I felt good. Oh, my God. Can't do things like that. Well, the woman I had overrid me when I was going to jump traffic lights, and she stalled the car. She pushed the thing. So I passed second time, didn't pass first time. No danger of that one. I also reversed around a corner and nearly took out a post box, so that didn't help, did it? And then they said, how do you turn right on a motorway? So I said, look in the mirror, indicate. They went, no, you can't turn right on a motorway, can you? You can only turn left. So, again, another failure. So thank you, Johnny, very much indeed. We'll come back to more of your texts and emails after the news.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Elon Musk has bought Twitter for billions. I don't know how. I mean, you have to explain to me, how does he make his money then on Twitter? Does it have adverts that run on Twitter? Oh, does it? Oh, right, that's why. I've never noticed. But it's a £44 billion takeover. But they've faffed him backwards and forwards. They made a big deal about this. I don't know why. Rich man buys company. I don't quite see it as being anything else than that. But the first move was to fire the social media company's top leadership, which he accused of misleading him over the number of spam accounts on the platform. So that's lovely, isn't it? When you're that rich, you can go, do you know, I'm buying the company and I'm getting rid of you. That would be great. And apparently, it's been claimed that Agrawal and Siegel, this is the chief financial officer and the legal affairs and policy chief, were in Twitter's San Francisco headquarters when the deal closed. They were escorted out of the building. They don't mess around, do they? That's what happens when you're very rich. So, Musk has sacked them. So, that's the way it goes. Whether they're entitled to redundancy, you probably couldn't care less. Yeah, they'll probably get a payout. But at the same time, you imagine the power. I remember saying to David Lidderman used to be head of ITV years ago, and they were in one of the buildings that we were in, and I did an hour interview with him, finding out exactly what his job was as head of ITV. And I remember I did ask him the question. I said, if you turn on your television and you watch a programme, I said, and you don't like them, do you have the power to have that programme removed? He said, yes. Really? And I thought, wow, to have that power that you can watch somebody on the television and you don't like them or you don't want to see them on your television ever again, you just go, get rid. It's the only way to do it, because otherwise every time you see that person, it's going to drive you crackers. You're going to be sitting there. I remember at one time they didn't want anybody on certain programmes who'd been on a reality show, because they're basically, they don't have any talent. They're just either getting boobies out or they're claiming they're in relationships, or they're just vile and revolting. And so they said, no, we don't want reality shows. In fact, there were certain London clubs that didn't want them in either. They thought they would cheapen the clientele, which, of course, they're absolutely right. They would. You see some of these people who trot into the London club. We see it all round here. You can put loads of makeup on, but you can't polish as you know. And then they're walking down there. They can't walk in their heels. They get drunk. That makes it even worse. It's dangerous. So they had a big purge on no reality people on the television. I mean, you won't see Gemma Collins on anything. They don't, the nearest you probably get is if she brings out something like new hair colouring or something, and she goes on to Loose Women or This Morning, but they certainly wouldn't put them on anything else. There's nothing, they're not going to put them on panel shows, because they've got nothing to say. You suddenly realise how dim they were when they put Lydia Dim on that Mastermind programme. She didn't know the answer to anything. I mean, she really was stupid. I mean, she should be saying live on television, I'm really sorry, I'm too stupid for this programme. I mean, her score was so low, it was embarrassing. And you think, oh, my goodness me. I was watching the other day. It was an old... my television, I think, must be... Because it's old, I think it's only picking up old programmes. Because I got an old Towie where Lydia Dim was sleeping with Arge again, which was the most on-off relationship. And then it wasn't sure if he was going to be sleeping with Gemma Collins. And the whole thing just degenerated into tackiness, I'm afraid. Steve, in the mid-'80s, says Johnny, I paid £7 a lesson. This is for driving. That was in Sutton, Mitcham, part of South London. I know Sutton very well. He says, I did pass after 6 lessons. £42. Woo. And Shane says, I think I paid for driving lessons in the late 70s. $15 and the instructor was smoking a pipe. Oh, yeah, I mean, everybody smoked. Everybody smoked. Vivian says, I'm 75, Steve. My driving lessons and 2 tests were £1 each. I passed second time in 1968. I thought that was good, actually, passing second time. I don't have a problem with that at all. And Jerry says, morning, Steve. Been an instructor for 41 years in Cambridge. We charge between £37 and £40 an hour. Like you, am worth it. About to get up and pick a pupil up at 6 a.m. for a 7:13 a.m. test. That's where... you get out the car, they drive to the test centre, and you're saying, listen, the one advice I was always given when taking my driving test is when you look in the mirror, knock it out of kilter a bit, so they have to see that you can use the mirror. If you just glance at it, they can't see that. So I was always told, knock it out a little bit, Jerry, and that way they will know that you know how to use the mirror. But then they sort of, off you go, and the driving instructor's miserable as sin, very miserable. Normally, let's get in the car. I like to get in the car. I like to start the car up. Put your seatbelt on. Okay. And when you finished kangarooing down the drive, would eventually go off. And then you sort of off you set. And then the actual driving instructor has to wait till you come back. And then you go, I didn't pass. And you go, oh, so sorry. Ha, 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 ha. I put the tree up last week, says Mike, and the needles are falling. I've heard that hairspray works. No, and it doesn't work. And unfortunately, you will end up with a twig in a pot. You know why? Because it's a living plant. As I just said to the producer, he said, how long should they last, if the needles are falling? I said, well, it's like taking a bunch of flowers, sticking them in a vase with no water. How long are they going to live? A week. You have to put water into a receptacle to prepare the tree. I mean, check the needles are firmly attached and springy. If the needles feel dry and brittle, it's going to drop them, and you're going to lose them within a matter of a week and a bit. Wherever you buy your trees, look on the ground where they're all lined up. If there's loads of needles on the ground, get another one. Seriously, it's as simple as that, because it means that tree will drop its needles. You have to also, trim the stump. And it prevents water being lost, but it also stops the tree taking up more water. And you can buy a stand for your tree, which you fill up with water. It will drink at least a litre a day of water. At least, yeah, it's a tree. What do you think it's existing on? Air? No, you have to keep it away from the heat. If you've got central heating and your tree's in there, it'll dry the tree out, and you'll move it a little bit, and all of a sudden, they'll just descend. The best thing to do, if you've got the facility, is to have a window, and you can put the tree outside. So get some outdoor lights, and then you can see the tree, and the colder it is, the longer it will last. We used to have trees. Chris, my neighbour, used to bring home a tree from the market, and we'd put it up in between the two places we had, and then we could both get the full advantage of it without any needle drop. So much better. But if you've got central heating, it'll go straight away. Steve, the M8 in Glasgow has a right-hand exit. Don't start. No, you have to go off left to go right. I'm not buying into it. Roger says, I failed my first driving test being overtaken by one of those old three-wheeler milk floats. Could it have been Kevin? There is a distinct possibility. It could have been Kevin. You never know. And Mike says, you have an hour's lesson before your test. Well, believe it or not, my wife was having hers, and she lost control and went into a privet hedge, which stopped her ending up in the front garden of the house. She was, of course, shaken, But the instructor persuaded her to go ahead with the test, and she actually passed. I had to go round and push the hedge back into place for the elderly lady whose hedge it was, and she was chuffed when I told her my wife had passed. Yeah, and then she hit you over the head. I mean, even once you've made a mistake and failed, you still have to finish the test. Oh, yeah. Well, because it's only at the end of the test that they tell you, I'm sorry to tell you that on this occasion you failed. And the whole idea is now, if you're a young person, they don't want you passing. They don't want you passing your test. Most young people end up losing their licenses within a very short space of time because they only have to get 6 penalty points on your license before they take you off the road. They don't want you on there. Steve, I am a driving examiner conducting 7 tests a day. Yesterday I had one of the worst candidates on test in 6 years, running red lights and stopping at green lights, to name just a few. I stopped the test halfway through and walked back to the test centre. Who did? Was it Bob Newhart who did the driving instructor? It was a comedy monologue about the driving instructor. Bob Newhart, I'm pretty certain. It's an American. And, if ever you get the chance to hear it. It's very, very funny. It's a man, it's just very funny. Very funny. There you go, the driving instructor. And it's there's a lyric. I don't know, it was a song, actually. Oh, no. The driving instructor was a piece, a comedy. It's on an album, actually. And if you find it, Dean Martin and Bob Newhart on the driving instructor, he actually plays the part of a woman. And the driving instructor is going a bit mad, I'm afraid. Little bit mad, because this woman is completely mad. Steve, Twitter does not have the mass appeal that people might think. It's TikTok and Instagram that are the moneymakers, said Sid. Well, listen, he's splashed out 44 billion. He obviously thinks it's going to be worth money, or he's got nothing to do with his money this year. It's an awful lot of money, isn't it? He invented PayPal. He's not stupid. He's still got a bit of money left, hasn't he? Has he got a bit of money left? Can we phone him? We have the numbers of the rich and the powerful. That's why this programme's got an increase of an audience, I'm telling you, because we know people. Yeah, Elon in America. Hi, Elon. Steve. Alan. London. Hello? That's how good it is. D-Day veteran Bernard Morgan, 98. Receives a poppy from a girl of 6 at the launch of this year's Royal British Legion appeal. Bless him. Do you know the memories he's got? And 2,000 veterans secured total of £10 million debt relief. And over bills, 20% rise in requests from veterans. And there they all are pictured. And they've got 40,000 collectors nationwide. If you see somebody, buy a poppy. I always buy one. And I always give a tenner. I always give a tenner. I don't know why. I can't think of any other reason apart from the fact that they always say, for all our todays, they gave their yesterdays and things like that. And I always became greatly affected by that, thinking that, if it hadn't been for these people who went before, who gave their lives, I wouldn't be sitting here now. And there's not many better causes. And they make them in Richmond. They make the poppies in Richmond at the Richmond Poppy Factory, which is on the way to Petersham. It's on the left-hand side, and it's got a poppy factory. They make all the different poppies for the royal family and everything else. And so, you should give whatever you can afford to give. These people, there's not many of the early ones left. Do I wear it? No, I always wear it. I always get the metal badge. I always ask for the metal badge. And you have to buy a new one. It's no good using last year's. You have to buy the new ones. But whatever it is, it's money that goes to such a good cause. And because of what they gave, that's why I give. And it's always at Waterloo Station, because they've always got the army out. They've got all the boys out there in their uniforms, and they're sort of selling poppies and all the rest of it. But I like to pick the ladies or the elderly gentlemen. I don't know why. I just feel you should do that. I just feel because they've got those memories, and if it can raise a bit of money or a lot of money, it's like make some noise. For the good it does, people should give as much as possible, and luckily you have. And this year you've given a record amount of money. So I always pick out the old ladies or the old gentlemen, because they're always quite surprised. I think they're expecting people to drop sort of pennies and things like that in the tin, and I'm sort of folding up the note to push in there. And they always say, "Thank you very much indeed." I will say, "You're welcome." God knows you're so welcome.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 19 minutes past 5. The only reason we give you a time check is in case you've sort of got to rush off and catch a bus but do take the radio with you or your telephone. And if you don't have LBC on your telephone, then here is the simple advice as to how to get hold of it. You just go to our website, which is lbc.co.uk, and you download the Global Player app. It doesn't cost you anything, and it will take a very, very short space. You don't have to sit there waiting while, grains of sand drop into your phone or something like that. And once you've downloaded it, you get LBC, the radio station, on there. So you just push that, and you can listen all around the world. You get all the LBC shows, all of the podcasts, and all of Global's other radio stations, also on the same app. And it costs you nothing. So that means that you can download podcasts before you go away. If you wanted to sort of podcast all of the In Conversations or something like that, that's easy to do, and it doesn't cost anything, and you get to keep it. You get to keep it, which I think is a brilliant idea. So lbc.co.uk, download the Global Player app, and then you can go berserk. And there's thousands on there, thousands of podcasts just on the LBC bit. Just on the LBC bit. I think it goes back about 6 years. But of course, as each day goes by, more podcasts are added, which means that some at the other end of the scale drop off. It's like a conveyor belt. So download as many as possible. And that'll keep you going on your holidays and everything. And you'll very much enjoy it. Do you remember the series Driving School, says Ash? Yes. If you want to see a dodgy driver, check the wonderful Maureen out in her poor husband's larder. I believe she ended up having a top 10 hit on the back of her bad driving, and that was the origins of reality TV. Oh, no, reality TV, Ash, has been around for ages. Ages and ages, without realising that they were reality TV programmes. But, the Driving School with Maureen, terrible. We had all sorts of ghastly people on the television. I can remember one. And I can't remember what it was. It was something to do with benefits or something, filthy rich on benefits or whatever it was. All these different programmes. And then these people became, for a brief nanosecond, minor celebrities. And then occasionally they pop back up again, which is a little bit embarrassing. There was a rather ghastly Welsh version of a reality show, like to rival Geordie Shore, where the language was just absolutely disgusting. It was people who couldn't string two words together. It's like watching Nicola McLean on Big Brother. Every other filthy word under the sun. Absolutely disgusting. In fact, at one point, somebody said to her, and I think it might have been John McCririck, "Can't you moderate your language?" Which sent her off on another effing and blinding thing. Whatever happened to her? Steve, I always buy a poppy, but it's harder to find someone selling them in London each year. Oh, no, you'll find them everywhere. You find them in supermarkets. Yeah, Thursday is the big day. Poppy Day. Thursday, 3rd of November. And you can volunteer to collect donations in return for poppy merchandise. They're looking for people in Bristol, Leeds, Manchester, Birmingham and Cardiff. And just go to London Poppy Day at britishlegion.org.uk. You'll never remember that. But just type in on Google and you will find it immediately. You'll find it immediately. And you will see at all the stations, all over the place, you will see people, they're offering different ways of donating, including contactless terminal. I mean, it's moved on a base. I just thought cash. But no, buskers have little machines now and people selling the big issue and stuff like that. That's how good it is and how clever it is. But you must give. But as I say, I like to give at the station, and I always like to pick some of the elderly ladies and gentlemen in their uniforms and things like that. It's great to see the armies out and the RAF and everybody else all out there. But at the major railway station, you'll see loads of them. They look absolutely immaculate. Absolutely immaculate. You won't find anybody, even at this early hour of the morning. I bet they managed to get their potato waffles. I don't want to make a big deal about it, as you know. Thank God you don't have to drive here in Boston, Massachusetts. In addition, try being the daughter of a driving instructor for a high school. I couldn't fail and I didn't, but boy was I scared, says Monica. That Bob Newhart bit is funny. Yeah, Bob Newhart, the driving instructor, worth getting. Alistair, the cab driver, says the M8 in Glasgow definitely has right-hand exit from lane 3. Okay, whatever. I'm going to make a big deal. You want to fight? I can start. Don't start me. I know people. This morning's Alison Hammond on Tots, Trophies and TV Feuds. And she's with Dermot. She said, I love the fact that people think me and Dermot have got beef. I don't even know what that means. I think it means like something going on. It's hilarious. Honestly, I can't tell you how much I love that man. Yeah, it wasn't like that at the beginning, though. It wasn't. It takes ages to learn to work with somebody. It really does. It's not easy at all. Chemistry is not automatic. People think it is, but it works exactly the same way on the radio. They're a lot better than they were. I just wish he'd try and learn to be a presenter, as opposed to, you could have given a script to a 3-year-old, because that's what they're doing. So while she's talking to somebody, he's sort of looking down at the question. I mean, I thought he'd switched off and gone to sleep. I thought it was a bit like watching Eamon Holmes, when, you know, they used to sort of plough on together, and then Eamon Holmes would be sitting there. You think, is he asleep? He's still not back at work. He's not well. He's not well. He had this operation on his back, I believe, a short while ago, and I don't think he's there yet. Sarah and Mouse, the greyhound in Bromley, have been to Petersham Nurseries. I've not. I tell you for why. It's very difficult to get into, because you drive into Petersham and the road is narrow, and they have double-decker buses that go round the corner. It's, you know, houses and all this, and it's a little alleyway that leads to Petersham Nurseries. So you've got to make sure there's no traffic in anywhere direction near to you, and then you can drive it. But I mean, it's so narrow, the alley, to get to the nursery. I think my car would be scratched, so I'm not risking it. It's a big car, you see. So that's why I have not been. But, of course, there's houses both sides, and it's just a narrow alley that goes down between them. Tracy and Anthony on the Wirral. Woo! Sitting in Manchester Airport drinking Prosecco. Oh, God, you've not started on that, have you? Not already. We've listened to your witty banter for a few years. We're off to join a cruise. Blimey. Well, it's a very good time to have a cruise, actually. So are you flying out to America to join? Because a lot of the cruises go out of Florida and things like that. It depends where you get. But fancy drinking Prosecco. You'll be asleep. Actually, that's not a bad thing. To have a few bevies and then climb on the plane, and then you're out for the count. And then when you arrive, you're all fresh, or as near as you can be. And then you get on the cruise ship, and then it takes you off to wherever you're going to. So, have I ever been drunk on a plane? No. No. I go to sleep on planes. It's too expensive to get drunk on a plane. The only thing I've had a vodka and tomato juice. That's the only thing I've ever had. And I've only ever had a couple of those. And with ice. It's got to be with ice. I'll only have it with ice. And I go for a packet of salted peanuts. And then I just literally want to close my eyes and curl up. Quite happy, actually. Christine, how are you? Greetings from Ireland, she says. I learned how to drive when I was living in Belgium, on the wrong side of the road. I had to take driving lessons and 12 hours of verbal lessons from a private teacher in his home. His favourite saying was saying loudly, "Pay attention." When I eventually took the test, I was so nervous I had 3 men in the car with me, my driving instructor, a translator and the examiner. I think I left my fingerprints on the steering wheel. I passed. Of course you did, Christine. Of course you passed. How wonderful. How wonderful. Robin in West Sussex. First reality show was Castaway. They sent loads of people to Benbecula, a small island off the Scottish coast. Well, I remember the one that, what was on? Ben Fogle. Yeah, was that that one? No, I don't think he went to Benbecula. I don't think he was on Benbecula. It's in the Outer Hebrides. But Castaway, reality show. See, Ben Fogle, Danny Wallace, Julia Bradbury. And that was the one. That's right, it was Tarransay. It was Tarransay. Launched the television career of Ben Fogle. But according to the Radio Times, the show is probably remembered for little else. I couldn't tell anything about it, but it was Tarransay. And, of course, Ben Fogle didn't need to worry because his dad's Bruce Fogle, the vet. Very famous. And his mother was even more famous. His mother was in Tommy Steele's film, Half a Sixpence. Half a sixpence is better than half a penny. Oh, yes. We remember these things. At stupid times, we remember these things. Giant pumpkin thieves tried to steal a mum's mammoth vegetable before she managed to scare them off in her dressing gown. Katie Latimer rushed to save the 80-kilogram whopper after spotting 2 men on her driveway as she got ready for bed. They were hauling the pumpkin to a pickup truck. Well, who has pickup trucks, ladies and gentlemen? Ridiculous. Anyway, she said, I was stop stealing my stuff. She said the giant gourd, which is almost 2 feet tall, is the biggest she's ever grown, and thieves struck at her roadside flower store were detected by doorbell camera. Oh, they'll find them. They'll find them. So she's now put it back in the garden, said, we've only managed to move it once using a tow rope, so to steal it is no mean feat. What sort of person wants to thieve that? Disgusting people. Peasants, ladies and gentlemen. Peasants who steal. There's a motorway calendar. a motorway calendar out. You might like it. It's enough to drive you to distraction. It features 12 desperately dull images along the M40.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
They include unremarkable road signs, pylons and a water tower, bridge, factories and a fence with graffiti. The landmarks of the M40 was dreamed up by a media firm as they commuted from the capital to Stoke-on-Trent while setting up a new office. Sad, sad people. I mean, I've seen boring things before, but that takes a little bit of biscuit, I think. A little bit of biscuit.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Hope we find you well. Looking forward to the weekend. We've gone crackers for Halloween. Every newspaper, there's pictures of people and Holly Willoughby, and she's wearing, and probably Philip Schofield will be wearing Halloween makeup, or just makeup. And, everybody's gone for it. Everywhere you go, there's sort of racks of clothes for kids to put on. Even Costco's got loads of racks of things so that the kids can get involved with it. Whereas I was never really that bothered about it years and years ago. Never did trick or treat. I never dressed up, no. I mean, apart from my usual clothing on a daily basis. But no, I've never dressed up or done anything like that, or put a blood capsule in my mouth and let the blood dribble down, or have a dagger through my head or something. I've never done anything like that. I've been listening to LBC for years, Steve, on my radio. Now I can get the app on my television, thanks to Global Player, says Sandra. There you go. And Steve, my Airwick air freshener has just run out. I need to get a new refill. What's your favourite room fragrance? You're not for this programme, Andrew. You're BBC Local Radio. OK? That's what you need to do. You need to contact them, and they'll also tell you your favourite biscuit and your favourite smell. OK? That's the place for you. It's not. This station is not for you, I'm afraid. Absolutely not. OK, so bye. See ya. Wouldn't want to be you. I can't believe it. Somebody actually asked you about favourite room fragrance. What planet are you from, matey? Yeah, I don't have one. Everything's vanilla. Everything's vanilla. Bit like Andrew. Andrew's very vanilla, I suspect. I suspect he's probably sitting there sort of climbing up the walls at the moment, wondering why he's got nobody phoning him. Apart from maybe an ambulance or something like that. Honestly, we don't do local radio stuff, mate. We're national station. I have to explain this to you, which is very good. A woman has a phobia of Scottish accents, which causes her to feel sick and experience heart palpitations. Kirsty Baker can't handle the sound and has even turned down dates because of her irrational fear. Comes from Hampshire. Why would she have a date? Does it have a name? I don't know, actually. But it began when she was 10 at a boat show with her parents, when a man on stilts, sporting a traditional Scottish tam o' shanter and a red wig, approached her. She said the man started speaking in a thick accent, and the way he looked and sounded terrified me. It's like clowns, isn't it? People get scared of clowns. But the phobia affects her dating life as she avoids men whose online profiles say they live in Scotland. Well, that doesn't mean they speak with a Scottish accent. There's loads of people in London who've got a Scottish accent. She says, I've definitely missed out on some good-looking guys, and she now can't watch David Tennant after finding out he's a Scot. I think you need to get medical help, love. There's something the matter with you. What's your favourite smell? Try that one. Let's put you in contact with Andrew. He's obviously in desperate need of finding somebody. She says, because he had an English accent in Doctor Who, I didn't realise he was Scottish till a few years ago. I've never watched Braveheart either. As for visiting Scotland, she said, that'd be my worst nightmare. Yeah, whatever. Where do these people come from? Slightly. I'm a bit like that, yeah. Well, I'm not. I love the Scottish accent. I don't do it, but it just sort of wanders off, actually, all by itself. Scariest movie ever by British viewers as voted. It would be The Shining. What's that? Oh, is that the one with Jack Nicholson in? I've never seen it. Yeah, The Exorcist. As the head twiddle round the bell. What the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen. Yeah, it was like that other one, wasn't it? Hello, Clary. This bloke who had this sort of mask on and everything else. Do you know there really was somebody who wore a mask like that in a British prison? He was put in all his furniture. I think it was in Broadmoor, is all cardboard, so he can't do himself any damage. And I think he wears one of these masks as well. And he's isolated from everybody else. So it's obviously quite an acceptable kind of condition that people have. But I didn't find. I can't remember what that film was called. What was it called with Anthony Hopkins? No, it wasn't Halloween. No. It's where he was in a thing and he ate flesh. And he had the mask on. Don't you remember? Where we are. No, it was Anthony Hopkins. Hello, Clary. Silence of the Lambs. Biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen in my entire life. I went up with my friend, Chris Jarvis, and we went up to Ken High Street to watch it. I didn't get it at all. I thought it was funny. I didn't realise. And then, of course, he vanished. He disappeared. And I remember thinking, yeah, lovely. Dame Prue Leith has addressed criticism of Great British Bake Off's Mexican-themed week. Did you ever get this? I don't remember seeing it. But anyway, she said there was absolutely no intention to offend. The Channel 4 series was accused by some of cultural appropriation after an episode featuring challenges inspired by the food of the country. What's the matter with that? What, you're not allowed to do somebody else's food or something? Anyway, Dame Prue said there would have been absolutely no intention to offend. She also confirmed that she and Paul Hollywood set the challenges. Noel Fielding and Matt Lucas introduced the episode in sombreros and ponchos. What's the matter with that? Are you telling me that, people you can't do... Oh, for goodness sake, these people are too pathetic for words. Really. Absolutely ridiculous. Tonight, 113 million for the Euro Millions winner. That would change your life, wouldn't it, for Christmas? That means you could have a tree, and Christmas dinner and everything else without having to worry about the blooming bills coming in. That's what everybody's worried about at the moment, isn't it? How big are the bills going to be? I spoke to the man who runs the car wash. He owns the car wash, which I take my car to. And I said, how much are yours? And he said 4 times. 4 times what it was normally. He's just a household. And I remember thinking, oh, my God, perhaps mine will be like that. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I'm trying not to think about it. There's no point thinking about that. You just worry yourself, wouldn't you? Not very good indeed. What else we got? Vladimir Putin says the age of Western domination is over. What planet are you on, sweet cheeks? Honestly, what is the matter with you? Western domination. Oh, this is why you're being like this. Oh, that's the explanation. Oh, that's fine. You think it's domination. It isn't. It isn't. Steve, on my way to take an HGV driving test. So you could take my mind off it. But Tommy Darby says, I don't want to fail. Oh, you won't. HGVs are the easiest. Seriously, it's all just get in there. Do not go in there and start speaking in a posh accent. Okay, you don't want to go in and go, this is a very big lorry, isn't it? You just basically want to go, all right, mate, how are we doing here? And that's nice. And Andy in Cape Verde, normally a place called Malden Rushet. He says, listening to you from Cape Verde, he said, we missed your witty banter in the morning because we popped over here for our honeymoon. Sadly, because of the time difference, it meant we missed the show, although the alcohol is probably more to blame than the time difference. This morning we've joined you courtesy of our little boy. Not married, Sybil, not married. Otto, who spent 2 hours screaming the hotel down because he's teething. Oh, the worst. The worst. He's now more comfortable and back asleep. We're hoping we're not lynched at breakfast by all the other residents. But you've got to... Oh, little cutie. That's teething is a nightmare, isn't it? Because you don't know. They just go... scream the place down. But you're right, probably booze helps. I was always told a little bit of night nurse in the final feed. They sleep through everything. I used to... It was an old gag that was used by, I think, was it the Two Ronnies or somebody like that? Silence of the Lamb it was. And Steve, thank you for correcting me, says Robin. Tarransay, that was it. I couldn't remember. A very old friend went on the show, paid her mortgage for a year. Not bad. She became my mad friend in the wood when she bought a small farm holding and opened up kennels there. Oh, how lovely. I like kennels. Don't know why, I just do. Alex says most poppies... Kennels, yeah. What's the matter with that? Like it? What's the matter with not liking kennels? I'll have you put in one bit later on, yeah. Most poppies are not made in Richmond anymore, mass-produced in a factory in Kent. Some of the wreaths are still made there. Oh, it's very busy, the poppy factory. Very busy. Silence of the Lambs, and her name was Clarice. I just thought it was rubbish. Rich says, I did my driving lessons about 30 years ago and cost 10 quid an hour. The Hood thing was the instructor would fall asleep, so I would drive around for nearly 2 hours. I just didn't get that at all. Brian in Thailand says, my local pretend English pub here in Bangkok sells poppies at the moment. That's nice, isn't it? I love all these little sort of enclaves of sort of a local pretend English pub. It was always said that Tom Jones had one in Los Angeles. He'd built a pub in one of his outbuildings or something, and his mates used to go around there and have drinks, because Tom likes a bevy. And I don't know whether he still does. I think as you get a bit older, people don't do as much boozing, actually. How old is Tom Jones? He's about 87? 82. 80. Oh, sorry, Tom. I've aged him. It was a little bit rude, wasn't it? A little bit rude. I can't help it. You know, I'm not supposed to know everybody's age. It's only my own I can remember at the moment. But I quite fancy the idea. My friend Graham goes to probably pubs in Thailand as well. He lives over there. He used to live over here, and then his parents became ill, so they went into a home which cost like 2 arms and 2 legs. These old people's homes cost a fortune, and his father died, and then his mother went into a home, and then she died. And I think it was almost a blessed relief, because it was costing so much money. You know, and you don't really get a lot apart from the food and all the other bits and pieces. Jerry Lee Lewis has been declared alive after the claims he died. My friend Gary Hales had said he'd done sort of an RIP thing on him. And so I mentioned it to my producer. I said, can you check on Jerry Lee Lewis? Because sometimes people say, so-and-so's died, and you check and they discover they haven't. But he isn't dead after all. He's still going. He's 87. His angry agent blasted the news as whatever. And apparently somebody said we were operating off a tip-off. Well, you know, you have to check these things. You can't just make things up. It's like us sort of announcing, so-and-so's died, and people go, no, they haven't. And you go, somebody wrote in and told us. I can't bear people who don't check all their facts. You know, you have to check all your facts, and then you know what's going on.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have you company. 11 minutes to 6 is the time. Daniel Radcliffe strapping on an accordion. He's playing Weird Al Yankovic. The actor plays the wacky comedy songwriter in the biopic Weird, the Al Yankovic story released next week. Radcliffe says he learned to enjoy Weird Al's music through his longtime girlfriend, Erin Dark. So there you go, which is lovely. And a football club has invented a jersey. It's not in this country, it's in Argentina, with a removable flap so people can breastfeed. I mean, I don't know why somebody's not thought of it before, actually, but, you know. Steve, I'm with you on Silence of the Lambs. I couldn't take it very seriously myself. A much more menacing movie was Manhunter with Brian Cox as Lecter, says Kim. And Dean says, I was talking about Jerry Lee Lewis last week. I Googled him and was amazed he was still alive. He is. And Elizabeth says, my first driving lesson was along Oxford Street. Very scary. The instructor said it was because I would never get out of second gear. Thank you, Elizabeth, in North London. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the thing you've got to watch in Oxford Street is people crossing the road. They don't seem to know where the traffic's coming from. The amount of times you beep, beep. Oh, I did mine down in Berkshire. I can't remember where we went. It was obviously a route that they all took, because you'd always see cars parked up all over the place with the L plates on. A Royal Navy officer in all the papers today, and he's been awarded £46,000. £46,000 after he was forced to come out as gay. He successfully argued the Navy had breached the Equality Act over its housing policy. Single men were offered one type of accommodation, whilst married couples were offered 2. He applied for housing in Bristol and said, I found the whole experience stressful, draining, and a distraction from just being able to lead a normal life. It makes me feel as I'm subhuman and not worthy. I mean, it's only a blooming flat, love. Get over yourself. Goodness sake. I mean, you can be gay and married. What, married to another same-sex person? Well, of course you can, yeah. Yeah. But when he says here, it made me feel subhuman, it was, oh, goodness sake. I mean, honestly, we're a bit drippy, aren't we? So anyway, listen, he's got his payout. He'll be very happy with it. But it's a case of, you know, I found the whole experience stressful, draining, and a distraction from just being able to lead a normal life. I hope to God we never go to war, love. I hope to God. It's like me and McDonald's. You know, should you be checking, love, to see how many potato waffles we've got? That was great. Good story, actually. Robert Webb has joined the cast of Death in Paradise, which is interesting. And Lenny Henry's been honoured with a Lifetime Achievement Gong at the Ethnicity Awards. Other winners include Alison Hammond and Strictly dancer Johannes Radib. So, people got awards. I'll tell you, we love award ceremonies in this country. We can't get enough of them, can we? And Cliff making his comeback. He's going to be performing a string of festive hits. It's called Cliff at Christmas, and you're going to get it on BBC Two, which is lovely. What else have we got? I don't want to see how many cooking programmes have we got at the moment. We seem to have loads of the blooming things. Absolutely chock-a-block. And have you been buying all of the beauty boxes that they sell in a lot of the big shops now? It's the advent calendar, but when you pull the drawers out, there's full-size products in there. And I think the best one, I think it was Liberty. It's worth over £1,000, but you pay about £250. It looks really lovely. Really, really lovely. And they were doing a whole section of them on the television. Fortnum & Mason have got a wooden house advent calendar, which is £145. Look at it. I mean, it's really good. Liberty's is £245, and I think it's got everything. I mean, to me, it looks most tremendous value. I think it's over £1,000 worth of product in there. It looks really, really, really nice. And they all do them. You can find them all over the place. The bigger the company, the better the advent calendar. But there's just everything in there that you'll ever need. No, some of them are full-size, bottles and jars and stuff like that. Wait a minute, go down a little bit. Wait a minute, here we go. I'm trying to find out how much they're worth. On one of them, there you go, it's worth £1,065. And you pay £250. It's got 30 products. It's very good value. I mean, you won't need half of them, but I mean, even so, what you can do is sort of buy it, and then you could sort of take them out and put them into individual little bags and split them out for people, which I think is a lovely idea. A bad idea is to defraud vulnerable clients. And there is a man in the paper today. His name's Craig Henderson. Craig Henderson is a door-to-door fish salesman. He's just been jailed for more than 5 years for ripping people off, one of whom was 105. Craig netted over £250,000 in 3.5 years. He intimidated his mostly elderly customers into buying cheap frozen fish, which he was passing off as fresh, at 3 times the retail price on average. Some 110 victims from across the UK gave statements against him. A retired nurse handed over £150 for 14 pieces of fish. She said, "I'm now suspicious of people. We were perfect targets." So it's 5 years and 7 months this whole fraud gets, because he was passing it off to people going, "You don't need to go out shopping. I can bring the fish to your door. But there's 14 pieces of fish here for £150. He was ripping people off. I mean, 5 years, I think that's actually quite high. Seems quite high, but there again, I'd have probably given him 10. Because people don't know. People don't get life. Send him off to Australia again, I think. Steve, I'm trying to send a photo through of my lovely new mug that my friend brought me with your face on it, but it won't go through. Email steve@lbc.co.uk. steve@lbc.co.uk. Looking forward to dunking my custard creams in it. Thank you for a great week show. I haven't got these mugs. I think that it's some private enterprise that's going with them. I'm pretty certain. Certainly nothing to do with me. Carol says, Steve, Jerry Lewis is the only one alive from the inaugural class of 86 who were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Everly Brothers were among the 11 performers inducted. The Everly Brothers. Well, they were the ones who did Dream, 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 Dream. I think they turned up, I'm pretty certain, because they were among the first with James Brown, Little Richard, Buddy Holly, Chuck Berry, Elvis Presley, Sam Cooke, Another Saturday Night, and loads of other people. They're all dead, aren't they? Apart from him. Yes, Chuck Berry died a while ago. Buddy Holly, of course, in the plane crash. Elvis Presley. Fats Domino, I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. James Brown, I remember seeing the picture of his funeral. So Jerry Lee Lewis is alive. Little Richard has gone as well, has he? He's another one. Lucille. I actually think he was really bizarre. And I'm pretty certain, yeah, he died 2020 in Tullahoma, Tennessee. All these different places. He was very strange. He used to wear all this makeup and his wigs and all the rest of it. He turned up in a Columbo. Little Richard was in a Columbo. It was really good. I love all these. You remember these stupid things, don't you? And Columbo in The Murder of a Rock Star. And he goes into this nightclub, and Little Richard is playing the piano. It must have been something, I mean, you don't see people like that anymore, do you really? But Carol says, yes, the Everly Brothers were among the 11 performers in... Are they both dead, the Everly Brothers? Are they both dead? I don't know. Because they turned up at a Simon and Garfunkel concert in Madison Square Garden, which is a venue and a half. And I thought they were great. Let's have a quick look. Song, no. Oh, yeah, wait. There you go. Down. Yeah, I think Don died in 21 and Phil died in 2014. Oh, a lot of difference, wasn't there? But I think I interviewed one of them. I think I did, and I can't remember. I know that one of our stations under the Global umbrella, Gold, said, we've got one of the Everly Brothers coming in. Would you like to interview them? I said, absolutely. Absolutely. Or was it somebody else? I don't know. The Walker Brothers. That could have been the Righteous Brothers. Talking about my baby, little Latin loopaloo. So thank you very much indeed for those. No place for tantrums in the restaurant. A food critic, Grace Dent, has hit out, saying there's no place. The MasterChef regular waded in after the actor, this is James Corden, was banned from Balthazar after what he called a rude comment to his server. I mean, he's not banned anymore. It was only just sort of, we're banning you, and then he phoned up and apologised. And I think he's going to go back there and apologise in person. So I'm tempted to say something a bit rude, actually, but I've decided not to. First peek at the recamped I'm a Celebrity camp deep in the Aussie jungle. Oh, by the way, for those people who wrote the other day going, of course, if you come out, you can go into the Versace hotel and stay there. No, they're not using the Versace anymore. They found another hotel. And so they're not using the Versace, which is quite interesting because they've used it for so many years. They've obviously decided that they can get a better deal using another hotel. So they'll all be shoved in this other place as they come out. It looks a bit like a Wild West set, but it is a set. So now they're constantly looking at ways to refresh the show. They're checking into the JW Marriott Gold Coast Resort. Rooms start at £256. But as I say, you watch how rough poor old Olivia Atwood's going to be looking after about day 2. I mean, it's all fake hair and lots of makeup, whereas Chris and all the other people are just going to look as normal as they do all the time. She just looks a bit sort of over-made up. What else we got? Desperate students at a top university are queuing overnight to find accommodation for next year. I feel so sorry for students. They have to do all of this kind of thing and then sort of get cheap bar food and everything else and all that drink they can get through. And Mel B has joined Gogglebox to pay tribute to her big, strong, beautiful dad who loved telly and loved a laugh. And she appears to be doing it with Ruby Wax. This is just for one night only, which is about all we can probably bear, I should imagine. News at 6, here it comes.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Coming up 4 minutes past 6, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Although we never eat. Well, we did eat every so often, but not at the moment. We've got a rogue metal detectorist. I've never heard of one before. This one stole a £5 million hoard and gambled it all away. So he's got... I mean, to be honest with you, I've never heard of this sort of thing before. This is a warehouseman who's spoken for the first time about how he failed to declare the coins and jewellery that had been buried for over 1,100 years. He admitted he had wanted to become rich and get the payout, only for his greed to end in his downfall. Images showed him and fellow detectorist Leighton Davis holding the treasure, which provided the evidence that jailed them. They may have been up to 300 coins worth up to £5.5 million buried at this farm in Herefordshire from 2015. Only 31 coins and some of the jewellery were recovered. He claimed he'd only found 51 coins and sold the unrecovered 20 for just £10,000. They didn't believe him. And by law, treasure has got to be declared. And if it's later sold, the money is split 50-50 between the finder and the landowner. Whether he had permission to use metal detectors on this land, I have no idea. But the hoard included a dragon's head arm bracelet, at least one silver ingot, a small crystal rock pendant from the 5th or 6th century, and a 9th century gold ring. Among the silver coins, the extremely rare 2 emperors depicting King Alfred of Wessex and Ceolwulf II of Mercia, which revealed how the 2 kingdoms were coming together in the early stage of the formation of England. The conservative estimate valuation of the find is 2.7 million. And the recovered items are now on display at Hereford Museum Resource and Learning Centre. How lovely. But anyway, he says the judge, Cartwright, is due to hand down his ruling next month when the men could receive further jail terms. Because you can't thieve these things. But, I mean, he's obviously a bit stupid, isn't he? Because what these people do is they sort of say, oh, look, let's take a picture of it. So they take a picture of it, and it's like drug dealers. You know, you get a drug dealer, and there's a picture of them holding all these £50 notes, and you think, are you really dumb? And the answer is, yes, they are really dumb. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? Oh, it's quite nice, a little bit scary. This is from Keren in Norway. I'm busy making Christmas gnomes for our local Christmas fair. Each one is handmade from polymer clay and sheep's wool for hair. Handmade glass-eyed. Takes me about 12 hours to make, and they cost £90 to £120 each. They're lovely. Let's have a look at that face. Look at that. They're like this couple in Covent Garden in the market who make these beautiful little mannequins. Old ladies, old gentlemen, all sorts of things. I can't think of the name. So annoying. Because they're beautifully made. As I say, I bought one. I mean, I should really give it to my brother, actually, because I've still got it in the box. Because it's really lovely. Really, really lovely. And you're going to find it, yeah. These, I don't know what you would call them. Dolls, handmade dolls, Covent Garden Market. Try that. Doesn't help, does it? But you sort of go round the houses on these things. And when you see them, and everybody goes past their stall and looks at them, because they're lovely. They just sold one the other day, which was £500. And their average of their couples together, or ladies sitting there with little glasses of sherry and things like that, they're sort of, you know, they're very nice. Somebody will know what they are because somebody will have bought these. Because I've said on the programme before now, but I'm blowed if I can remember. It's so annoying, isn't it? Steve, I'm going to live in Costa Rica. Can I still listen to the show? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. 7 hours behind our time, so you'd have to start the show at 9 p.m. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm more than happy to do separate shows. Also, happy birthday to my son, Arun, whose birth you announced on your show 15 years ago today. So happy birthday, Arun. So 15 years ago. Takes me back. Sarah's had a mug made of me. Yes. Oh, my Lord. Well, how does that work? My image is on a mug. Actually, it's a good picture, isn't it? Oh, it's got Steve Allen Mudd. So how do you get that done? I don't understand how you get that done. Yeah. I'd keep it quiet, actually, because I don't own the copyright to that picture. I think Global own the copyright to it. That's why we don't sell mugs. I'm pretty certain. It's a nice picture, though. I quite like it, actually. I'm better looking than I thought I was. Mind you. Yeah, it's a very old picture, says the producer, who's very bitter. A very bitter person. Who won't be buying a poppy, probably. Mike in Kings Langley says, I was in Burger King yesterday, Whopper and fries, and the lady who served me looked like Liz Truss. Could it have been her? Highly likely. I don't know what else she's going to be doing. And Deborah says, just checked Amazon. They're doing badges, pins, with a link to RBL, Royal British Legion. Yeah, be very careful, because sometimes people sell things and they say the money goes to, you know, poppy appeals. If you want to buy direct from the Royal British Legion, I'm very dubious of anybody selling these things and they're not affiliated to them. So just be a little bit careful. We've had that before. Mandy in Leeds says, I was on the tube the other day and a man got on and sat opposite, took 2 hard-boiled eggs out of his pocket, peeled them, ate them, and then left the shells on the seat. All I could think of was, I wonder what Steve Allen would say to that. I nearly took a picture of somebody the other day who put his feet up on the seat. Another peasant. You know, these people, they walk through puddles and bird poo and all the rest of it. And then they have their audacity to put their feet up on the seat. It really annoys me. They really are dreadful, dreadful people. Steve, Elon Musk may be the world's richest man, but his grammar needs correcting. He states the bird is freed. Surely there should be the bird is free or the bird has been freed. Well, I think, when you've got as much as he says, the bird is freed. I mean, he is quite right. The bird is free would be better. But listen, he's just paid $44 billion for Twitter. He can say what the heck he likes. It makes no difference. I don't think anybody's going to start saying, because put it this way, through his intelligence, he's made this much money. So I don't think it really matters whether the bird is free, freed, or under the wheels of a car. I don't think it makes any difference at all. Steve, so love the memories you evoke. I got Phil Everly's autograph in 1960, says Linda in Crawley. All the big stars came to Manchester when I was a girl. They did. Listen, these stars are still around. I mean, obviously not them, but I mean, there's loads of people. You should always get autographs. Something to look back on and go, oh, I remember that and this day. I get, people do selfies now. That's the big thing, isn't it? You get a selfie taken with. I mean, I've got none with the producer, basically, because it could be a court case. So I've decided not to bother, really. But you don't do that. And shoppers could face a shortage of baked beans on supermarket shelves as the Ukraine war continues. Apparently, big brand Branston says it's struggling with supplies of the key ingredient maize starch as the ongoing conflict hits the grain market. Well, that's all right, because I don't eat Branston baked beans, so I couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference to me. The prices of Branston baked beans have recently been hiked, with a tin, increasing by 27% from 55 pence to 70. It doesn't bother me. I don't eat them. I just eat Heinz. They're obviously getting them. Well, I don't know. They haven't mentioned Heinz. They've just served Branston. I thought they just did pickle. Apparently, the Liverpool-based food company. Oh, Liverpool, you see, as well. I don't eat anything from Liverpool. I don't understand the accent. They said they were looking at alternative options and engaging with direct suppliers. Well, hello, do you like me? I'm from Liverpool. I represent Branston. I mean, I don't mind their pickles and stuff like that, but I don't do their baked beans. Don't do the baked beans at all. I don't even do Heinz beans that often, but they're actually quite cheap. Sorry? Potato, yeah. I mean, I do them occasionally, but not as often as you would think I do. I mean, I might have them for tea tonight. I don't know. I'll wait and see how I feel. Yeah, if I can afford it. If I can afford it. I got a bit carried away yesterday. I went to an online shop and I bought something that, with hindsight, I probably wouldn't have bought. But I thought to myself, treat yourself. I haven't treated myself to anything for ages. So I bought this item. That's all I'm going to tell you about. It's an item, but it costs a lot of money, like a lot of money. And I remember, I thought about it this morning, and I remember thinking, that was a lot of money. And now they've sent me the confirmation. Thank you so much, Steve, for, it'll be dispatched with you very shortly. But it's like a serious amount of money. I'm very coy about it, yes, but it's a serious amount of money. And I've decided, you remember I told you we went, me and Corey, on Saturday, we went to have lunch, and we went to the British Transport Museum in Covent Garden, which I love. To go to the shop is great. And I was a member years ago and went in there, and it's got tube trains and all sorts of things. No, it's not free to get in. It's free to go into the shop, but if you want to go to the museum, you pay for it. But well worth it. Well worth it. Horse-drawn carriages and all sorts of things in there. And the trains, full-size trains, it's well worth going to. But anyway, they had Paddington Bear on sale, because the answer is everybody's got Paddington Bear. But these were really cute. And he's in Wellingtons, red wellies and all the rest of it. And I bought one for Corey and I bought one for me. And then I looked at it this morning thinking, my brother is the biggest Paddington fan that I know, so I'm going to give it to him. He doesn't know this yet. Well, he probably will. He's probably listening to the programme. But so that's the... And also some candles. I bought some lovely candles on Amazon. And they were bigger than I thought. And so I've got 2 big candles for him. They come with lids, but they look very classy. And also I've got tea lights. I bought 144 tea lights, all in different scents, different smells, vanilla and different things like that. I'm thinking he can have these as well. So I'm basically having a clear out, which is quite nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently there's a lady here, and she's an assisted dying campaigner. Her name's Dawn Voice Cooper, and she's told the Mirror of her wish for Brits to be allowed to die with dignity at home, which is nice. Oh, look. Oh, Kel Surprise, salted caramel. Ian, did he tell us he was going to be doing that today? Oh, bless his heart. We love a surprise. We love a surprise, Ian. Thank you very much. How exciting. Look at this. Oh, perfect. Actually, perfect timing. You know why? Because we're going into a break.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Nice to be company. Ian has provided the entertainment for us this morning because we've now got our salted caramel Haagen-Dazs. In fact, not only have we got salted caramel, but we were able to give Connor on the breakfast show this morning one, and he would have practically have bitten our hand off to get hold of it. Normally it would go to Henry, but Henry is currently on his holidays, and I suspect that it would have melted by the time we got round to it. But it's absolutely delicious, and Connor eats ice cream any time of the day or night, which is lovely. So that's very good. From Paula, who says, you helped me make it to Friday by making my mornings giggly and smiley. Oh, well, that's all right. That sounds like the name of two cats, doesn't it? Giggly and Smiley. Not that I think cats can smile, but anyway, Ian, thank you for that. Very grateful. They've got a thing on the top Christmas toys in the papers today, which will suit, they say, wait for this one, slim budgets. So I immediately thought these toys are going to be phenomenally cheap, okay, for Christmas. And they say toys in the top 10 start from under a tenner, and 8 of the industry experts' tips cost less than £50. How rich are these people? You know, these are just toys. They've got here Zuru Smashers Dino Island Giant Skull, £37. I mean, you know, if you've got 2 children, you're looking at serious. You can't just buy them one present. They've got a Coco Melon Boo Boo JJ doll. Whatever, I really don't know what these things are. This is £43. £43. There's another one here. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's the Boo Boo doll. I mean, what is it? 31. See, they've got it down at $31.99 here, but the price that they've got it under as $43. Depends where they get it from, I suppose. And it's got, what is it? Oh, learn how to say bye-bye to boo-boos. Apparently, JJ's head, elbow, knee or foot light up when hurt, and JJ... Oh, my God, fellas. This always reminds me of the doll years ago, which went to the toilet. Do you remember? They had a toilet doll, which I thought was slightly peculiar. But this one, obviously, it's a boo-boo doll because it hurts its hand and its foot and all. You know, Disney have just brought out a cartoon. I think it's a cartoon with an overweight character in it to prove that they're into diversity. And it's taken them long enough. Because everybody up until now in the Disney movies has been like stick thin. You know, they're very willowy and all the rest of it. Other toys in here. Fisher-Price DJ Bouncing Beats. £45. My favourite, what was my favourite toy? I think it was Tigger. Tigger who bounced around some years ago. I think Furbies were very popular. Cabbage Patch Dolls. Cabbage Patch Dolls, they just look peculiar. They came with an adoption certificate. They've got Miraculous Switch and Go Scooter, £43. Pokemon Sword and Shield Astral Radiance Elite Trainer, £42.50. My God. And Lego Superheroes 1 Am Groot, I think all of that is, £45. It's a lot of money, isn't it? Here we go. Barbie Chelsea Playhouse. How much? £60. £60 for plastic. I mean, it's a lot of money, isn't it? Oh, you like it. The producer likes it. I'm having a look at it now, and you want that for Christmas? You see, I'm not too sure about that. I mean, I don't really think that you should be playing with Barbies at your age. Although I do know somebody who collects Barbie dolls. Barbie dolls, actual proper Barbie dolls. And we saw the YouTube program where they assemble them in this dingy room in China, and in one bucket there's all the heads, and they just take them and they put and you look at it and you think, that's where they're made? It was really quite disturbing as far as I was concerned. We'd never seen anything like it. I mean, I don't know where I thought they were being made, but if you watched them, it was in somewhere in China, I think, and this person was just sitting there assembling these Barbie dolls. And in fact, the factory is in Yiwu. They use 500,000 tons of polyethylene plastic to make 5 million Lucy dolls each year. And they sit there. They've got these machines which push the plastic in. And, I mean, it's the most bizarre thing you've ever seen. I mean, it really is. I wouldn't even know where you got these machines from. and they sit there all day, and they make 5 million dolls every year. And then they go in there, and then as they sort of harden, then they assemble them and start putting the arms on and the legs and all the rest of it. And they put the eyes in and everything. It really is the most bizarre thing to watch. And the hair, they put the hair in. You know, to make these things must be really quite clever, but mind-numbingly boring. So they do that. I mean, these women who are assembling these dolls are quite remarkable. You can take a piece of whatever it is that they've got for the hair, and then they literally just sort of stretch it out, and then they cut it to shape, and it's done. The bodies are done, the clothing, little tiny bits of clothing on little hand treadle machines. But I suppose for them, it's a job, and that's why they use 500,000 tons of polyethylene plastic to make these 5 million dolls every year. So they're all identical. I mean, it's terribly clever. It's very basic when you actually sort of watch it. Mind you, we haven't found how they make the Barbie dollhouse, Chelsea Playhouse, with 2 pets, furniture and accessories, elevator, pool and slide, $47.99. But the kids like to play with these things, don't they? I mean, I don't remember when I was younger having anything like that. Well, obviously, because the kids get bored. All I can remember is when my youngest was young, she liked Barbie, so we bought her the parents bought her the Barbie plane. And of course, the one thing you've got to remember for Christmas is, if it's got anything that lights up or makes a noise, have you got batteries? The only reason I say that is because there's nothing worse than opening up something on Christmas morning, once you manage to get it out of the packaging, and to take the Barbie plane out of packaging, you basically needed a pair of pliers and everything else to twist this thing out, and you had to have batteries, because otherwise the thing is totally useless. So make sure you've got batteries on Christmas morning. Go and buy them today. At least you'll remember, because a lot of things now take batteries, and they take also. I always keep a supply in of AA and AAA batteries and some 9-volt, but mainly it's AA and AAA batteries. You can also buy, Duracell do a little blister pack of round what I call watch batteries, of all different sizes as well. So they're all, microchip sort of batteries. The round ones, the button batteries. And that's always useful to have. But for goodness sake, do remember get them for Christmas, because otherwise you'll be very much in the doghouse. Tanker driver Phil says, you're like me, Steve. I only eat Heinz baked beans if I have to eat beans at all. Wigan's finest food. Proper northern food. Is that what they say? Proper northern food. I'll go to foot of our stairs. Steve, we are 7 hours ahead here in Taipei. Thank you for helping retain what little sanity I have retained to date, says Grace. Steve, love the Domino train and the R2-D2 Star Wars Domino as well, says Jackie in North Watford. Have you seen the thing that they advertise on the television? And it's like a train, and it's got counters in it, and as it goes along, it drops the counters out the back, and they all stand up. Have you seen that one? It's a toy train, yes, and it goes round, and it dispenses what look like dominoes. Wait a minute. No, dominoes. Domino train. Put in domino train. Domino train, and there you go, that one there, the Domino electric train, and you put them in there, and as it goes round, it drops them out the back, and then you hit them, and they all go down. Have you seen that before? It's quite nice, actually. They say it's educational. It doesn't look very educational to me. It just looks like a train that goes round. And it's got non-toxic plastics. And again, battery. 2 AA batteries. And it sort of dispenses these. Have you ever seen it working? Oh, put it down. Sorry, we're just playing among ourselves here. Coming up to Christmas, people are going to want this sort of thing. Kids would love it. And then you put in all these. It stacks dominoes. That's what it does. It dispenses them out of the back. And you'll find all of these things on sale everywhere. You'll see all sorts of shops selling them. So you put all these dominoes in, you put it on the floor, and it goes round, and it dispenses the dominoes out the back, and then you knock them down, and it does that thing where they used to do with proper dominoes. Do you remember where they knock down hundreds? You realise, he says. Steve, you inspired me. Because the other day, says Joanne, I had a mini pot of Haagen-Dazs for breakfast. It's absolute decadence. It is absolute. I mean, seriously, I feel so guilty eating Haagen-Dazs iced cream, and it's salted caramel at this time of the morning. But, you know, when Ian's around, everybody comes out to play. But if we can entice you to sort of be decadent, then, you know, listen, life is too short not to be decadent. I'd hate to get to the end of my life, whenever that's going to be, and then go, do you know, I wish I'd done so-and-so. I don't want to think about not having done anything. I want to make sure that I do things. It's just that as you get a little bit older, it's a bit slower to do them.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. Steve, toys are never cheap. Those marketing megalomaniacs know that the toy market's the biggest money spinner of all time. Says Ash, I don't think there's anything near to a really affordable toy nowadays. There is. Plasticine. Something cheap. Fuzzy felt. Do you remember fuzzy felt? You know, all those sort of things. Fuzzy felt farmyard, fuzzy felt post office, fuzzy felt this. Stickle bricks. There's all sorts of cheap toys. When we were younger, I mean, I think my dad made me and my brother a go-kart in Yorkshire. He actually made it was a wooden go-kart which with sort of wheels at the front, pram, 1.2 litres. And we got immense fun out of that. You know, he actually made Christmas presents because it was so expensive, and things nowadays, you know, kids say want that. But it's a case of, you know, bring back corgi toys. They're not cheap. All these things. Although I did buy the Coca-Cola toy lorry which lights up. My brother loves it, absolutely loves it. What was the toy everybody wanted when I was younger? I don't know, because we didn't know, because it wasn't advertised on the television. You didn't see all these things on there. It was only recently, with the advent of huge glossy adverts saying, you know, here's this doll and here's that doll and here's this toy. And we just went out and we bought something, but our stuff would be available all year round. I used to collect animals, plastic animals. They used to sell elephants and giraffes and horses and all sorts of bits and pieces and bars. You could make up your own zoo before zoos became sort of a little bit persona non grata. But in those days, you could make them all up. And I remember getting the plastic railings and putting them up around the elephants and stuff like that. It was simpler times. You know, to actually get a set of coloured pencils or felt tip pens all in different colours, Spirograph, Etch-a-Sketch, you know, or failing that, just even the bog standard Snakes and Ladders, Dominoes, Ludo, you know, and then you move on to Mousetrap, or you go and buy Monopoly. And now you can buy Monopoly for your particular area. They do a Monopoly in your area. So there's all sorts of things. I mean, things have moved on a bit, but it still costs a fortune. I'm not surprised parents go, it's very expensive this year. You have to start cutting back. I mean, kids were easily, you know, just having a bicycle was good fun in the early days. You could go out on your bike. We weren't particularly bothered about the presents. We weren't particularly bothered. My mother used to make a stocking every year out of a pair of old tights, and she'd put in it some Brazil nuts, some hazelnuts, some satsumas. There'd be a sort of set of pencils. There'd be a flannel, some soap, stuff like that. Obviously telling us something. And you'd have that when you woke up. But you'd go down, and under the tree there'd be the presents all wrapped up and stuff like that. And you'd have a quick sneaky look. Because our stairs used to creak at home. Don't ask me why, they just did. And we used to have presents before breakfast. Yeah, my mother would say, wait, you know, because we go, can we go? And it's like 5 a.m. You know, your mother would go, no, it's 5 a.m. Go back to bed, and we'll have, and so you do presents. But once you'd opened them, then you had to take them all back upstairs, because otherwise they were littering up the sitting room. All the paper had to go in. You can imagine, when I went to my godchildren some years ago for Christmas, their presents took up the entire sitting room. the entire sitting room. I had to take a picture of it to believe it. They had things like fridges for their rooms and stuff like that. It took up the entire room. I took a picture. I should have posted it because there's 3 of them, and you can't just buy kids one present. You have one main present, and then you have lots of other things, and it's quite, it's all got to be wrapped up and hidden. My mother used to hide all of our presents in the top of her wardrobe. That's where they always used to go in the top of the wardrobe. Everybody had the same thing. But in fact, when we saw them under the tree, you'd turn the label round to see if it was the biggest present there. Is that? Oh, it's not mine. And then you'd find that your present was a bit smaller, and so you'd pick it up and shake it. It's like the Christmas crackers at the table. We all do the same thing. You go around the table, sometimes you move the crackers because this one feels heavy. And then you suddenly realise it's the most boring present inside there that you've ever had. It'll be something stupid like a key ring. Which actually, to be honest with you, I used to get excited. Did you know that Michael Jackson's chimp Bubbles is still alive, says Joseph? He's 39. Yes, yeah, they put him into a zoo, didn't they? They had to put him into a zoo, I believe. Because I think what happens with chimpanzees, they become quite dangerous, and they're very powerful. Very powerful. But as far as I remember, I think he's in a zoo. And he was dressed up. He was born in 1983. He was moved to the Centre for Great Apes. Yeah, did you see that programme on our television, ladies and gentlemen? Monkey World, I think, where they go and rescue monkeys that had been sold in shops and things like that. That's really good. I like that. I don't seem to have seen that for ages on the television. I don't know where it is. I just remember watching it, and they bring these apes over and these monkeys that have been badly treated, and they try and integrate them into groups. Monkey World, Ape Rescue Centre. It's really good. Oh, they do. Oh, they're still there. Oh, thank goodness for that. Dorset, they are. It was so lovely because it's so interesting watching the hierarchy within monkeys. And they operate... Oh, wait a minute. Just go back onto that last page you went on to. They said something about Monkey World operates a what? It says... It operates a cash business, I think. You had it on there and then it disappeared. It said, please bring credit cards or something like that. Something like that. Yeah, it's doing automatic. It's not going to where we want it to. But anyway, it's still a very worthy thing. And I think it was a husband and wife team who set it up. And I think he died and she carried on. And they filmed it. And I thought it was really great because they all had names. All these monkeys had names. And it was, people got pushed out of different groups of monkeys and stuff. Jim Cronin. That's right. Cronin, his wife, Alison. Really lovely. Really lovely. So he died he had liver cancer. He died 17th of March. There you go. In a New York hospital. But his widow, Alison Cronin, and the staff have continued to run the centre. Good for them. It was such a good programme on the telly. Barbara in Hertford says, I get very cross when I wake up before my alarm, but then I get very happy because I can listen to Steve Allen's programme. Thank you. Tony says button batteries are the most common. Lots of things use them. Remote controls. No, all my remote controls are either AA or AAA. I've never used a button battery in a control, unless it's something very small. A little stereo or something. A little stereo. Claire says, I'm driving back from Ireland and at the ferry port now. Gales promised. No fun. And I was sick of listening to music. So I turned into LBC and tuned in. You've kept me highly entertained and awake for the last hour. Highly amusing commentary. Highly amusing commentary. And Steve, I know this is going to sound a little bit sacrilegious, but Branson beans are just as good as Heinz. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's taste. It's taste. I also love, very glad I picked up a 4-pack of Branson beans yesterday from the Co-op for £3. I get them for £2.50 from Iceland. I mean, I don't think, in a taste test you could actually tell the difference. But it's just what you're used to. It's like, as we said the other day, bird's eye fish fingers, Heinz salad cream, Heinz tomato soup. There might be others that are probably equally as good. It's just what you're used to. Steve, yet again, you've kept me company throughout the night and lowered my anxiety. I'm actually having knee surgery in hospital. So, well, good luck. Jen says, usually catch the last bit of the show every day, but in hospital for a toe op. It's all operations. Good Lord. I've been laughing again, though we'll get into trouble. My sister will be laughing too. Rob from the New Forest, there's a place to go to. He says, I must say, when you're talking about toys, everything is so expensive. Right now, I went to the shop the other day and saw the price of Play-Doh. Oh, I love Play-Doh. I love the smell of Play-Doh. They did a big wheel of it years ago in Costco, and it had all the different colours and everything else on a big wheel, and each pot was a little pot of Play-Doh. The smell of Play-Doh is fabulous. I love it. He says, my girlfriend works in a nursery, and they save money by making it themselves. Oh, I don't know about that. I did actually ask somebody to send me in one year. I said, if you're passing a shop and they sell Play-Doh, could you get me the pink one? I don't know why. And I got inundated with pink Play-Doh, which, I mean, I just loved the smell of it. It's the texture. It's very therapeutic. Steve, we had hand puppets, Sooty and Sweep, Andy Pandy, and string puppets, Muffin the Mule and Spotty Dog, lots of books and board games, no running costs and hours of pleasure. Yeah, and now they turn up on television antique programmes. The strange thing is that the Pelham puppets, the Muffin the Mule and Spotty Dog, and I had quite a collection of Pelham puppets made in Marlborough. When they come up into auction, they're not worth very much money. I was always disappointed because there were so many of them made, but they were really lovely. And the hand puppets, used to be a toy shop down in Richmond, and they used to do hand puppets. And I used to think, perhaps I'll just go and buy them because they're quite good fun. And if you come to the Magic Circle, to my shows at Christmas, sold out, both of them, you'll see Sooty, because Sooty resides in the Magic Circle. And the original Sooty, none of these other people masquerading as Sooty, the imitators out there. Boo! Dreadful.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Apparently, Lynn says, Steve, Monkey World's new series starts on November the 6th. It's a great place to visit. Thank you, Lynn, very much indeed. I always thought it was great. But watching how monkeys can be to each other, quite dangerous on occasions, where they introduce a new monkey and they have to keep it inside, and then they sort of open the doors and all that. It's quite a clever thing to do. My older brother, says Nick, had a tantrum and was made to stay in the car when we went to Monkey World. He left the radio on and locked himself in the car, ran the battery flat, and we had to be towed back to the caravan park in Dorset. My dad was not happy, took us home the next day. I know, nothing worse. Mind you, that was a thing, wasn't it? We have an old bit of cine film from years ago from Hong Kong. My father used to want to film different things going on, and the idea was that we used to have an Alibaba basket, and the Alibaba basket was for Dobie, for the washing, and it was in the bathroom, and it was like that big one there for £109, only it looked more rustic than that. And the idea was that he put my brother in there, who was a lot younger, and then he'd be filming, and then he'd go 1, 2, 3, and my brother would sort of, throw the lid off and go ta-da, like that. Unfortunately, my brother was having a bit of a strop that day, and he didn't want to do that at all. And they tried on numerous occasions, we've got it on Cinefilm, to try and sort of get him to do so. In the end, he just threw the lid off and refused to come out point blank. I, of course, was much better about things. Steve, says Jackie, they have football clubs and London Underground Monopoly as well. Good Lord above. Steve, I'm one of your overseas listeners. Thank you. This is Roberto and Allegra. So, back celebrating. I'm originally from London and have lived in the Veneto region in northern Italy for almost 20 years. And I've listened to you since 2016. Blimey, it's not possible. I tune in and find myself giggling. You are my best start to the day. I'm currently in Toledo for a work trip. It's my birthday today. And I wanted to ask if you could wish me a happy birthday. I shall celebrate back in Italy with my husband Roberto and daughter Allegra this weekend. But you don't tell me your name. You don't tell me your name. How am I supposed to wish you a happy birthday? But anyway, have a very happy birthday. James in London says Monkey World is still shown on the Sky Nature channel. I don't get Sky. I'm one of the few people who doesn't get Sky. I just have to survive. Pick TV, it's on. I'm not sure if I get Pick TV. Do I get Pick TV? Is that the one that shows the old Emmerdales? That's ITV3. Good luck. I get more channels than I could shake a stick at. Kevin says, listening to you as I drive my truck from Stoke-on-Trent to Felixstowe, he says, you have a lovely voice on a Friday morning. So Kevin is a care of Eddie Stobart. Have you ever seen the Eddie Stobart lorries? If you hoot and wave at them, they'll wave back. I spent ages doing it, going down the motorway. Eddie Stobart, beep, beep, hello. Totally ignore me. Totally ignore me. Steve, my late dad made me some Wooden stilts, says Lisa Spiker from Guildford. The smell of wood is still evocative of those stilts some 50 years on. I never got stilts. The nearest I got to stilts was roller skates. I always wanted stilts. Never got them. Yeah, I got roller skates. Jacko roller skates. And you'd put them on your feet and you could adjust the length and everything else. And, I was rubbish. Nowadays people go rollerblading. Have you tried it? Don't bother. It's not for people of our age at all. Monkey World in Dorset, well worth a visit. Also the Aspinall Foundation at Port Lympne. I've been there. I got treated to a VIP tour. I was feeding the gorillas at Port Lympne. You can feed the gorillas. They've got loads of gorillas. Not only have they got them outside, but then you can go into their dens and they swing the bars and they make their nests and everything else. Port Lympne. Well, you don't go in there. You're looking at them from outside. You're not actually in there with them and rip you apart, I should imagine. But when you're throwing them food, they love it. Yeah, I went to Port Lympne on numerous occasions. I love it. Love it down there. So, Mark, thank you very much indeed. And from Sarah, my mum used to hide my Christmas and birthday presents with the neighbours. Because after a while, she ran out of hiding places. Hide them with the neighbours. I don't think my parents would have trusted the neighbours at all. So, Shell's profits, 8 billion. 8 billion. I put petrol in the other day. I feel quite depressed, actually. Have you noticed that they were selling diesel yesterday, 191. 191. I thought they were supposed to be bringing out... No, I'm dribbled. I thought they were supposed to be bringing down the cost of petrol. 191 for diesel. I thought that was a direct rip-off. Dreadful. Absolutely awful. The Strictly Stars are dreaming of Christmas. And people are going out there, getting ready. It's all very exciting, but to be honest, it's just a reality show. That's all it is. It's a reality show. It's no different to anything else. It's just that it costs an arm and a leg, and you're paying for it because it's on the BBC. Okay. Top Gear's Chris Harris requires surgery after injuring his hand driving a wooden go-kart without an engine. I don't even know who he is. Who is he? Chris Harris. You ever heard of him? No. We've heard of Richard Cadell because he owns Sooty. Somebody's got to own Sooty and look after it. There's Chris Harris. He's a British automotive journalist, racing driver and television presenter. They always put that down, don't they? He's on Top Gear, I suppose. He's worked as a reviewer and just about everything else. And he was born in Beaconsfield. Well, somebody's got to be. Somebody's got to be. He's 47. 47. An army veteran... This is not a good story, actually. I don't know why I'm mentioning it to you. But an army veteran who helped train thousands of soldiers was killed by a wasp sting at the barracks. That he suffered an allergic reaction. Some people get very allergic to stings. And this wasp stung this man, and he suffered a severe anaphylactic reaction and died the following day. It's not like it was drawn... They can't do anything about it. The former serviceman had no previous known allergy. I'm constantly asked when I go into hospital or things like that, are you allergic to penicillin? Are you allergic to this? Oh, no. As far as I know, I'm allergic to nothing. As far as I know, I might have got it completely wrong. But as far as I know, definitely not. Also, converting a gentle stroll into a brisk walk can greatly improve your health. Because we're all going to be doing that over the weekend, aren't we? Not. Who wants to? They always say if you're going to go out for a walk, it's good to go walking. That's nice exercise. But just remember, the best part of it is a brisk walk. Because you're getting the blood pumping round your body, or in my case, not pumping anywhere at all. I only realised the other day I was on all these blood thinners. I'm on 2 different blood thinners. And have been for some years. I wondered why if I cut myself I'd bleed for the country, but, can't have everything, can you? Can't have everything. There's also a feuding daughter took her teenage son on a revenge attack against her own mother, claiming she was cut out of a will. She's a revolting piece. She was jailed in 2017 and sacked from her carer job after stealing £500 from a client with dementia. She's a deeply unpleasant person. Zoe Newby. You only have to look at the picture of her to realise she's got the word trouble with a capital T written all over her. And Tim Rice, Sir Tim Rice, opens up on his relationship with Andrew Lloyd Webber and reveals it's never say never when it comes to the possibility of a future collaboration. Because they've made so much money, so successful. So a future collaboration could be on the cards. Also, photo of Charles in a money launderer, they say, on the front of the Daily Mail today. And the Royals dreading Harry's raw and unflinching book. Who cares Listen, it's a very bitter young man who's biting the hand that feeds. Dull, boring, bitter. Luckily, and it's also 28 quid. I don't think it's going to sell that much. I think that's way too expensive. Way too expensive. Anything, even a homophobic country, he'll take 10 million quid off. So, so they had this feud over the wedding. Brooklyn goes out with this Nicola Peltz, and her father's rich as Croesus. I think he owns... Which burger place does he own? It's Wendy's, I think, yeah. I mean, they are rich as Croesus. They make, basically, the Beckhams look like poor relations. And the idea was that Victoria thought that there were going to be two weddings, one in America to satisfy the Peltzes and the other one over here. Well, the one over here never materialised. The Beckhams never got to sit anywhere near the Peltz family. They were on top table, quite clearly. And I thought that the Beckhams would have been on the table with them, but they weren't. Very embarrassing. And the other thing was that Nicola Peltz didn't want to wear a Victoria Beckham dress. It's as simple as that. Her mother had already decided you're going to wear Valentina or whatever it happened to be. And so it was a case of there's been this feud which has been reignited on time and time again. Nicola says Victoria never called me to say she couldn't make my dress, because Victoria thinks she's a fashion designer, which of course, with a shop that's not doing very well, they've had to cut back left, right and centre. I think she thought she was a huge international designer, but she's not. I think the shop's in Hock for about 54 million, which is not exactly successful. They've paid themselves dividends, but that's not out of her earnings. It's out of the stuff that he earns, part of which will be that disgusting payment from Qatar, I should imagine. And then an insider has said it's high time Nicola, this is the girl whose father owns Wendy, and they live in this huge mansion, and he's got lots of properties and all the rest of it. It's high time Nicola stopped trading on the Beckham name. Well, the Beckham name is nothing. Nothing at all. Nicola Peltz's father, hugely successful. Hugely successful. Victoria Beckham, not successful at all. Not successful. Is she going to go back and tour with the Spice Girls? Of course she's not. The reason is, because she's down-listed as the writing credits, she gets the same amount of money that they do, but doesn't have to go on tour. Why would she want to go on tour? She never contributed anything to the Spice Girls anyway. She stood at the back and just looked a bit pouty-pouty. So they're still igniting this thing. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. And, it's on... I mean, Brooklyn is a bit of a drip. It has to be said. He's written here, I feel like I've known you my whole life. Happy anniversary to my other half, my best friend, and to my gorgeous wife. Could not live this life without you. I mean, it's like dealing with a 5-year-old. But there again, if you remember, this is the way Victoria treats all her children. When she was asked on the television by Andy Cohen why she didn't go and stand with Dave in line, mainly because she's far too grand for that. Oh, God, she wouldn't be doing things like that. So she said, I've got a family to look after. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. Most of them have skipped home anyway, and those who haven't are desperate to get away from them as soon as possible. So, they've decided to keep this one going, whereas, to be honest with you, it's something and nothing. So she didn't get to design the wedding dress. So she didn't get to sit on top table. So they don't really have any relationship at all between Nicola Peltz. I mean, very luckily, Nicola turned up with sort of Brooklyn, who looks like a bit of a dipstick every time you see him in one of these funny little outfits he wears, like he's a fashionista. Seriously, it's like he's wearing freebie clothing all the time. And you sort of wonder where this is going to head to, because push comes to shove, Brooklyn ain't going to be siding with his mother. He's going to be siding with his wife. And also the Peltz family, who seem to have sort of taken him under their wing because he can't do anything, and they like looking after lame strays. And so he would be it. So that's what they're doing. But unfortunately, the Beckhams they don't have time for anybody else, apart from they rather love and kisses Harper, love and kisses Romeo, love and kisses Brooklyn, so it goes on. Dealing with them as if they were just children. So why are you not spending Christmas with us, Brooklyn? Because I'm spending it with a family who've got more money. That's why. And so that's because I think Nicola Peltz is very close to her family, unlike Victoria, who's trying to sort of gather them all in, but it's not kind of working at the moment. Prince Harry is to return to this country on a whirlwind promotional tour from his memoir that was ghosted. He never wrote it, so I hope he's read up on it, because they'll be questioning him. He's understood to be contractually obliged to use his fame. So in other words, because he's a member of the royal family, or was, I mean, now he's a nobody. He was a member of the royal family. That's the only reason he's managed to get this. He's called Spare because he's sadly very insecure. He's heir and a spare. But it doesn't make any difference. It's that Harry is very jealous of everything he's been given in life, which is basically the best start you could ever have, the most famous mother in the entire world, and he's basically thrown it back in their face. Him and Moggan are sort of out there, and they're doing what they want to do. Good. I hope he's happy. Can't imagine who's going to be talking to him. They'll all be... they said he's going to appear for a round-table chat about the book called Spare, or a royal visit-style trip to a school or charity event. Yeah, because he doesn't do anything. He doesn't have a skill or a job. He has nothing at all, apart from dissing of his own family. That's all he's got. He hasn't got anything else. I feel a bit sorry for him. The book is described as raw, unflinchingly honest. You better read it, Harry, before you start coming over here, pal. OK? But the ghostwriter is called J.R. Muringer, who's the person who's written it. It's like Victoria, it's like, not Victoria, it's like Sarah Ferguson, the one who doesn't actually have any money. In fact, she's useless with money, so has to shack up with Andrew, and we don't talk about him anymore. And it's a case of she never wrote her book. There were two of them, and I reckon it was mostly that. I shouldn't imagine Sarah Ferguson's got any talent whatsoever. When she did her Budgie the Little Helicopter, it was a direct rip-off of another book about a helicopter. We'd seen it all before. So I don't really know what she does. She tags on to people. And whether anybody's going to want to tag on to Harry, I've got no idea. I couldn't work it out. If somebody said, do you think he'll be any good at his interviews? Not really. He'll be a little bit like that. What if he'll drag over Moggan? It'll be interesting. Steve, did you see Celebrity Gogglebox? What's happened to Ruby Wax's cheeks? Looks like she's got 2 plums inside, says Jeannie. I don't know. I've never seen it. I have seen Celebrity Gogglebox, but I don't know who they are. She looked all right. I like the dog. This is the... How old's Ruby Wax? I should imagine she's 68. 69. Oh, there you go. It was a good guess, wasn't it? She's with Melanie Brown, always the gobby one, I think, in the Spice Girls, so I never was a big fan of hers, I'm afraid. I've seen some of her in the early days, before they became mega big. She was effing and blinding all over the place, and I thought, oh dear, what a shame. However, I have been watching on YouTube the arguments in the Big Brother house, and they dragged on some old has-been from Liverpool called Bear, and somebody called Chloe. The language on these people, I mean, really was just almost unbelievable. And they were on with sort of another bunch of old has-beens. It was embarrassing to watch. People who cannot string 2 words together had to F and blind and scream. One of the girls screaming all the time. I thought the next place you're going to be, lovey, is in prison. Because you certainly ain't going to be managing anything. I've never seen anything like it. I'm going to bat you. I'm going to effing hit you. I'm going to do... Oh, it was really awful. Really disgusting people. Very disgusting. But very entertaining at the same time. I was sort of enjoying watching Preston, thinking that he was intelligent. Samuel. I know, everybody calls him Preston, but that was his surname. Was it Samuel Preston? And the one who walked off never mind the Buzzcocks, because Simon Amstel... Where's he gone to recently? He's disappeared, hasn't he? He was on everything. And perhaps he's still doing stand-up, or sit down, or lie down, or whatever it is. And he started reading out bits from Chantel's book, and Preston didn't like it. He's got about as much sense of humour as a post-it note, I'm afraid. He's really bland, very very dull, very uninteresting. But to watch him sort of just stand up and walk off was hilarious. I thought it was one of the most revealing things I've ever seen on television. Apart from, I think, also on the same programme, never mind the Buzzcocks, they had Jeremy Spake on with Julian Clary, and Jeremy Spake said, oh, my wife and I, and Julian Clary went, what? He said, you're married? Jeremy Spake took umbrage at that, didn't like that idea, because everybody thought he was camp as a Christmas tree. But apparently nowadays you can be camp as a Christmas tree and not be a Christmas tree, which was quite sweet. But he wasn't at all happy. Really very unhappy. I don't know why. Hair straightening products may increase the risk of cancer. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought? And guess who is selling Soul and Treasures from the tombs of the pharaohs? I watched this great programme yesterday on the television. I kind of woke up a bit early. I'd had loads of sleep. And I'm watching it, and they're talking about Carter, who came over here to Highclere Castle to meet Carnarvon. And they decided that they were going to go over and they were going to find a tomb of a pharaoh in the Valley of the Kings. And but before that, Carter had been over in Egypt for a long time, and he'd been in charge of antiquities and all sorts of things. And then it turned out that he was selling them because he lost his job. Something had happened. I can't remember what it was exactly, but he'd lost his job, so he had to go back to doing what he did before, which was to buy stolen artifacts from pharaoh's tombs, because mainly the tombs were broken into very, very quickly. And they would steal the articles and they would sell them openly on the streets. And Carter used to do exactly that. He used to sell articles on the streets. So he's buried at Putney, the cemetery there, Putney Vale, I think it is. I've seen a picture of his tomb, because it's interesting because they all died of different things. I think you find Lord Carnarvon died of a mosquito bite, and then he was having a shave and it bled and it got infected and he died quite quickly. And they say it's the curse of the pharaohs, which is an absolute load of old balderdash. There was no curse of the pharaohs at all. But it was interesting because the woman doing this documentary, she actually gazed upon the corpse of Tutankhamun. And, of course, because he's been taken out of his box, they've removed the mask. I mean, can you imagine when they found that and they lifted up, and God knows they were working in, tiddly bit of room to lift the lid and then to see the first coffin, but it was the second or third one in where all of a sudden the golden mask comes into view and they go, what the... Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That's what Carter was doing. So he was a bit of a robber as well as a saviour of different things. He catalogued everything that came out of Tutankhamun's tomb, because there was that famous line, wasn't there? I think Carnarvon said, "What can you see?" And Carter said, "Wonderful things, wonderful things." And the tomb had not been broken into. The rope seal was still on the door, which was really interesting, because that meant that everything inside had not been touched, and it hadn't. They hadn't broken in.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. I trust you are well. It's Monday, October the 31st. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and you know who you are. There you go. We're all happy, aren't we? Now we've been introduced. Steve says, Simon, up early to start a new second job to combat the rising cost of living. Sounds grim, but I was looking forward to it for the whole of yesterday, because it means I can listen to you. There you go, you see. That's nice. Roger says, I remember a particularly nasty person from Big Brother 5 called Kitten. Very rude little madam. Oh, vile. I mean, but mind you, so many of them. I was watching this back. All you've got to do on YouTube is type in Big Brother fights, and you'll see the most disgusting people on there, both men and women, using language. I'm surprised they didn't all get thrown out. It was just too disgusting for words, I'm afraid. And one that says, you are a lifeline. There are many nights that I'm so sad with my life, but you keep me going. Why are you sad with your life? Why are you sad with your life? You should never be sad with your life. Always think to yourself, if ever you get sad with your life, think there's somebody worse off than you. It's just at that precise moment you can't remember who they are or what they do for a living. But yeah, people go through phases. You mustn't be sad with your life, though. Good Lord. You've got everything to live for. Christmas. Bonfire night. LBC. Everything. BBC Radio Shropshire. Well, maybe not BBC Radio Shropshire. Mind you, that might not be around for much longer, because the BBC apparently are going to start cutting back on local radio and doing joint programmes. So in other words, one programme will run over 3 stations. Because to be honest with you, the pitifully small audiences for BBC local radio are really a drain on their resources. You might as well just get rid of them. It's not going to make any difference to them in the slightest, apart from a lot of people who work for BBC local radio, like the vicar, the local farmer, and somebody who works as a milkman or something, are the people who keep it going. But they have to try and save money. But as I say, it all comes down to audiences. The BBC have never normally worried about audiences, but they seem to recently, because people are saying, can you justify spending X amount of money on a station that pulls in nobody? I mean, my audience in the morning, not that I'm blowing my own trumpet, is bigger than the entire audience for BBC Radio Shropshire by a long way. By a long way. So why would you bother keeping something going that's dying slowly? I mean, years ago I could understand how it operated, because I came into the business to go into commercial radio. And I remember thinking, because I had various producers who left here to go to the BBC and things like that, and they said, it's amazing. We haven't got anything to do. There's so many people. You get a radio programme like this on the BBC, there could be about 4 or 5 people working on it. 4 or 5 people. What a waste of money. It's the other way round now. People leave the BBC to come to commercial radio because they've got more freedom of speech. It pays better in a lot of instances, and it's more fun. You know, I mean, most of them at the BBC, they're just clinging on for their pension. You know, go and see some shows and look at the age of some of the people working on them. It's very difficult. I mean, I know young people, but, you know, there are older people there as well. Steve, I live in shared housing, and every one of us want to say thank you for your show. You help us all because you're just there for being you. It is. I don't know what shared housing unit is. Is that like a local council thing? Sounds quite nice, actually. You know, when you've got the radio, and the worst time anybody will tell you, in radio, out of radio, if you're out of radio but you listen to the radio, is when you wake up in the early hours of the morning and you feel really crap. You feel really awful. You feel depressed. You look outside. Some people get affected, don't they? Seasonal affective disorder. Sad. It's when you sort of look outside and you go, it's grey. It's dark. When I got up on Sunday morning, it was absolutely tipping it down. And I remember thinking, oh, God. And then I thought, it's only water. But the mornings now will be lighter because we all had to change our clocks. I did write and say, you know, have you changed all your clocks? I had to change 3 clocks manually, little alarm clocks, because they're not radio controlled. I should have bought radio controlled ones because I've got one in the kitchen which is radio controlled. The one on the cooker is radio controlled. The one in the car is radio controlled. The one on the computer, the phone, the television, they're all radio controlled. So I've got to do 2 little alarm clocks, one in the bedroom, one in the sitting room. The one in the bedroom goes off at about 11:30. And then I've got one just in case I fall asleep in the sitting room to go off again. So I just pop little batteries in them and it keeps me going for ages and ages. They're only £1. I buy these little alarm clocks in Poundland and they're £1. Imagine, how could you ever work this out? Yeah, seriously, they're £1 for an alarm clock. They're really good. Some of them have got lights. Which is really cool. Back to reality this morning, says Trucker Joe, trucking up and down the country to keep everybody stocked up. Saw Back to the Future at the... Oh, that's right, you were going to the Adelphi on Friday. Thoroughly enjoyed my first theatre experience again. Hope you and the team are well. Well, I mean, they're not really, but we have to put up with it, don't we? We have to put up with it. They're struggling on. But yeah, I told you, it was his first theatre experience, Back to the Future, down on the Strand at the Adelphi. Woo! It's nice theatre, isn't it? Big show, plays big. So well done for getting to the theatre. Well done for affording it. Although I'll tell you the other story, which is sort of interesting. They're now saying the Ukrainian military think that Vladimir Putin has been replaced by 3 body doubles. Which, I mean, you can only have to guess at which newspaper this must be. It's the Daily Star. They think that there's 3 Vladimir Putins. They say you have to look at him to realise it's not the same person. I love it. Essex is losing its crown as the high-heeled capital of the South. England ace. This is Rhys James. He's been trolled by a racist. And, you know, they found the racist. This one has been tracked down to the Middle East. Can't wait to see this one. Because if anybody ever writes anything racist, you must go to the police immediately. They have a special department that will deal with it, and we get these people into court and then subsequently into prison. But whatever happens, we will name them on the programme. We will absolutely name them. I don't have any truck with racism or homophobia or anything like that, or people who write to people because they've lost a child or anything like that. People write the most disgusting stuff, and it's my duty to expose them for what they are. People who deserve not to have any jobs, they can do what they like, as far as I'm concerned, after I've finished with them. But before that, they will get the rough end of a pineapple inserted. What else we got this morning for you? Got one bloke who did very well when he was doing one of these multi-bets in the betting shop, and he did a 6 accumulator, which means you've got to find 6 winners. And he did find 6 winners. What did he end up with? 65,000 quid. I could have done with 65,000. I didn't win the lottery, no. I'm going to buy some more tickets for Tuesday because I think it's 130 million, 130 something. Yeah, it's rollover, yeah. It's got to finish soon, hasn't it? Oh, they're doing controversial pizza toppings in the paper. You won't like these. Sardines and pickles. Ugh, ugh. How disgusting. Sardines on a pizza. I had something very nice the other day. It was a wrap. I went out with my friend Rob Goldstone. And because he used to work at LBC, Rob Goldstone, I'll just tell you very briefly. He joined LBC when we were in Gough Square, and he was very persuasive. in getting his interviews. It wasn't backwards at coming forward, put it that way. He was very forward. And within a short space of time, and I mean short space of time, he discovered Stringfellows, he discovered the Hippodrome and all these other places, became friendly with Peter and Coral Stringfellow. And before we knew it, we all got celebrity cards to go to Stringfellows. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous. And so I've got, somewhere in my wallet, from years and years ago, it's got Steve Allen and it's a celebrity card. So in other words, you only have to show that at Stringfellows. In the early days, no, Stringfellows is still there, but I think it's City of Angels. I think it's sort of dancing people. And we used to go up there. You just show it. It was a pink card. Don't know why. And you'd get in for free, which was great because people would do anything to get into Stringfellows. It was very difficult to get into, but if you were a celebrity member. Anyway, he subsequently worked with Michael Jackson on his tour of Australia. He was his PR, and he's working on an Elvis show. He does flit around from thing to thing. He's been up in the Supreme Court in America because of an incident over there. And he now lives up, I think it was near Liverpool. I'm sure he said near Liverpool or something like that. And he sort of comes back down every so often if he's got something to do in London, and then we meet up for a cup of tea. Anyway, we go to Church Street, and they've got a cafe just as you go in on the left-hand side, and they did a wrap, in Twickenham, and it was a wrap, and it was crispy bacon and egg mayonnaise. It was delicious. It was absolutely delicious, but it came with salad and coleslaw. It was far too much money for £7.50. I thought it was really good value. And then, ha 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 ha, I turn on The Chase. Did you see this? I thought my eyes were playing tricks. I thought my eyes were playing tricks with me. Who was on there? Andrew Pearce. A celebrity edition of The Chase. I thought, that's Andrew Pearce. Not a celebrity. That's Andrew Pearce. Anyway, he was the first one kicked off. He really didn't know anything. He really didn't know anything, actually. And strangely enough, somebody has just written to me saying, I thought of you last night. Wait a minute, I've lost my little mouse. Where the dickens do these things go? Where does it... Honestly, it's so annoying. Once you lose your mouse on this bloody machine, it doesn't come back again. What's going on? Where does it disappear to? Is there a sort of a secret place? I'm trying to find where it's gone to. And I can't find it. I don't want to do the news till I found my mouse. I'm really upset now. I'm going to have one of my strops, I can tell. Oh, this is so... I shall do it in a minute. What? Try what? Yeah. It's not doing anything. It's not even there.
At GSK, we believe that prevention is the best medicine. Prevention is pioneering new medicines to reduce HIV transmission, applying decades of experience in asthma control to limit long-term lung damage, or stopping chronic conditions from progressing to more serious complications. Because preventing disease is the best possible outcome for all of us, and is why GSK unites science, technology, and talent to get ahead of disease together. Visit gsk.com to learn more.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Jerry Lee Lewis died. Well, I mean, was that the deja vu? I've always got this thing. I do something. I'll mention somebody on the programme and say, oh, I've not heard from so-and-so, so-and-so. And the next minute, they die. Jerry Lee Lewis, I'd read, my friend Gary Hales had written, oh, Jerry Lee Lewis has died. This is when it was fake news. And so I'd said, oh, no, he hasn't died. He's very much alive. Blow me down. The next thing is they've just announced he's died. So consequently, and Sarah and Mouse in Bromley want to say you sound strong and perky. How'd you do that at 4? Money, I will not tell lies. Definitely not. And Sula says, thought of you last night. Dan Walker was on the Who Wants to Be a Celebrity Millionaire. What was he on that for? He just reads the news. He's an auto-cutie. That's all he does. He's bland. He's beige. He's not got any personality at all. But apparently he didn't know where Sandringham House was, says Sula. Well, I mean, no, listen, you don't have to be clever to read an auto-cue, as indeed Nadine Dorries discovered the other day. It's in Sandringham, I know. But no, the trouble is, in fact, imagine the arrogance of the man who really believes that he's a celebrity. I mean, God in heaven, dear me. Very embarrassing. It's in Norfolk, Sandringham. Of course, everybody knows that, who's got half a brain cell. But as I say, that was embarrassing because Andrew Pearce didn't know anything either. I was very worried. I thought he'd walk in a park. But Sula says he was as thick as 2 short planks. This is Dan Walker. I'm amazed that he's even got the arrogance to go on a programme. It's got the word celebrity on it. I seriously am. I mean, so he seriously must be delusional. He's thinking, oh yeah, I could do this and do that, and he can't do anything. Bit like Mike Tyndall. He's another one. And what's he's doing on there? I've got no idea. Very embarrassing. Steve says, Jenny in Farringdon, your show's the best because it's informative but incredibly upbeat. Andrew Marr was sitting next to me yesterday in Regent's Park Cafe. You name dropper, you. You name dropper. I've seen him. I've met him. Actually, not very often because he's never on at the time on. So he was at Regent's Park Cafe. Ooh, how posh. How posh. I do know it, yes. Of course I know it. Of course I know it. I know everything. Oh, nice to see that Emma Raducanu, loads of publicity, very little action, has traded up to a Porsche worth 100-and-something thousand pounds. If only she could up her game at tennis, it would be something worth talking about, wouldn't it? But all she does now is just basically she takes endorsements. If only Victoria Beckham could, but sadly not. Sadly not. So the BBC taking the axe to local radio with plans to share shows. That means that what they'll do is they'll have, say, a midnight show. They used to do it before. There's nothing new about it. And it would come from BBC Radio London, appealing to nobody. And that would then go out across the country to all the other shows. So they would finish broadcasting at, say, 10 at night, and then they would take what they call simulcast programmes. So obviously they've decided you can get rid of their overnight stuff, which must get an audience of nobody. Nobody at all, because everybody's listening to the big boys, people who do it professionally, not the people who think they're doing it professionally. But it just doesn't generate an audience. And unfortunately, in this day and age, if something's not generating an audience, there's no point in keeping it just out of a sympathy. If I didn't get a healthy audience, God knows most of you are healthy, they wouldn't bother keeping me. I remember saying to my boss years ago, I said, you know, you would lose me. He said, absolutely. I thought that made me up the ante, let me tell you. Because I'm here to generate an income. I'm not here for my health. Well, not here for anybody's health, really, but you have to be here and you have to put your heart and soul into it, and that gives you an audience. You know, so when people say, how are you so perky? Money. Money. That's why I'm so perky in the morning, and I have adjusted my life, and it works out really well. And the idea is that, you know, we've said this all the time. You can start the programme at 4 in the morning. I've got no idea in which direction the programme is going to go. I really have not. I'd be lying. You know, we write things down like, you know, Essex losing its crown, Star Wars toys sells for £2,000, pizza toppings. But 9 out of 10 times I don't really bother with them. I can pick up a newspaper and I can fill a programme really well on just wandering through a newspaper. It's as simple as that, which they tell me is a skill. Not for me. I don't think it's a skill. It's a skill for other people who can't do it. Steve, here in Manchester, we used to have a local news station called... Uh-oh, wait a minute. Bloody mouse has gone again. What is the matter with this thing? What is the matter with it? Wait a minute. This... Oh, wait. No, found it. So annoying. There's something the matter with it today. Here in Manchester, we have a local news station called Channel M. Does LBC have a local news channel? Sorry, does London have a local news channel? Yes, yes. We have London Live, but not much news. They just put old films on it, which is okay. I don't have a problem with that. You're not kidding, says Trucker Joe, about the cost, but looked very fancy. This was a treat for the family. And for all the hours I'm at work, I only had a small break back in August since 2020 due to all the drama. Trailer hooked up, best be off. Have a safe day, have a safe day. Now, why is that not working there? Oh, it is, actually. Steve says, Tim in Ilford. I know Ilford very well. My mum loved your show. She died on October the 9th, aged 94 after a long battle with Alzheimer's. The funeral is this Friday. Don't know how I'll get through the day. Easy. Easy. I don't say that flippantly. People always say that. You wonder how you're not going to get through the day. And the answer is easy. You just have to think, what would she expect? That's what you have to think. You can't, because put it this way, you're not letting yourself down, you're letting her down. So you have to do that. I told you my mum said to me, you know, she said, because she knew she was dying. She knew it was short term, and because it was terminal. And she said, you will look smart. And I said, yeah, but you won't know. I said, you just have to assume that I will look smart. And I did. Well, I thought I looked as smart as you could be. You're doing it for her. You're not doing it for yourself. You'll get through it. Although there was a terrible thing the other day in the paper. It was a guy in Welsh Wales, and his father died of cancer, and he was so depressed by it, he took his own life. So the son died as well, even though he had a partner and they had children, and his wife said he did have severe depression and everything else, and that his father dying just tipped him over the edge, because people think they've got nobody to talk to about it, because nobody talks to you about it. Nobody ever says anything. When I came back to work after my dad had died, I was able to talk to a friend of mine, because people just said, oh, sorry to hear about your loss. Whereas, in fact, really, you wanted people to talk about the funeral, you wanted to talk about, this and that bit, and this bit happened, and this bit didn't happen. And that's what it's all about. It's people talking about it, but people don't know what to say. They've got no idea. I wanted to talk about it, absolutely, because we all had the same complaint. I mean, I went back to the same crematorium about 4 times in a year, as family members gradually sort of popped off. I mean, I was on nodding terms with the people there. I think they thought I'd bought steaks in it. Ice Cream Ian says, when I did North London, Regent's Park Cafe was my customer. Very busy in the summer. I know. I bet you were everybody's favourite friend. I bet you were really everybody's favourite friend. Philip says, read Jerry Lee Lewis. Have you heard Mae West's version of Great Balls of Fire? You shake my nose and you rattle my brain. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, she was. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Yes, Mae West. He was a bit odd. He came with history, I'm afraid. Not of the pleasant variety either. And let's just say it involved underage girls. And we have to leave it at that. Mind you, not that it makes any difference now because he's dead. But yes, he came with history. A lot of people did in those days. Even Elvis, when he met his future wife, she was 13, 14, when he met her in Germany. 13 or 14. You tend to forget that a lot of these people were sort of hanging around very young people because everybody looked older. When you look at people nowadays, I mean, it's just the potty mouth that you notice first, but the rest of the time, it's awful. Mae West, I thought, was wonderful. She did a film, and I can't remember what the film was called, but anyway, she was so old, and she was so... you have to watch an interview with her because she was in Burlesque, when Burlesque was sort of top of the charts, and she couldn't remember her lines, so they fitted her with an earpiece. And so she had this earpiece fitted in, and they would read the line to her. She would then repeat the line, and then they could film it because she couldn't remember anything. And so, sorry? Oh, she was a character. Oh, God, she was even when she was elderly. There you go. Look at that Wikipedia. She was old. It was all wigs and boobies sticking out and all the rest of it. And so she starts doing this film, and then she goes, 32 Hillcrest Drive, 9 o'clock. And the director looks at the assistant cameraman and goes, what's she on about? I don't know. Anyway, she then goes on and she goes, 6 a.m. in the morning, pick up. She's tuned into the local cab firm. Seriously, the earpiece was picking up the local cab firm. She was repeating all the bookings. Seriously, I know it sounds one of those sort of stories, but I promise you it's true. Would I tell a lie to you? Would I tell a lie? Absolutely not. Regan Gascoigne's doing pantomime this year with the ghastly Bobby Davro. Ooh. Well, there you go. Kind of everything. What, Regan or Bobby Davro? Oh, I don't know what the panto is, actually. It'll be something very funny. And he's also doing it with George Shelley. There you go. So you've got... oh, interestingly enough, wait a minute. George Shelley's headline? Blimey. They say The Fairy Godmother. Is that for George Shelley? Bobby Davro's, look, minor part. And Regan Gascoigne, George Shelley, headlines above all. How does that work out? He's making his pantomime debut. That is unbelievable, isn't it? Because he's not a headline act at all. But apparently Dartford theatre-goers can enjoy the classic fairy tale and see Cinderella transform from rags to riches, outwit her ugly sisters, and with the help of her hilarious friend and one very magical fairy godmother, win the heart of the dashing Prince Charming. Blimey. But strangely enough, George Shelley is headlining the thing. He's Prince Charming. And yet he's never done pantomime in his life before. I always find that slightly worrying. But Bobby Davro, he must be feeling a bit miffed. Going, who is he? He's Union J, but I mean that finished years ago, Union J, didn't it? I think so. I can't remember when it exactly was, but it was a long time ago as far as I know. Short break.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Monday, October the 31st, and it's Halloween. Ugh. Don't like Halloween. The only thing I quite liked, actually, in Country Life last week, there was a recipe for toffee apples. And I do like my toffee apples, it has to be said. I'm a big fan of toffee apples. I'm not supposed to have them, but I look at it as a treat only once a year, for goodness sake. You don't get many exciting things to look forward to, apart from Christmas, Easter, Hanukkah, and Diwali, and a load of other things as well. Bonfire night. It's just that Halloween I don't do. I'm not really bothered. Wayne says this shared unit is for people who've gone through rehab. He says, I've been clean from drugs now for 11 months. And sleep is a big problem. Well done for being clean for 11 months. That takes some going, doesn't it? That really does take some going. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day, and he said, I've been off cigarettes, he said, since February. And I said, oh, good. So he's vaping. He does vaping. But as he put on weight, he said, I've put on weight. He said, it's amazing. He said, well, cigarettes act as an appetite suppressant. Couldn't think what it was, actually. And so he said, I'm just putting on weight now. He said, I'm hungry all the time. I can't remember, actually. I can't remember if when I stopped smoking, whether I started eating more. I go through fits and whatsits all over the place. It doesn't really bother me. I do go through a phase of I'll eat something and then I feel guilty about eating it. And then I think, it's like, occasionally I'll get a sort of a craving for a piece of toast. And so I buy myself, but knowing what I'm like, there's no point in buying a whole loaf. I'm never going to eat a whole loaf. So they do like a little loaf for toasting. And it's only got about 7 or 8 slices in it in Marks and Spencer's. So I always buy that, have about 3 pieces of toast, and then get rid of the rest of it. Because I feel a bit guilty about having it. But that's the only thing, really. And sometimes if I'm feeling decadent, I'll put a piece of cheese on top of it. So I have like cheese on toast, which I quite like. Occasionally. But well done, Wayne. That's very good. I had a friend of mine who was exactly the same. He discovered cocaine in a big way. Very, very big way. And went from being completely normal to his entire life was dominated by cocaine. He didn't understand how it was affecting him. So he said, I'm just doing it recreationally. And, of course, no, he was doing it with other people, because if you do drugs, you tend to hang around with other people who do drugs. I don't know how it works. It's never a solo thing. You're sharing it, basically. And then he started doing it at the weekend. And then, if he had meetings on Monday or Tuesday, he'd take it there to boost him up a bit. And before he knew where he was doing 7 days a week. And it started becoming expensive. And I didn't say anything about it because I thought it's not my job to say to somebody, don't do this. You can only say to somebody, it must be costing you a fortune, and people share it and they do bits and it was. But anyway, he came off after about 6 to 8 months. He actually came off. Didn't affect him in any way. He didn't have to do cold turkey or anything else or go to rehab. He just stopped. I think he suddenly realised that he could see things disappearing that, was there one time. Strange enough, he never ever smoked cigarettes. Whereas, I was a very, very heavy smoker. I loved smoking. I absolutely loved it. But, you've got to be things are so addictive now. And then people get themselves in hock with drug dealers. They'll always give you credit because they know you'll be paying at some point. Believe you me, you will be paying at some point. So here is this man who firebombed a migrant centre. He's said to have laughed as he threw the explosives, and he then drew to a nearby petrol station and killed himself. They don't tell you how he killed himself. They've got a picture of him because he's been caught on CCTV. So he had a plastic bottle full of petrol, and strapped to it was a rocket, which he lit and then threw it. So when it hits the ground, it's like, the early petrol bombs and things like that, where it was literally a milk bottle with petrol and a fuse in it. You lit it and threw it, and then it exploded. And he threw these containers. He had, I think emergency crews were called to the site in Kent shortly after 11:20 in the morning, after Reuters news agency, who had a photographer at the scene. reported that the man had thrown this petrol bomb attached to fireworks at the centre, and you could see him, throwing this thing out of the window. It's quite amazing, actually. But he was seen with a lighter in his hand, so he lit the firework and then threw it. And it just sort of burnt next to it, but it didn't do any damage. But the people were evacuated, and then laughed. So, but you never know anything after that, do you? You sort of think to yourself, there's obviously something the matter with him, something mentally the matter with him, because he then goes to a petrol station and takes his own life. But we're not sure how he took his own life. And to be honest with you, I'm really not remotely interested. I just can't understand how somebody like that. I mean, there must be these people with this hatred inside them, which burns. Although, to be honest with you, I don't want to be flippant about the whole thing, because, I mean, it could have been worse than it was. But who wastes money on petrol? Seriously, have you seen? They were doing a big thing on petrol prices the other day. Do you know how much diesel is now? £1.91. There's about a 30p difference per litre. I'm so glad I don't drive a diesel car. It used to be cheaper. They encouraged you to buy a diesel car years and years ago, and then all of a sudden it's gone up and up. £1.91 now. Far too expensive. Far too expensive. On a trip to the USA, I spent the day in Salem. It was great, says Philip. The police even had witches on their patrol cars. Well, some people get really into Halloween. I mean, some people get really into Halloween. They absolutely love it. They love the dressing up. They love the makeup. They love everything. But I don't think you're going to be seeing too much tonight. Because it's a weekday. It's school day, isn't it? Are they back at school yet? I can't remember. I mean, all the parties were over the weekend, but of course, you know me. I sleep through everything. I didn't hear a thing. Somebody could have set off fireworks, next to me, and I wouldn't have known about it at all. Coronation Street, Simon Gregson unveils another alter ego, B-Day Bardo, because they're doing this new ITV show. ITV are now obsessed with people dressing up in drag. Absolutely obsessed with it. He's got 3 sons. You wouldn't have thought he was old enough, would you, Simon Gregson? Alfie's 15, Harry's 13, and Henry is 6. And he said, God knows what my kids are going to think of me dressing up in drag. I've got a rough idea, mate, if you don't know. But he has no plans to branch out into drag full time. I don't know who else is doing it, actually. There's a Mr. Motivator. Also, Love Island's Chris Hughes, whoever he is. Who's he? Yes. Yeah, he looks very good, doesn't he? He looks very, very good. But then I thought Anton Deck looked very good in drag, but I'm a bit bored with drag at the moment, I'm afraid. None of these people are acting. Mr. Motivator, he's gone completely over the top. Derek has gone mad as a broomstick. And then they've used other people. Ian Beale's doing it as well. Adam Woodyat, yes. And who's that? George Shelley. He's not doing it, is he? Is he? Dear God in heaven. It's getting a bit embarrassing, isn't it, for all these people? I don't know why they're doing it. I mean, but when you look at Simon Gregson, he looks great. His legs are not fantastic. He's got really bad legs for a drag queen. And it's one of those sort of things, so it's going to be called Queens for the Night. Basic insult as far as I'm concerned, but there you go. Never let ITV say that they haven't sort of pushed the boundaries of television. Managed to find some people who, for a fee, will basically sort of change their clothes. But Anton Deck, they had people in to do their makeup properly. Because all the drag queens I've ever known over the years, whenever they turn up for their gigs in pubs or wherever else, they turn up fully made up. They don't sit there and do it in the pub because it takes too long. So they do it at home and then just touch up, take the wig in a box and a frock. And that's it. Off they go. And if you want any proof of that, just ask Lily Savage how long it takes him to get made up. Oh, she used to do 2 or 3 clubs a night. Seriously, I've never known anybody who used to do so many clubs. Do you remember there was that dreadful thing the other day, that dreadful experience in Seoul where all these people died as a crush? The area they were in was apparently huge for gay bars. Huge for gay bars. And in fact, one performer looked out the window and thought these people were an art installation. And then suddenly realised when they looked a short while ago, the people weren't moving, and suddenly realised. Luckily, as far as I know, no Brits. No Brits were involved. There were different people. I think there were about 30 or 40 odd tourists. But the rest, 150 people died. Because it was all of a sudden, all these people crowded into one little narrow street, and they all fell on top of each other. And thousands in the, I think about 100,000 descended on this area. It's filled with bars and restaurants, mainly gay bars, and they were all there. But people had fallen on top of other people, and I don't want to stereotype, but the ladies of Seoul, a little people, you know, they got crushed, and that's why it was absolutely dreadful. But I mean, I've never heard of anything like that ever happen before. But there is that danger where you get a lot of people in the one place, and they can't go anywhere. It's like the Titanic. All the people in third class went to get up to second class to get it. They couldn't get up there. They'd closed the doors. They'd been effectively locked in, which is not so good. Anyway, what have we got? We've got the news at 5. What is it, light outside? I don't know where I am at the moment. It's not light yet. Yeah, another hour and then it'll be light. That'll be exciting, isn't it? Perhaps I'll get my potato waffles with a bit of luck, but I don't want to push it too much. No point in getting too excited about everything. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news. Back in 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's LBC. It's Monday, October the 31st, last day of the month, and Halloween tonight. But I think most people did it over the weekend because it's a school day and stuff like. You can't really stay out there. And I don't know what the weather's going to be like this evening. I've got no idea. It doesn't seem to affect people anymore. People used to go out. So today we've got light cloud and a gentle breeze. So that's okay, isn't it? We can live with something like that. But we don't want to do the. I mean, it's the same tomorrow, but colder. 15 degrees tomorrow. Thursday, you're going to get your rain and all your other little bits and pieces, which is not good. Oh, I didn't tell you, but I've told you on the free podcast. I was waiting for my licence to come back because I got done for speeding on the Westway. I was doing, wait for this, the staggering speed of 35 miles an hour. As I say, horse and carts and ants were working a bit harder than I was. But anyway, send off your licence and then you get fined £100, you get 3 penalty points, blah, blah, blah. And blow me down, the licence came back the other day. It's only been away for about 3 or 4 weeks. And with it in the post came another speeding ticket for exactly the same place. Exactly the same place. So 35 miles an hour. I thought it was just a repeat of the first thing. So I've got to fill it in and send it off again. So that'll give me 6 penalty points. Although, to be honest with you, I defy anybody to know what 5 miles an hour looks like. I don't think it's physically possible for my car to do 5 miles an hour. Yeah, you look at the speed gauge. I mean, it just looks normal. Perhaps they should all be digital. Make it a lot easier, wouldn't it, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Who was in the crowd the other day for Ipswich Town? Ed Sheeran. He likes going out, doesn't he? He's a get out there boy. So here we go. Something strange in the neighbourhood. It's probably Sally Jacks. She is peculiar. And her son with their spooktastic Pirates of the Caribbean garden. And it's all handmade. I mean, to be honest with you, it looks absolutely disgusting. It really is. I bet the people on that close are feeling a little bit embarrassed by the whole thing. But Sally Jacks has been desperate to be famous for many, many years. Now she's received infamy because they've just piled their front garden with all this tat. You know, I mean, she probably doesn't even know what it is. Also, a collection of terrifying tapes of horror films, including Halloween, is set to sell for £300,000 today. Can't imagine why. Among the lots, a rare Betamax of John Carpenter's movie, still in its original wrapping, expected to fetch £15,000. It's an auction in Dallas. They reckon Jaws, a sealed VHS copy of Steven Spielberg's Jaws, is also tipped to go for £15,000. What for? Well, because it's got a piece of plastic round it. What a waste of money. Let somebody buy it. Couldn't care less. Have I still got a video player? Yeah. I mean, it's not plugged into what I've got at the moment. I use DVDs, though. But I do have videos. I've got collections in video, which I quite like. And but I haven't watched a video for ages. I don't know why. Perhaps it's just sort of one of those things, isn't it? I'm so used to watching. Oh, they were nice. Buffalo hot dogs. I do like hot dogs, actually. A buffalo hot dog is basically got blue cheese, sour cream, and mayonnaise on it. You make it yourself. It's not on sale. It's a recipe. Tomorrow it's Yorkshire parkin and blackberry trifle. Sounds a bit cool, doesn't it? I quite fancy a blackberry trifle. I could eat a blackberry trifle now. I'm still going for my potato waffles, but the producer is totally convinced I'm not going to get them. Somebody sent me a very nice picture in of St Paul's. And this is from Mark. He said there is a shopping centre called One New Change near St Paul's. If you go to the 6th floor roof terrace, you get some stunning views and all free. And we like free. We really do. St Paul's is beautiful, isn't it? I've been all the way up to the top. All the way up to the top. Into the top of the wedding cake. Over the dome. Everything. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. In fact, I was going over Waterloo Bridge the other day on the bus. And I was looking to it and I was thinking, do you know, it's such an iconic view as you go over Waterloo Bridge. Look to your left and there's St Paul's Cathedral lit up and looks lovely, and boats going up and down the Thames and stuff like that. Have you put some more text up or not? You haven't? No, I didn't think so. Yeah, thank you. So I just wondered why the mouse wasn't going anywhere or doing anything. Jeremy Clarkson thinks the police should forget Tarquins and cracked skulls to combat violent crime. They're getting a bit worried about people taking the law into their own hands with these eco-warriors supergluing themselves. There's one woman pictured dragging somebody off the road in front of her car. I've got a child who needs to go to hospital. These people are so selfish and so stupid. So stupid. Steve, I don't like Halloween as it's little more than children knocking on doors begging for sweets with the threat of throwing eggs at your window. If you don't, or am I a grumpy old so-and-so? They won't throw eggs. Their parents can't afford it. You know, far too expensive. They'll probably throw flour or something like that. People don't treat. And also, I don't agree with the idea. If some kid knocks at your door and you go, would you like some sweets? I thought the whole idea was that you were told, you know, if you're a kid, don't accept sweets from strangers. And here they are. And it's extortion. You call the police. OK, what you do is you dig a big pit by your front door. OK, and you cover it with sort of leaves and twigs and everything else. And then when they get nearly to your front door, they fall into the pit and you put piranhas in there. OK, and that will teach them for the next time round. It's ridiculous, isn't it, that you encourage now kids to go up to a perfect stranger's house and say trick or treat. Most elderly people won't have the faintest idea what they're on about. I mean, they did have it when I was a kid. We didn't do it. We never did it. Because some people used to keep a big basket of sweeties by the front door. I mean, I do it here for the news team, so it's basically grooming, just by another name. Steve puts out satsumas and it's all sorts of sweeties out there today, and some little cakes and something else. It's like cornflakes with chocolate wrapped round or something like that. No, yes, there's Quality Street out there as well, yeah. They're nice, the Quality Street, aren't they? I like them, but I just only like strawberry. I don't like the other ones. I really don't. Stacey Solomon feels sorry for internet trolls. She says she tries to be honest on social media, even though she's suffered online abuse. Of course, listen, everybody gets it. If they know what your name is, they'll be sending you abuse. You know? And she says, I feel sorry for people who do, because if somebody's being horrible to someone who dictates your life, you can't be that happy. No, they're all lonely. That's the trouble. Most of them have got... They're sick between the ears. They're really not very well at all, I'm afraid. They can't help it. It's not their fault. They're very lonely. They don't have any friends. And the only friends they've got are people who sort of think like-mindedly. So that's it. I mean, the internet companies need to sort them out, because you can find them easy. I got one the other day, actually, but I didn't know what it was, actually. I didn't even understand it. It was somebody being a bit thick. And but strangely, the name that they signed off as was not the name of their internet address. So I'm going to start passing them on to the police. It's a lot easier, actually. Steve, Ed Sheeran lives just outside Ipswich, and he sponsors the Ipswich Town football kit. Has done for 3 years. He often pops down to watch us play in between tours. He started off doing gigs in the pubs in Ipswich. Such a nice guy who believes in giving something back, says Kathy. Yeah, see, I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a brilliant idea. Big collection day for bins this week. The good people of Hillingdon, says the Uxbridge bin man. It might have changed. Bin collection day might have changed this week. Actually, the good news is, before I forget, the post office have called off their strike. The postal workers, they've called off the strike. So that's good news, isn't it? I was feeling a bit better about life This is the Royal Mail staff. They've been called off after a challenge by the firm. The firm, actually, they got a legal letter from Royal Mail. And basically it's a case of, don't screw with us. So they got a legal thing. So they're going to resume on the 12th of November. The CWU General Secretary, who's called Dave. Have you noticed they've all got short names? His real name's David, but it makes him, and the other one's called, Vic, and they've got all these other people. It's because it makes them sound a bit more like in your face, pal. You know what I mean? Dave Ward makes it sound like it's an odd carrier for Lego or something like that. He's really David. And second, it says we recognise the deep frustration felt by many members over this decision. Yeah, well, they've already said there's going to be redundancies, about 6,000, I believe, because basically you've screwed the profits. What are they supposed to do? You can't keep people on. It's not a charity. Steve, says Chris, trick or treat? I wouldn't eat anything that a stranger had given me. They do, though. They go up to the front doors. They knock on the front door and go, trick or treat. I never get... No, I've electrified the doorbell. I'm not stupid. I can't think of anything worse, actually. Paul the bus driver says, just got my morning coffee from McDonald's. They do mini waffles on the breakfast menu. What planet are you on? Have you been listening to this programme ever before? God in heaven, honestly. Just got a coffee from McDonald's. Was that a freebie? Go in there, bus driver, mate. Oh, you can have a freebie. What else we got? Vladimir Putin. Oh, yeah, drivers dragging protesters out the way, and a woman shouted they were stopping her sick child from passing just as Just Stop Oil blocked 2 roads. They were near Spitalfields Market. Came after the Met Police Assistant Commissioner Matt Twist had urged passers-by not to take the law into their own hands. Well, you're not doing anything. You're not helping these people. They keep saying, what are we doing? We heard from the Met Commissioner that they're going to be doing something about it, but we didn't go any further with it, did we? So, of course, you can't blame people. They're sitting there in a traffic jam. We had the other day, Twickenham ground to a halt, held up my Amazon order, Thames Water fannying around on thing, and so it came down to 1 lane. The traffic tailbacks went miles. Seriously bad. And over a weekend, there was rugby, people doing their Saturday shopping, and Thames Water decided to faff around. I mean, seriously. I didn't hear about Liz Truss's coffee requirements, but it rings a little bell that I might have read something, but I don't know what it was all about. I think when she was doing trips abroad, she had requests which were so exacting that they rivaled the outlandish demands of rock star riders on tour. When she was Foreign Secretary, so they say, orders were sent to embassies around the world of what she would expect to be served. She was particularly picky about coffee. She would expect double espressos served in a flat, white-sized takeaway cup, and the coffee had to be sourced from independent stores. She placed a ban on big brand coffee, except when she was in the UK, when she would accept coffee from Pret-a-Manger. So her favourite espresso machine was moved from department to department. Also, food and other drinks. The book says sandwiches had to be freshly prepared, as she would reject any plastic-packed pre-made varieties. For lunch, she insisted on bagels or sushi, and absolutely no mayonnaise on anything, and she would not accept fruit for breakfast. For overnight stays, a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc had to be provided in the fridge. So, in other words, she liked a bit of cold. A former staffer is quoted as saying, sometimes she could be demanding and borderline rude. Of course she could. Of course she could. That's why she's not there anymore. Rude. But some people are like that. I mean, you just have to accept the fact that pop stars have riders. But some of them are so stupid and so petty. I think one particular group, they wanted Smarties, big bowls of Smarties, no blue ones. They didn't want blue Smarties. Van Halen insisted they be served M&Ms with the brown ones taken out. They later claimed it was a test to see whether venues were reading their exacting technical sound specifications. Yeah. Axl Rose asked for a square melon. And they do square melons. They grow them in plastic boxes, so they fit the box. And Morrissey demanded a young sapling, no less than 4 feet but no higher than 6 feet. He also cancelled a gig in Iceland over the venue's refusal to go vegetarian. Lady Gaga's rider specifies piping hot roast chicken as she steps off stage. Adele has a strict no American beer rule. Lily Allen asked for 12 packs of Monster Munch. The Foo Fighters demand cup of noodles but only on Wednesday. Katy Perry insists her drivers do not speak to her and specifies how fast they should drive and what lane they should stay in. And Nina Simone, ain't got life, requested champagne, some cocaine and some sausages. That was according to the musician and composer Warren Ellis. What a happy day that was for Nina Simone. Ain't got no, I got life. Love it. Absolutely love it. But, so everybody's got riders. They all put them in there. You know, we want so many Coca-Colas, so many beers, so many bottles of this spirit and that spirit, 2 bottles of Jack Daniels. I wouldn't have anything apart from I quite like a bucket of KFC. You know, quite like that. Drumsticks only. And sort of coated completely. I don't want it where the coating falls off. You know, that's not supposed to be how it is. I want the coating all over it. And it's going to be a bucket. And I don't want any chips. I'm not doing chips at the moment. I'm having a chip-free year, which is I think very good actually. I'm being quite disciplined with myself.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Steve says John in Weybridge took the train to Waterloo on Saturday afternoon and walked through the West End to Langhams. It was heaving everywhere. Shops, restaurants, full of people outside pubs. No evidence of a recession. I thought the same. Not this week, but the week before. I thought exactly the same. I've never seen so many people everywhere. It was almost, you know, I was waiting in the Strand Palace Hotel to meet Corey. We always have this sort of meeting up and then we go to Joe's. And there's people pulling in suitcases. I mean, everywhere's packed. And I thought, you wait till you get the bills in. You wait. It's not looking good, is it? Mickey says, I got my speed awareness course tomorrow morning. Between 8 and 10:45, like you, I was done for 35 miles an hour and a 30. On the day in question, I remember it well. I was overtaken by a lady walking her dog. I mean, it's just, they're making a fortune out of it. You know, I wouldn't mind, but there's no reason for the Westway in London, which leads you down the Euston Road, Marylebone Road, there's no reason for it to be 30 miles an hour. There's nobody working on it. There's nobody doing anything at all. It's just them being a little bit pedantic and trying to rake in as much money from the poor motorist. You know, because not only do you have to pay if you do... I mean, it's so difficult to drive at 30 miles an hour. It certainly is in my car. Very difficult. Really, really difficult, clearly. But it's a case of, you know, I mean, what is the point of doing it? Because they're prats, that's why. Because they just want to make as much money out of you as possible. Because the motorist is the easy target. And, you know, could be better. Let's get them on the petrol. Let's get them on the speeding. So every road in Westminster is 20 miles an hour. You better watch it. And the reason I get cars, when I was on the Westway the other day, coming in at 30 miles an hour, watching it very carefully, cars were overtaking. And you think, oh, my goodness. If you're actually in the West End, you're lucky to get above 20 miles an hour anyway. But that's the danger. Once you get past it, you put your foot down a little bit. And before you know where you are, you're doing 40. And they do between here and there. It's timed. So that's why people get nicked. But what's the point of it on the Westway? There's no point at all. No point at all. It's just sheer greed from the councils because they basically screwed up on everything else. Steve went to Salt Mills Gallery on Friday to see the David Hockney exhibition. All the artwork done on his iPad. Free entry and lots to see, says Jane. Oh, that sounds quite nice. And Sidcup Julie says, today I'm taking my mum to Olympia to see The Spirit of Christmas. The Spirit of Christmas? What is this madness? What is it? It sounds absolutely fantastic. The Spirit of Christmas at Olympia. Wait a minute, we're going to get it up and have a look. Oh, it's Spirit of Christmas Fair. Well, it sounds quite nice, doesn't it? It's running through 31st, today, until the 6th of November. And all sorts of things. So, but you have to buy a ticket to... It's like paying to go into a shop, I always think, isn't it, really? But they've got sort of trees and everything else. You can have a glass of bubbly. And you can have a dining experience. It's basically paying to go in a department. It's like getting to the door of Selfridges and somebody says, it's £15 to come in. And you go, well, I'm not coming in. Because it's not like you get the bubbly for free or anything like that. You have to pay for everything. And it's basically all the sort of things that you've seen everywhere else. It does look nice, yeah. But you're paying to go inside a shop. That's what it is. 700 shops. Well, that's what you've got if you go to, into Selfridges. They've got at least 700, if not 1,000. How much is it to go in? How much is it to go in? Here we go. Let's find out. There you go. Blimey. So if you want a premium pass, that's 28 quid. That's valid for Monday. Oh, right. And one return visit on there's an unlimited pass from £31, which I would probably go for. Depends if you're coming down from north. I mean, you're not going to be sort of paying for that, are you? So single-day tickets with no return entry are valid Tuesday to Friday on the day that you selected, and weekend tickets for either Saturday or Sunday. £23.50. On the door, £27.50. So the idea is buy it in advance. Buy it in advance. You don't want to be, paying through the nose for it, do you? But I would definitely go for the unlimited pass. But that's only because I live and work in London. If I lived and worked in London but lived in Birmingham or something like that, it would be completely different. Completely different. Excuse me. That's them told. No, it is. I've been to quite a few of those sort of things. It's quite good fun because you could just sort of wander about. But it's a case of you can go there and have champagne and stuff like that. Well, you can go to the Westfield, and they've got a champagne bar at Westfield. And you could just sort of sit there and watch the world go by and just have a glass of champagne. It doesn't taste any different to anybody else's. I just quite like the idea of having a glass of champagne. Or Prosecco. I wouldn't. Or both. And a hot dog. Graham from Nottingham says, I struggled to complete dry January early this year, so now I'm signing up for Can't Remember December. Is that right? It's a joke. In Nottingham, says Britt, the council has suddenly put up tons of new 20 zones here. They can have the power to fine people 130 quid with no points. If that's not just a money-making scheme, I don't know what is. I'll add these zones are in absurdly stupid places. Our ones have been 20 miles an hour for ages. Whole of Westminster, 20 miles an hour now. And you have to look to the left-hand side of the road you're on. If it says 20 on the sign, then it's official 20. If it's written on the road, it's flexible. OK, it's got to be one of those signs edged in red that means it's official 20 miles an hour. But it's just councils ripping you off. That's what it is. And Sid Cup Julie says, bar humbug, Steve. Bar humbug. I love it. What do we have? I saw something just a moment ago. Oh, yes. Victoria Beckham was on the... This is old, actually. This is an old story. They've just lifted it from the Andy Cohen programme. He rejected an offer to jump the queue to see the Queen's coffin. His wife Victoria said, on the Andy Cohen programme. She said he spent 13 hours with the public. Victoria said, well, they offered him to jump the queue, but for him it was something that meant so much to him. What's that got to do with it? He was just doing the attention-seeking thing. And also, 13 hours stuck with the same people either side of you. David Beckham can barely string a word together. And now all of a sudden he does that. Funny that she never turned up, did she? She never went. Steve, 40 miles an hour all the way from Northolt, 30 miles an hour on the Westway, and then 20 miles down the Marylebone Road. 24 hours a day, says Ian, my ice cream man. Ice cream Ian. It's just ridiculous. It is, because for the simple reason... I'd like to see what their reasoning is behind it, because it's certainly not accidents. Because 20 miles an hour, apparently, you can't do too much damage to somebody. You can if you run them over. But you're right, 40 miles an hour, and then on the motorways, sometimes there'll be somebody painting a lamppost or doing something particularly ridiculous, surrounded by all this scaffolding, and they'll go, oh, it's now 40 miles an hour on the motorway. And you think, this is just ridiculous. Yeah. There you go. Apparently, the speed limit on the A40 was reduced from 40 miles an hour to 30 during summer 2020 due to the deteriorating condition of the bridge structure. Excuse me, whose fault's that? The local council for not maintaining it. There you go. However, TfL have decided to make the 30-mile-an-hour limit permanent as part of its lowering speed limits programme. What a load of cobblers. What a load of old cobblers, honestly. So, in other words, the bridge structure is deteriorating. So what's going to happen? We're going to collapse, are we? What's going to happen there? Are you doing anything about it? I haven't seen anything. Do let us know when you start doing it. And then we can all come round and give you a big clap that you so richly deserve. Other stories in the papers. Archaeologist Howard Carter, as I pointed out earlier, has been accused of stealing jewellery from Tutankhamun's tomb. The neck piece, it was a gem-encrusted collar from the boy king's body. This documentary was on last night. Janino Ramirez says it seems Howard took the parts back to London, hoping perhaps to reconstruct them. He gave them away to an acquaintance. But apparently it was quite normal for people to rob. So it wasn't just the tomb robbers, it was people like Carter as well, who was basically selling this stuff. So sardines, pickled and pineapple, all acceptable controversial pizza toppings. Oh. eggs, spinach and goat's cheese. Surprisingly, pineapple, the most fiercely debated pizza topic. Well, go to Italy and ask for a Hawaiian. They'll look at you with disgust. They don't do that. Apparently, the things that you can't have on your pizza: pasta, fish fingers, bananas, crisps, chocolate, peach, strawberry, cherries, Nutella or rhubarb. That's where was Hawaiian pizza invented? Here, I should imagine. Canada, yeah. But in Italy, they wouldn't serve you that. They wouldn't do anything like the like of we have over here. So, yes to pineapple, bacon, garlic, spinach, goat's cheese, minced beef, tuna, anchovies, sardines and coronation chicken. That's not a pizza. That's just coronation chicken on a pizza. Who's come up with this garbage? It's a search commissioned by a hot sauce company. What rubbish have you ever heard, honestly, the like of it before, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, I don't mind pizza with pineapple on it, but as I say, you go to Italy and they'd sorry? Can I have a Hawaiian? That's ham and pineapple. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I don't mind pizza, but they're supposed to be cooked, pizzas, quickly, under 2 minutes. It's very fast. That's why they're thin. Any of this thick crust garbage that they serve up, or steep pan pizza or all the rest of it, that's nothing to do with Italians, okay? They have nothing to do with that kind of stuff at all. They're thin. Over here, in fact, if you call out some of these places will come and do them for your parties, they'll do pizzas. They cook in about a minute and a half. It's thin, it'll have some leaves on it, a little bit of tomato. It's basically plain. All this other stuff's been added by people over here. It's like the Chinese. Can you imagine them going out and going, can we have some sweet and sour pork? As if that's going to be happening anytime soon. Special fried rice? Sorry? You have any special fried rice? Yes? Ridiculous, isn't it? Steve, very quickly, the reason for the slow speed on the A40 is because TfL lost a lot of money during COVID when the roads were empty. Oh, we're ripped off all the time. Ripped off all the time. Oh, it's because the thing might collapse. Well, that'll be interesting, won't it? Because then we'll be suing you for not doing the emergency works, because if you told us that the speed makes a difference to whether this structure stays up for a little bit longer.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, hope you're well. Hard up, relying on bank cards. Not at all surprised, we've all been there. How many times have you got to that stage where you get to halfway through the month and all of a sudden the money's not there anymore because you've overspent and all the rest of it, so we start shoving it on credit cards. And that's where, as Martin Lewis will tell you, you're hitting a bit of a wall on that one, because the interest rates that they charge is absolutely dreadful. Glyn says it was very spooky that Jerry Lee Lewis died just after you mentioned him on Friday. That's a few this year, isn't it? Are you the Grim Reaper? I feel as though I am, actually, sometimes. Eunice Stubbs, I mentioned. I said, oh, Eunice Stubbs, then blow me down the next day. She dies. I'm frightened to mention anybody, my producer Joe. And you can't be that lucky, can you? If a bridge is due to collapse, surely it's best to get across it as fast as possible, says Chris. You try telling TfL. They think they know everything. They're so intelligent. Steve, whenever they say Suella on the news, I always think of Sue Ellen in Dallas. Yes. And you know all about her. Shh, where's this GR? I used to love her. Sue Ellen, you're a drunk. I used to love it. It was so good. In fact, the other day I was listening to somebody. Who was it on the radio? I was listening to somebody, and they couldn't remember who shot JR, and I'm shouting into the radio, it was Kirsten. It was Kirsten who shot JR. They kept it all very secret, and the tapes were flown in, and it was all very, very secretive. Here we go. Kevin, care of Eddie Stobart. He said, I've been up since midnight. Very clean lorry you've got, isn't it? He said, driving my 44-ton truck since 1 a.m. We are the men of the convoy heading through the night. He said, heading from Felixstowe to Brickhouse, then back to Southampton in the morning. The only radio station to keep me going is LBC and your voice at this time of the morning. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much indeed. It's a big rig you've got there, isn't it? I like the blue lighting. I'm a big fan. I've just bought some garden lights, which are those ones that look as though they're flickering flames inside them, but they're not really. But these are in blue. And I got 4 for £29, but of course they couldn't deliver them yesterday because of the stupid Thames Water and they're clogging up the traffic in Twickenham meant that the poor man from Amazon couldn't get anywhere near me. I mean, the worst people who were breaking every rule under the sun were the little pizza delivery people and the KFC delivery people. They were mounting the pavement, driving the wrong way down the road. Never saying like it. People get very cross, don't they? 140 British tourists take legal action after falling ill at a luxury Turkish spa. Apparently, more than 140 have instructed lawyers after becoming unwell at the Mykonos Resort and Spa in Antalya on the Mediterranean coast. They were served lukewarm and uncovered buffet food and complained of disgusting toilets, a dirty pool and other unsanitary conditions. The law firm Irwin Mitchell in Twickenham is investigating the allegations. Amazing, isn't it, really? But they can't turn back the clock. But we'll wait and see. Always suspicious of buffets. Always. Unless it's hot food. If it's cold food, I'm very wary of things like that. And also, how long's it been sitting out? Is it covered? People touch things. I'm not sure about that, actually. Not sure about that. William and Kate's love and prayers for the relatives of the Korean crush victims. And they reckon the festive season could be relatively COVID-free as numbers appear to be dropping. Shh. Say it quietly. Please say it quietly. Don't say it too loudly, otherwise it might start sort of turning round and going back up again, which we really don't want. It's Halloween and Madonna has dressed up as Madonna, because she's so insecure. I tell you, I'm so bored with these people who want to sort of dress up. They've got everybody, haven't they? They're all doing it. Also... mindless scrap metal thieves used chainsaws to try and hack down and steal power lines carrying 33,000 volts. To be honest with you, the gang escaped without anything at all, but they could have been blown to pieces. A chainsaw, excuse me, and you're cutting down power cables. How thick do you have to be? The vandals were very lucky they weren't killed. Damien Coyle says, we were alerted by members of the public. They did the right thing. They stayed well back and called us so we could dispatch engineers. Ooh. Far too dangerous, isn't it? Far too dangerous to do anything like that. We were celebrating some birthdays today. Piers Morgan, apparently predictably, fails to see the funny side after Steph McGovern mocked ratings for his Talk TV show. With Steph referring to Piers Morgan Uncensored as Piers Morgan Unwatched. That was on Have I Got News for You. The Star tweeted, here you were gobbing off about my ratings on Have I Got News for You. You're sure you're the best person to do that? Dear me. Apparently Morgan highlights a 2-year-old newspaper story revealing McGovern's own past rating struggles on Channel 4's programme Steph's Packed Lunch. The show has since enjoyed an upturn, and she continues until at least at the end of 2023. Must cost a small fortune, that programme. But no, Piers Morgan, very small. I think her audience is over 10 times his. So he's got 3 and she's got 30, which is fantastic. No, he's got pitifully small audience, as indeed of all of those people on there. But that's the problem. You've got to offer a little bit more than just going, oh, we're on the television. Chris says Sue Ellen is Suella's real name. She was named after the Dallas character. I know. Honestly, I love the way people try and tell me things. And Catherine told me that as well as Chris. So it was good. A gruesome jelly brain has left children traumatised. You buy it in Marks and Spencer's for Halloween, and it's sort of jelly, and it's squidgy and all the rest of it. And apparently kids are traumatised by it. Well, don't buy it then. It's only a piece of jelly. Goodness sake, it traumatised. That's what they said. They were traumatised by it, which I always worry about. There it is. Look, it just looks like it's got eyes in it and stuff like that. It's called eye-popping jelly brain. I thought kids are really... It's only a £5. It's the size of a human brain. It's got popping candy sprinkles to make it crackle menacingly. Only when it's in your mouth. It doesn't pop out outside of your mouth. Eye-popping jelly brain. £5. I'm going to buy one. Sod it. Why not? Yeah, I don't want to get traumatised. Just even looking at the picture. Mum of 2. Let's just call her... Anyway, Mum of 2 from Reigate said, it's one of the most terrifying Halloween food products I've ever seen. You obviously don't get out very often, dear, do you? Try Poundland. My kids were traumatised by the attention to detail. It's like something out of a horror movie. Well, what are your kids doing, watching horror movies? She said whoever designed it should be doing Hollywood special effects. It's just a jelly, dear. It's just... Who are these people? Where do they get them from? It's ridiculous. It's delicious to eat, and it's got light cheese in it, and it's there to... Kids love things like that. It's only the parents who are a bit mammy. I mean, apparently the £5 eye-popping jelly brain is part of the Halloween food range, which includes eerie eyeballs, Zom beef fingers, I want pizza, and a cheesy garlic bread called Petrified Pamela Pumpkin. A silly name for Pamela Pumpkin. What's that got to do with it? And then the photograph in the sun, they've added spiders to it to make it, you know. I think that would be more interesting if a hand came out of the jelly and grabbed the kids and dragged them back into the jelly. That'd make a very good film, wouldn't it, I think. Prince Harry to return to Britain. Please don't, dear. We don't want you here. Nobody likes you. You're very ungrateful. Apparently to do a promotional tour on a book he hasn't written. How lovely. You might as well send me out, darling. Much easier. Also, fruit machine players. I used to be quite addicted to fruit machines years ago. If I went into a pub, I would always have a little plastic bag in my pocket with pound coins in it. And the first thing I would do is I would head for the fruit machine. Do I know how they work? What fruit machines? No, you push a button. It's not complicated. It's mindless. Totally mindless. You just sit there, you either push the button or you pull the handle, and then it goes, you've got so many things, and you sort of look up at the thing. There'll always be somebody, if ever you're going to play in an amusement arcade, there'll be some really interfering little so-and-so who'll come up and go, I wouldn't do that, mate. Push this button here, and they want to play because they haven't got any more money left, because they're dipsticks. Okay, but now you've got to be in a crackdown on underage gambling. You've got to be 18 to play a fruit machine. So they're putting cameras in. You need to take a selfie to prove you are over 18. So a camera in the machine will take a photo of the customer's face before they're allowed to play. Within 2 seconds, an algorithm will determine their age to within 18 months and stop them playing if it decides they look too young. Well, loads of people look too young. But they can tell, apparently, how young you are by looking at There used to be a guy in Covent Garden years ago, here in London, and he would guess your age. If he got it wrong, he would give you a £5. You'd pay him £1, and he would look at you, and he'd write down a number, and he'd go, how old are you? And you'd go, 28. And he'd turn over the paper, 28. Yeah. Made a fortune, because he never had to pay anybody. Never had to pay anybody at all. You pay him the £1, hoping to fool him into how old you are. Yeah, I mean, I don't ask me why. I mean, I was always fascinated by something stupid like that. Because I thought it was a trick, but it wasn't necessarily a trick, I don't think. It was sort of just something done, and you gambled on it. It used to operate right in the middle of Covent Garden. I saw a kid the other day. There was a kid doing one of the acts. He'd obviously booked in because you need to book your turn. And he was I don't know, 14, 15. He was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. You know, you've got to be good there to earn your money. And if you are good, you can pick up 400 or 500 quid in a day. He was doing semi-juggling and everything else. But the trouble is, because he didn't have anything to talk about, there was no patter. There was no, you've got to keep talking to people. And so people just sort of sat there watching him, basically slowly dying, you know, which is very... Mind you, there's a woman, she's on YouTube. She just literally comes and stands in front of the performer. She's obviously a bit screw loose upstairs. And then they had to call the police out to come and remove her. She was being particularly stupid. Very stupid. The question is, just before we go to the travel, did Harry have to sex up his book for the publishers? Well, it must be dreadfully boring. Dreadfully boring. As I say, I don't know. Why don't you ask the person who wrote it for him? And then, as I say, Harry will have to read it or have somebody read it to him. And then he can come over here and talk about something he knows very little about because he's just ungrateful. And the book's 28 quid. The producer goes, oh, there's bound to be a copy lying around. Yeah, right.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Viv in Suffolk says, morning, Steve. Had a good shop in Poundland yesterday. Martlesham Heath near Ipswich. Loads of great bargains and very pleasant staff. So refreshing. I shall definitely go again. So many people about spending. I know. There appears to be no sort of holding back on the spending. You see people staggering down this. And we haven't even got to Christmas. Once people start buying all their stuff, I mean, I've seen all the television programmes. There's the poor man on Ideal World who can only demonstrate drones. That's all he can talk about. His mind is completely burnt out. He just talks about drones, upside-down drones, this drone, here's a package, here's a bundle, we're doing this, you can't get away. I mean, he must be a nightmare at Christmas. This one's got a digital camera on it, this one hasn't, this one comes with this, and together they would be £300. You get them today, £175. And they're shifting, and we're running out of these drones. And yet the funny thing is, I hardly see drones anywhere. You'd think with the amount of drones that they're selling in shops, that you'd see them all over the place, but they've got to be a certain size. If they're over a certain size, you can't use them. They're illegal. And you certainly can't use them near the airports, and if you do and you're caught, you're in big trouble. Big trouble. So, BBC Local Radio. BBC Local Radio. They're to be overhauled, with a swathe of shows facing the axe and plans to share others across different regions. According to one report last night, stations could be left with only a handful of programmes made specifically for their area. The revamp of radio in England may result in hundreds of job losses. Staff are due to be told of the plan today, amid claims it will end many stations as distinct local services. But the trouble is you don't need distinct local services. So what I think they will probably do, and The Guardian suggested this the other day, but it's nothing new. This has been done loads of times before, where the station would be left with two programmes, a breakfast show and a lunchtime show, and the rest of the time it would come from Central BBC or whatever, because they don't need it anymore. And a source said they've denied the cuts would be extreme, but they've got to save something, because they got a 2-year freeze on the licence fee. It's boosting the local online services and wants to strengthen investigative journalism. Yeah, perhaps into themselves. That'd be more entertaining, wouldn't it? But I think what they'll end up doing is just having two programmes, which will then eventually come down to one programme. It'll be a breakfast show, and the rest of the time it'll come from London. They can feed in whatever other stations they've got, which are losing audience. Perhaps the Today programme would like to sort of boost itself, because, you don't keep it local. Keeping it local for the breakfast, that's all you need. I mean, I don't know what people think, keeping it local means. Do they think it means that we're going to be talking to old Farmer Giles down the road because his cow Betty, she's got, we make butter and all that kind of thing. What do you mean local radio? What does that mean? I don't know what station that was, actually. I've got no idea. Must be BBC Radio Shropshire again. Because you worry, don't you? I mean, their audience, sometimes they don't even register. There are so few people. You don't actually need it. It's basically been a bit of a sort of a training ground for the local vicar to sort of exercise his skills in communication. I've heard that on numerous places. But you don't need them all doing it. It makes no difference where your vicar's from. He's a vicar. They're all preaching from the same thing. The travel editor Mark Palmer, writing in the Daily Mail today, saw his elder brother get the title, the stately home, and the seat in the Lords. But in this open letter, he tells the Duke of Sussex he couldn't be happier. He said, "Stop whinging, Harry. It's great to be the spare." Oh, Harry is the whinger, the ginger whinger. And you think to yourself, so ungrateful for everything you've been given. You haven't had to do anything at all, have you? Got given all these lovely houses. You could go and indulge playing around in helicopters and doing bits and pieces like that. You haven't had to do anything at all. Absolutely nothing. And then you've now met somebody who's a very talented actress. And they've got the money. I don't think he realises how much normal people are struggling. I don't think he's got the faintest idea. He's so far removed. I don't think he understands anything like that. They can't do. When has he ever had to worry about a bill? When has he ever had to worry about, can I afford to pay this or pay that? No, nothing at all. And look at the little temper he's got on him. Whew, blimey. Is Bob Dylan, the next cultural icon, set to be cancelled? Apparently, he describes women variously in his new book of essays on popular song as pug-nosed, grim-faced and short on looks, a she-goat, a gold-digging showgirl, a full-skirted in a cocktail dress and a hot-blooded sex-starved wench. Well, that'll go down well, won't it, with a few people? Unbelievable, isn't it? And apparently, moments after announcing Rishi Sunak's arrival in Downing Street last Monday, Ben Brown found himself stuck in a work lift. He endured Radio 1's pipped pop music for 3 hours because the engineer was held up in traffic. That's Andrew Pierce today. I saw that picture the other week in the paper. That was an old story. Ben Brown stuck in a lift for 3 hours, which was very sweet. Oh, look, here we go. Rumours of a rift. Victoria Beckham and Nicola Peltz. It's interesting that Nicola's attempting to deny the the feud seems likely only to fuel the media gossip mill. The actress who married Brooklyn, the man who can't even dress himself. You've never seen anybody dress so badly at Paris Fashion Week. I mean, seriously, the coat looks ridiculous. The jeans don't fit properly. And he just looks though he's a wreck. But apparently, Miss Peltz questioned the use of the word feud before conceding to the Sunday Times Style magazine. I mean, maybe they picked up on something and now they're labelling it feud. No family is perfect. I didn't pay attention to all of it. If I did, I'd go crazy. And she says she didn't wear a design by Posh Spice because she'd really wanted to wear, because it couldn't be made in time. I know. You've had ages to make these things, dear, haven't you, really? We're not falling for this one. Not falling it. But she says, it makes me sad when I read things that people say I was never planning on wearing it, says Miss Peltz, who instead wore a Valentino couture dress, which just happened to be ready in time. She failed to mention her famous father-in-law, Dave, by name in the interview, referring to him as Brooklyn's dad. See, they're not impressed by Dave Beckham in the slightest. Why would they be? They're not. The Co-op is offering paid leave to any of its staff undergoing fertility treatment. I must join the Co-op and get fertility treatment. Apparently the company employs 6,000 people, said at the time off is flexible and unrestricted. Sounds good, isn't it? And Christmas cheer as COVID declines. Festive family gatherings are on this year as the UK is set to enjoy a relatively COVID-free Christmas. You won't be able to afford to buy the tree or anything. You can just we're just going to be, deck the whole... Because I've started listening to all the Christmas carol. I've got them arriving on a daily basis. The Motown Christmas albums with, all the people on there in my car. I love it. Christmas songs, happiness. What have we got here? Princess Margaret on holiday in Mustique with her lover, who is then Roddy Llewellyn and Lady Glenconner. And she loved the cinema, apparently, Princess Margaret. In fact, she loved everything, as long as she could smoke. That was all she wanted to do. She wanted to smoke. And, in the end, she gave up drink and cigarettes, two of her greatest pleasures. And Lady Glenconner said to her, Ma'am, I do admire your strength. There's nothing to admire, Anne, she said. I knew I had to do it. That was her way and her attitude. But she did what she wanted to do. She never... Did you show me, Margaret's routine? Get her hair done, have something to eat, have a cup of tea, get her hair cut. Get her hair done again. So she gets up 9, what she did when she was alive. Breakfast in bed. How lovely. You remember breakfast in bed? Oh, happy days. Followed by 2 hours in bed listening to the radio, reading the newspaper, which she left scattered on the floor, and chain smoking. At precisely 11 a.m., she got into a bath run for her by her lady's maid. Noon, an hour in the bath is followed by hair and makeup at the dressing table, and then she puts on clean clothes, as one would imagine of a princess. She never wore any of her clothes more than once without having them cleaned. 12:30, she started on the old voddy. Yeah, she was downstairs for the vodka pick-me-up. At 1 o'clock, she joined the Queen Mother for a 4-course lunch served in an informal manner from silver dishes, half a bottle of wine per person, plus fruit, and half a dozen different varieties of native and continental cheeses. Okay. That was as far as it goes. And then she gets her hair done again. She was so bored in her life. She was the spare. She was so bored, she would get her hair done sometimes 2 to 3 times a day. 2 to 3 times a day. Even I don't get my hair done that often. I really don't. I know it looks as though I do, but I promise you, I really don't. Yeah, I get a little trim every so often, which is quite nice. Oh, guess who? Daphne Oxenford. Do you know who Daphne Oxenford is? Oh, you're hopeless, honestly. You claim to be in radio and you do not know. Daphne Oxenford was an original cast member of Coronation Street, but for 20 years she was the voice of the radio's Listen with Mother. She was the one who said, "Are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin." A phrase that made it into the Oxford Dictionary of Quotation. Is it any ringing a bell? You've heard of it, yeah. Are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin. She had a very, very posh voice, actually. Also, birthday today, Marcus Rashford. I thought he was in his 30s. He's nowhere near it. He's 25. 25. It's amazing, isn't it? And Anna Ford. in the year 2005, has called time on her long career. She will read her final bulletin for the BBC at the 1 o'clock news. Next April, in 1978, she became the first prime-time female newsreader on ITN, as News at 10's rival to Angela Rippon, who wasn't the first newsreader on television. There were quite a number of other people who were broadcasting from Alexandra Palace. I think Angela Rippon's fame came when she appeared on Morecambe and Wise's show with "There May Be Trouble Ahead," swung out the desk, and there she was. She had legs. People were horrified. Never seen somebody with legs reading the news. Goodness sake.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Coming up to 4 minutes past 6 if you're clock watching. I can't remember if the schools are back today. You can always tell because the buses are absolutely heaving. And I believe, it depends where, I suppose. But also next week we've got train strike again, haven't we? Which is good. 2 days. I think we've got Monday and 3 days. Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, isn't it? Is that how it works? I think so. Just better remind you of these things. Because otherwise, yeah. So the next one, 5th, 7th and 9th of November, and holding another strike. But so far, and, you know, I never bother about people striking. If you think you're going to achieve something by striking, fine. But so far, they've had all these strikes, and I forget how many days we've had so far. They've achieved nothing. They've got nothing. There's been no offers for them. And so we're now sort of just putting it into our psyche that, you know, if it's Monday or Saturday, it's a strike. And so you just learn to get around. It's the way it works. We can't do anything about it. There's no new money on the table. So how long Michael is going to be sort of doing this, I've got no idea. I mean, unless they're going for an all-out strike and just bring the country to its knees, and in which case they'll all lose their jobs anyway. I just don't understand where we're heading. It seems a bit of a no-win situation. I understand what they're doing it for. I can understand that. But so far, it's having no impact at all. Halloween today, says Stella, and it's my birthday. Woo! Birthday on Halloween. How nice. And Steve, I think I will sign off my emails to you as Pamela Pumpkin, says Pamela. We didn't get that at all, actually. How can garlic bread be Pamela Pumpkin? And Julietta says, I was going to ask you if you're turning on the Christmas lights in Twickenham. However, I was at the Cabbage Patch last night, and there seemed to be some festive lights on the lamppost already. I know they put a load of them on, but I don't know if they're testing them, Julietta. I'm not sure if they're testing the lights. They normally put them on. So I also thought perhaps they're not going to bother with turning them on, because the Christmas trees that Paul Cooper is supplying. There'll be a big one in the town and then one up by the station. They're not going up till about the 15th of November. But the lights, they were down the other day. The market's going on outside here, isn't it? So Tony and his boys have all finished. And now you've got the market going up there, which will be a festive market. So well, I think they must have finished, because it's all cleared for putting all the stalls in, and all the hoardings have come down and everything else, which is a shame. But we like going down there. That was a highlight. Corey made Corey's day. I don't think he'd ever been so happy in his entire life. To go down there, put on the hard hats and all the bits and pieces, to go down there and see an electricity substation right outside our door. Right outside our door. It's amazing. Residents of one of Britain's most expensive coastal towns feared plans for a leisure complex would make their tranquil resort more like Benidorm. In a discovery that the country's rarest reptile lives on a site in Sandbanks appears to have had far greater success in stopping the proposals. Because, you know, they do these things. They put in all these things and somebody goes, oh, no, you can't. Newts. Somebody goes, what? Newts. Yes. And they need to cross the road, and you can't move them. You can't touch them. In fact, on one of them, I think, to get squirrels from one side to the other, they put in like a walkway for the squirrels. They hang upside down over the road to get them from one side to the other. Amazing. But sand lizards they've got, and they have a lifespan of up to 20 years. Unfortunately, they're extremely rare. So that won't be built, will it? I can't see anything like that happening. What else we got? Tickets to see Adele in Las Vegas selling for 40 grand. Well, they're not selling for 40 grand. They're up for 40 grand. Whether they sell remains to be seen. Yes, I hope she's ready this time. She had a bit of a drama last time. It wasn't ready. The show wasn't ready. And they say here, tickets close to the stage were available on SeatGeek for $47,210. They won't sell them. They won't sell them. Seriously, they just put that up there to make her look more important. And they've also got Vivid Seats, 38,000, and Ticket Smarter for 38,000. These ticket prices were higher than Celine Dion, Sir Elton John, Sir Rod Stewart's and J-Lo. In other words, nobody's bought these things yet. They've just put it in there to make her sound very important. They are also saying it's unclear whether she'll be living in Vegas or commuting from her home in Beverly Hills. Well, it doesn't make any difference, does it? Who cares? Who cares? As long as she does these things. She's going to play 2 shows a weekend, and each date will earn her an estimated 1.4 million. 1.4 million. But that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's that they say the most expensive ticket on SeatGeek for Adele's show is 8 rows back from the stage. Brodie Cooper says they were by far the highest in the history. Yeah, well, you might as well put £1 million down. It doesn't mean they're going to sell them. They could be sitting there empty. You know, that's what they say. They say, oh, all those shows have sold out and they made all this money and all the rest of it. You think, no, they didn't. That's why you get rows and rows and rows of empty seats. Remember the most profitable Vegas residency? Most profitable. What, profitable for the artist? Or made the most money? I don't know, actually. Who would that be? Sinatra? No, because they were different seat prices in those days. Didn't have to pay that sort of money. But I think you'll find Celine Dion. I watched her the other day when she was... she's not very well at the moment, actually, but she was on Eurovision. And she sang in French, I believe. And I always thought she had a most amazing voice. How much was she making? How much was the show? Did it make in Vegas? That's why you have to check all these things. So 480.5 million a new day. What's that mean? Oh, right, a new day is the next 480. But that's what she generated, was it, for that? Blimey. Now you know. Now you know. That's why. And she's number 2. Wow. 299.6 million for Celine. Wow, but what a voice. Elton John, 204 million. God, I'm not surprised people go and work there. Britney Spears, Piece of Me, 144 million. And Elton John, the $1 Million Piano. Very camp. And Jennifer Lopez, 105 million. Not bad. It's Cher, 97.4. But I think you go there to see if she's going to melt under the lights. I don't think you do anything else. She wears the weirdest outfits. And Bette Midler, 71.8 million. But I think she's fab. I think Bette Midler is great. She really puts on a show. And again, she was at Caesar's Palace. She grossed over 70 million at the box office. It's not bad, is it? But nowadays, the price of seats has actually gone up. So you have to... I mean, I've been to Caesar's Palace. I've never been into their big showroom, the arena. But I've been into Caesar's Palace on loads of occasions. And very nice it was too. Can you imagine, even if you had that much money, would you seriously spend £40,000 buying a seat for Adele? Absolutely not. Even if I had the money. Even if I had the money, people would be looking at you with pity going, we're sitting right behind you, and we paid $28. You know, you can imagine. Terrible. Steve, remember Housewife's Choice? Says Taffy Nyes from Pontyclun and South Wales. Housewife's Choice. I think that was the one. I think so. I think it might have been that one. I can't remember actually. That was. It ran actually till about 1967. I think it was supposed to appeal to housewives, as you cleaned or did cooking or stuff like that. That's what it was. A BBC record request programme every morning on the BBC Light programme. Seems so dated now, doesn't it, really? Graham, the chauffeur, says, I'm 65 today, but not officially until 9:20 p.m, so hanging on to 64 for as long as possible. Yeah, don't worry. It goes really quickly, I'm delighted to tell you. My friend Graham over in Thailand, they have an English shop over there for foreigners. It said it's shop for foreigners. You can go in there and buy all these things, including poppies and stuff. I knew he'd know. Yeah, but you can get all the Marmite and the things you couldn't get. A friend of mine started doing that in a shop in Vienna years and years ago, and started bringing stuff in so that the Brits could get their Marmite and peanut butter and all these kind of stuff, Branston pickle. It was all terribly expensive, but if you wanted to buy it, you can buy it. It's like buying a newspaper. I used to buy a newspaper, and over there, it'd be a few pounds to buy the newspaper because I'd had to fly over. Ridiculous. Steve, I saw Adele in Brisbane, and because we live near the Gabba Stadium, we were able to buy tickets for $100. That was good. I thought you were going to say, because if you live near the Twickenham Stadium, when they were having all their pop concert, you didn't need to go there. You could hear it from outside. Just sort of wasted. I've never been inside. I watched them building it, and I go past it most days. I go, oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? M&S. Oh, it's their zombie food. I'm so silly. Why can't they just do proper food for the rest of us? Oh, honestly, what else we got? So the angry drivers pulling protesters off the road. They're a right bunch of idiots, the protesters, aren't they? Well, they get over themselves. They've achieved nothing at all, apart from let's pull the police's finger out of their whatever and getting these people arrested. It's as simple as that. More rough sleepers in the capital. Apparently it's risen. Sadiq Khan has said. Provisional findings suggest there were nearly 6,000 people on the capital streets between April and September, which is an increase of more than a fifth from the same period last year. Can't imagine why. Why would that be? Oh, cost of living. Apparently, the mayor called for urgent government action to tackle rising bills and housing costs, including an immediate freeze on private rents. I think he's overstepped his mark. He's just to do with little parades in London. I think he really shouldn't get involved with all these things. He praised the unsung heroes of outreach workers, charity teams, healthcare professionals and council staff, but said that despite the progress, he said there was severe financial pressure put on London's poorest people at risk. Yeah, it's sorting out the genuine, isn't it? That is the problem, sorting out the genuine people. My friend Graham has bought a jar of Branston original pickle from Thailand. He sent me a picture of it. Ooh, cool. I love Branston original. I like the little one that they make for sandwiches. That's quite nice, with a bit of spam in between bits of bread, and then the Branston sandwich pickle. Have you ever had that? It's exactly the same as Branston pickle, only cut into little tiny bits, and so you spread it on cheese or anything like that. You serious? You've never had it? Spam, yes. You put it on. You butter bread. Here we go. Butter bread. Then you put some spam on the top. Then you put some Branston pickle. Then the other bit of the bread. It's called a sandwich. Hopeless, isn't it? Honestly, small wonder I get stressed out and I'm on medication.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, Steve. You took me back to 1978, I think, when I saw Bette Midler at the Palladium. What a performance! Oh, I've got her on DVD doing a performance. Oh, she was riveting. Absolutely riveting. And Sue says, can you say hi and wish Damien Layden a good week? He's on his way to Somerset for work. It's a bit of a trek, isn't it, Sue? All the way to Somerset for work? Where do you live? I don't know I don't know what he's doing. Never know what he's doing. Lots of photographs in the papers today of people wearing their Halloween costumes. And it's all a bit... I don't know why. It's just... I find it a bit strange, actually. And Helen Flanagan went out in her bra and knickers again, so no big surprise there. Madonna looked quite a scary ghoul, little play on words. And the UK's hen party capital is... You see, I would have thought somewhere like Brentwood, or something like that, or Manchester. York. York, if you please. Groups of women love to visit the historic city, but residents claim their drunken antics are turning the high street into a no-go area for others. So they've produced a guidebook, York Council have, to encourage better behaviour. Hens will be advised to eat regular meals and given a list of public toilets to stop them urinating in the street. I'm sorry. This is in York, is it? Good Lord above. York Central MP Rachel Maskell has called for the council to go further and limit the groups to a ring-fenced area. What in God's name are they going to York for? There's only York Minster. But apparently stag and hen specialists called Last Night of Freedom... I've never been to a stag party. Not in a million years. They say that bookings for York were up 98%, which has sold more parties to York than to Barcelona, Berlin, Benidorm and Budapest combined. Wonder why? Apparently, he said they showed scant regard for the rate-paying bars, restaurants and hotels that are recovering from crippling COVID restriction. But what a place to go to, York. I would have thought you would go to York if you were into history and you like going to, churches, or you wanted to go to... Well, I thought hen parties were just basically a lot of sad people going out with, this one's the bride and all the others are wearing their sort of tutus and stuff like that. You sometimes see them at the airport, don't you? Well, I don't. But I've seen them on the television where they go, oh, here they are getting on EasyJet because it's got to be cheap. That's why they want to go to Budapest, because the booze is cheap. And so they're going there. But York, that would have been the last place. And there's like, going to, I don't know, can't even, I don't know. I mean, there must be something there which is attracting people. I suppose it's the idea of going, good bars and clubs. It's York, though. It's a historic city. It's not meant for ruffians and yobbos and people like that going there. I think it's mainly hen nights, though. I don't think it's stag nights. The stag night boys want to go to the Budapests and Barcelona and stuff like that because they've got those girly bars, Honestly, I ask you. Apparently... aliens, guess which paper? You only have to guess. Aliens and us talking to them would be like ants trying to chat to people. Top destination for stag do's in the UK? I don't know. Chelmsford? Never get it. Bournemouth. Lord above. Bournemouth. There you go. It's got 7 miles of award-winning golden sands. What a fat lot of use that is. A vibrant nightlife and a great choice of top restaurants and bars. Bournemouth is perfect for your pre-wedding celebrations. Yeah, to see all those drunks face down in the sand. 7 miles of award-winning golden sand. Second is Liverpool. I suppose because of the Beatles connection, do you not think? Newcastle. Well, they're like that permanently, aren't they? I've seen people from Newcastle. Nottingham. Well, that's student town, Nottingham. I've been up there. That's all you see. Students everywhere. Students. Manchester. Yep, been to Manchester. Edinburgh. You see, again, that's very touristy, Edinburgh. But it's, I would think Glasgow, if you're going to go for something like that. But if you want sophistication, you're going to go to Edinburgh because it's got the castle. It's got, you get lots of people walking around. Americans mainly picking up their tartan, and bits and pieces and stuff. They go around in national dress because they go, somebody in our distant family, they came from here and they want their tartan. Bristol. Can't imagine why Bristol would be a stag do. And number 8, London. Well, we don't want you. Can't think of anything worse. Actually, I don't see any of those stag do's in London. Where do they go? Oh, I know. They probably go to Shoreditch. I can't see them going anywhere else. I've not. You would notice a group of blokes, wouldn't you? Unlike the girls, the boys don't dress up and look a bit silly, do they? No, that's why I don't recognise it. But the girls, you can always spot them because you've got one with an L plate on her back or something like that, which of course is the last thing she'd ever be wearing. I just find the whole thing quite bizarre. That it's sort of, I see them arriving in London. I've seen groups of girls, with the veil on and all the rest of it. That's how they've travelled from wherever they've come from to go to the Strand Palace Hotel or places like that. And they book in and they're all girly and excited. They just want to go out and get drunk, which is, it's a bit bizarre, isn't it, really? Steve says, Julie, who's in York. I'm just walking through our beautiful city of York on my way to work. The hen parties totally ruin the city on a weekend. What an odd choice, though, to go to York. It would never have... If somebody had said to me, I bet you £1 million you can't guess what the top place is in this country, I'd be thinking probably Southend or something like that. But I certainly wouldn't be thinking of York. Odd, isn't it, really? Very, very strange. Very, very strange. Loved Edinburgh, says Chris Lowry. Stayed at the Balmoral Hotel right in the city centre. Me too. I went there when they relaunched it years and years ago. I got a free holiday up there for a weekend. Went up with a friend of mine on the Friday. And I think it's a Trust House Forte. It is. It's Forte Hotel. I thought so. And they were relaunching it years ago, Chris. And I went up there with a friend of mine. And it was all very nice. All very nice and very lovely. It was all, I'm a big fan of those old hotels. You know, the one, there you go, updated 2022. I don't think it was updated when we went there, but I think they've done something to it. But it was lovely. I like big old hotels. I don't like these modern things. You know, I feel a bit sort of, I don't know. I just want to go to something that's got a bit of an air about it, which is quite nice. Character. That's what it is. That's what it is. Good news if you're a Star Wars fan. Somebody bought a vintage figure of Yak Face. Completely over my head. That's a character that featured in the 1983 Return of the Jedi. One of the items on offer at Vectis auctions on the Isle of Wight. It was bought for £1.59. They've just sold it for £2,000. People collect anything, don't they? Apparently, a play set of the Death Star fetched £1,500. People collect anything now, don't they, really? They really do collect a lot of these sort of things. But, I mean, £2,000 bought for £1.59. Just goes to prove, doesn't it? You should really hang on to all these things. But, of course, what we do... I mean, I've bought loads of Stife and stuff. Not loads, you know, like 10 or 12 or something. But I haven't taken them out of the box, because I think if you leave them in the box, then they're as good as new. And that's what people like nowadays. So I've got loads of things that I've not played with. Also... Hot water bottles are flying off the shelves as we look to avoid crippling energy bills. I love a hot water bottle. I really do. I had some very kind listeners a few years back bought me hot water bottles. John Lewis have reported sales almost 4 times higher than a year ago for their bed warmers. £25. Posh people are snapping up silk velvet hot water bottles with a removable lavender sachet. What's the point of that? It's a hot water bottle. I don't understand that. But anyway, it's £130 at Harrods. It's a lot of money, isn't it? Cable knit cashmere covered bottles are available from the Royal Collection for £115. And if you really do have money to burn, designer Anya Hindmarch is selling 3 lamb's wool covers for £170 each. But you have to fork out for the bottle. Yeah, right. At the other end of the market, Argos are doing one for £4.25. That's me. I'm there on that one. It's so much easier to have a hot water bottle. It really is. I love a hot water bottle.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 25 to 7 is that you did remember to put the clocks back, didn't you? The only reason I say it is because we went to our favourite cafe in Marylebone High Street on Sunday just to go and get a breakfast, and it was packed. So we couldn't get in. It was packed solid. So we went elsewhere. Which was fine. There wasn't any sort of problem with that. And it's because the clocks went back. Everybody was sort of up early and remembering to change everything. It's amazing how many clocks you've got to do. You have to do your wristwatch, and you've got to do this one and that one. And you start... After a while, I lose the will to live. I really do. Steve, I've been watching Dallas for years, says Connie in Stockwell, and years. Can you imagine what kind of feeling it was when I met Patrick Duffy, Bobby Ewing, this year outside the stage door at Richmond Theatre? To meet a Dallas star was really unbelievable. Oh, I can well imagine. Well, we were addicted. We were addicted to Dallas. I mean, when you think how big the audience was, it was millions and millions and millions. And we just watched everything. That music, that dun 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 dun, and we got carried away with it. My friend Ian went over to South Fork Ranch, or the place where it was based on the ranch, but of course all the interior shots were done in studio. But you could go on a tour around the ranch. South York, they called it, didn't they, really, I think. And it sounded fantastic. But I was always intrigued that they all lived in this pokey little place, you know. And you think, but they're oil barons. J.R. Ewing, you thought he'd live in a mansion. But it was just sort of, he was there with his mama and all this kind of thing, and Jock Ewing. It was all great stuff, so I can imagine how you felt, Connie. Kathy says, my lovely hubby does me a hot water bottle every morning and night. Every morning? Never heard of one in the morning. And some days I even get 2 hot water bottles. Wow. Stella in York says, Steve, I live in York, have done for over 40 years. The stag and hen do's are truly awful. Friday, Saturday and Sunday are city centre no-go zones for residents. The council recommendations to the parties are laughable. See, it's a bit bad, isn't it, really, when you can't go out on the town because of, you know, people's bad behaviour. It does happen, even in Twickenham. When we first moved in there, I'd go out with my next door neighbours and my godchildren and everything else, and you could walk safely up and down the road. Nowadays, you're dodging basically sort of a fight. You know, people pouring out of pubs, people just getting drunk and all the rest of it. Even young kids are getting drunk. Because what they do is they go and buy a plastic bottle of Coca-Cola. They get one of their mates to get them a little bottle of vodka from the offie, and they pour it in there so it looks as though they're drinking Coca-Cola. I mean, it's terrible, really. What did I drink when I started drinking? I'll tell you what I drank. I drank Bacardi and Coke. But that was, but I was really late to the party. I mean, very late. I mean, some people were drinking at 14, 15 and everything. I didn't start drinking till I was about 19. I mean, even when we used to have, when I was at home, we had wine for Sunday lunch. My mum would do a roast, but I never drank it because I couldn't stand my brother was drinking before I was. Mind you, I think I've caught up quite considerably. I never liked red, no, only ever did white. No, because my father, because he was based in Germany at one point, he got the taste for Liebfraumilch and stuff like that, and Riesling. So sweet. So sweet. I prefer Pinot Grigio. If I was going to drink a white wine, I would go Pinot Grigio because it's cheap and cheerful, but it's like water, isn't it? It's like Prosecco. It's just fizzy water with lots of sugar in it. But no, I was sort of late, and then I went on to Southern Comfort and Coke, and then made myself sick on it, so I don't drink Southern Comfort. Haven't drunk that for about 30, 40 years. And loads of other drinks I sort of drank, and then I stopped drinking them. And I just discovered Prosecco, and that's all I drink. I don't drink anything else. If I go out, I drink Prosecco. Sometimes occasionally, very occasionally, if it's a special treat, I might have a vodka and Coke. Yeah. Nothing like pushing the boat out a little bit. But I feel sorry for Stella in York with these people. Joanna in Canada Water, she says, warn diabetics about putting hot water bottles near their feet. Can be so dangerous and burn them. They need to be so careful. Well, only if you haven't got any feeling, Joanna. If you've got normal feet as a diabetic, you can do that. So you don't need to be careful with hot water bottles are never that hot. What are you putting in there? I mean, God in heaven. They're not supposed to be so you scald your feet. But it's not going to make any difference. It really doesn't. I've had hot water bottles, but I wear socks in bed. Loads of diabetics wear socks in bed. Yeah, and also hot water bottles have got covers on. I've never heard of anybody who's got a hot water bottle without a cover on. When I bought them before, and I bought some from Mr. Shah, and they're lovely, actually. Very nice. Mary says, my smart mad when I boil the kettle, so I've invested in an electric overblanket and a thermos flask. Oh, right. I like electric overblankets. You used to have to turn electric blankets off when you climbed into bed for fear of sort of if you sweated in the night, you might electrocute yourself. But now you can leave them on all night and day without fear of anything at all. And haven't had a flask for ages and ages. But an overblanket is a very good idea. Gordon says midweek telly in the 70s was bleak. Dallas was a glorious exception. We loved it. Yeah, I like Dallas, Dynasty, Knots Landing, all sorts of different bits and pieces. The only one I couldn't get on with, was it Beverly Hills 90210 or something like that? That was a little bit sort of, old people pretending to be young. And I liked anything which looked sort of big and glamorous. That's why we liked Dallas. But then you watched Dynasty, or as they called it in America, Dynasty, or Dynasty. That was completely different. Completely different. It had lots of people, and then we had, there was a big cat fight between Joan Collins, who was Alexis Colby, and Crystal, played by Linda Evans. And every time you saw Linda Evans, she was shot through Hessian. So it made her look very young and glamorous and all the rest of it. And the fight that you had, which was, you could tell it wasn't actually, it was so panto. It really was. At one point, I think they got thrown in the fountain outside, but I was never too sure that it really was Joan Collins rolling around on the floor with Alexis Colby. It was, no, exactly. You can tell it's not her. You've got to watch it very carefully. You could just tell it wasn't them. But then I always thought that was quite funny. But we still watched it. As if Joan Collins is going to risk life and limb being thrown around all over the place. So it was. But anyway, it was an entertainment. It was an entertainment. Jack in Brixton says if you haven't done so, you should try a chilled white Rioja. No, listen, I don't bother mixing anything now. If I'm going out, it's going to be, even if I'm in a pub or a restaurant, I'm going to be drinking a bottle of Prosecco. It's as simple as that. Because there's no point in mixing things. I've heard of people, they go, oh, I had Prosecco, then I had a beer, then I had a spirit, then I had some cocktail. The most thing I might do is I might have some cocktails or something like that. But unfortunately, my capacity is such that I can drink about 4. And have done, and like them. I do like cocktails. I used to go to a cocktail bar in London called Christopher's, and they did most delicious cocktails. And the trouble is, they're so expensive. I couldn't believe it. You know, somebody... Yeah, but you have 2 sips of this thing and you're looking at an empty glass. Because there's sort of more decoration and pretty, you know, little things hanging over the side and an umbrella. But nothing to spend £12 on a cocktail. Nothing. You know, if you find them any cheaper than that, I'd latch onto the place and hang on to it. Did you know a good night's sleep really makes you happier? You can really become very happy on a good night's sleep. The brain processes emotions and strengthens positive feelings whilst you're sleeping, and mental health issues that can be eased during sleep include stress, depression, and the inability to feel pleasure. I haven't felt pleasure in ages. No point worrying about that one at all. So you can ease stress and depression if you have a good night's sleep. The only thing that stops you having the good night's sleep is if you're a smoker, if you're overweight, or if you drink before you go to bed. That's the only reason that you're going to get what I call a staggered sleeping pattern, where you might wake up 2 or 3 times. Because I generally wake up to go to the toilet. Thank God. Can you imagine? Get to that stage where you don't even bother waking up to go to the toilet. You just in which case we have to go back to the old tenor pants. That could be a nightmare, couldn't it, really? Steve, lots of hen and stag do's here in Scarborough as well, says Eileen, in Scarborough. Nothing more ridiculous, she says, than seeing a bunch of men in tiny nurses' outfits. Yes, what is that about? What is that one about? Elaine in Cadished, is it? Back in work after a week off. Hot water bottle I filled with cold water. Great for my nighttime hot sweats. Ooh. Oh, by the way, she's done the Christmas shopping. There's somebody who is organised. Richard in Southampton says, remember Flamingo Road? No. I've never heard of Flamingo Road. Never heard. It must be British, mustn't it? Oh, no, it might not be British. Could be something else, could it? Flamingo Road. No, they don't look British. American prime time series aired on NBC. They only had 38 episodes of it. Joan Crawford was in it. My God, that must be... Of course, it was years and years ago. Wow. No, I don't remember that one. Doesn't do it for me. Patrick says, remember the Golden Girls? What, are you mad? I've had the box set for ages. They're all dead. They're still showing it, for God's sake.